Hello and welcome to Vox Olympia Audiobooks. Today, July 28th, 2024, we continue with our reading from The History of India, Vol.1 by Romila Thapar. This reading recording is made at the studios of the B.L. Hemavati Literary Arts Foundation for the benefit of the reading disabled, the literary disabled children, and the blind, and everyone else interested in our selection of books. And I'm your reader, Citizen Zero of India. We continue with The History of India, Volume 1 by Romila Thapar, Chapter 7, The Evolution of the Classical Pattern, AD 300 to 700. Chapter 7. The Evolution of the Classical Pattern, AD 300 to 700. Despite the rise and fall of many kingdoms in the centuries following the Mauryan period, the imperial ambition did not die, and there were frequent attempts to emulate the Mauryas, but none of these met with the same success. The rule of the Gupta dynasty in northern India from the 4th to the 6th century AD is often described as an imperial government, but this description is not entirely accurate. Centralized control, an essential of an imperial structure, was not as fully realized in the Gupta government or in its successors as it had been under the Mauryas. Had geographical extent been the only criterion, some came close to being empires. The Gupta period is also referred to as the classical age of ancient India. The description is true insofar as we speak of the upper classes, amongst whom living standards reached a peak never before attained. And this was largely true for northern India. For historians in the early 20th century, the Golden Age had to be a utopia set in the distant past, and the period chosen by those working on the early history of India was one in which Hindu culture came to be firmly established. However, the classicism of the Gupta period was restricted to northern India alone, since in the Deccan and South India, it was the post-Gupta period that saw the evolution of a high level of civilization. The origin of the Guptas is somewhat obscure. It is possible that the family was one of the wealthy landowners who gradually gained political control in the region of Magadha. The dynasty came into its own with the accession of Chandragupta I, who made his kingdom more than a mere principality. Chandragupta married a Lichavi princess. Lichavis were an old established tribe, and marrying into their royal family doubtless set a seal of acceptability to the Gupta dynasty. This was obviously a political advantage for the Guptas, since Chandragupta I made much of it in his coins, a point which adds to the suspicion that the Guptas were not of royal origin. Chandragupta I ruled over Magadha and parts of eastern Uttar Pradesh, Saketa and Prayaga. He took the title of Maharaja di Raja, Great King of Kings. Though this did not have much significance, since the title had been regularly used by the Kushanas. The Gupta era is taken as dating from his accession in about AD 319 to 320. Chandragupta I appointed his son Samudragupta to succeed him in about AD 335. Fortunately, a lengthy eulogy to him was inscribed on an Ashokan pillar at Allahabad, which provides the basic information on his reign. It would seem that there was some trouble over the successor to Chandragupta I, and the coins of an obscure prince Kacha suggest that Samudragupta had a rival whom he finally overcame. Samudragupta's ambition was to establish an empire controlled from the Gupta capital at Pataliputra and including the entire subcontinent. The capital, the shades of the Mauryas were re-emerging on the scene. The eulogy gives an impressive list of kings and regions which succumbed to Samudragupta's triumphal march across the country. 4 northern kings were conquered, mainly in the area around Delhi and western Uttar Pradesh. Kings of the south and the east were forced to pay homage, and from the places mentioned, it appears that Samudragupta campaigned down the east coast as far as Kanchipuram, near modern Madras. 9 kings of Aryavarta, the western half of the Ganges plain, were violently uprooted. The forest kings, tribal chiefs of central India and the Deccan, were forced to pay tribute. as were the kings in eastern India, of Assam and Bengal, and those with small kingdoms in Nepal and the Punjab. 9 republics in Rajasthan, including age-old Mallavas and Yaudayas, were forced to accept Gupta suzerainty. In addition, foreign kings such as Daivaputra Shahanushahi, descendant of Son of Heaven, King of Kings, Daivaputra Shahanushahi, descendant of the Son of Heaven, King of Kings, clearly a Kushana title. The Shakas and the king of Ceylon also pay tribute, as to the inhabitants of all the islands. Coming as it does from a eulogy, this information must be treated with caution. But nevertheless, the list of conquests is impressive. The kings of the south and of the Deccan were not under the suzerainty of Samudragupta, but merely paid him homage, as did a number of the northern rulers. In the end, his conquests resulted in the annexation of territory in northern India, as he originally intended, and also the exaction of tribute from defeated rulers whose territory he could not annex. He probably met with a stronger opposition than he had bargained for. His direct political control was confined to the Ganges Valley, since the Shakas remained unconquered in western India. The tribes of Rajasthan merely paid tribute, and the Punjab was also outside the limits of his direct authority. His campaign certainly broke the power of the tribal republics in that region, which was to have disastrous consequences for the later Guptas when the Huns invaded northwestern India, and the Punjab and Rajasthan could no longer act as buffers for the Ganges Valley. The relationship between the Guptas and the tribal republics was a curious one. The Guptas were proud of their connection with the Lichavis, but they attacked the western republics. It is interesting that the republican tradition should have survived for so many centuries in the West, despite the repeated invasions of this area. Samudragupta's campaign was the final blow to the declining tribal system. The old conflict of caste versus tribe had resulted in a victory for caste. The validity of the wider claims is questionable. Samudragupta's relationship with the Kushanas remain uncertain, though they had been considerably weakened by now. As regards Ceylon, there is evidence from a later Chinese source that a Ceylonese king sent presents and requested permission from the Gupta king to build a Buddhist monastery at Gaya. Such a request can hardly be termed tribute, and it is probable that his relationship with the other foreign kings was on a similar basis. Who the inhabitants of the islands were remains dubious. The phrase may refer to the islands close to India, the Maldives and Andamans, and it may be a reference to Southeast Asia, which by now boasted of large Indian colonies and increased contacts. Samudragupta's reign lasted for about 40 years, must have given him ample time to plan and organize these campaigns. He performed the horse sacrifice to proclaim his conquest, and he certainly had more cause to do so more than many another king. The character of Samudragupta was not, however, one entirely thirsting for conquest and battle. He appears to have had a gentler and more civilized side, being described in the eulogy as a lover of poetry and music. This was not merely a poetic flight. That this was not merely a poetic flight is borne out by the fact that many of his coins show him playing the veena, lute. Of all the Gupta kings, Chandragupta II, named after his grandfather, Samudragupta's father, is reputed to have shown the most chivalrous and heroic qualities. He reigned for about 40 years, from AD 375 to 415. His reign had a rather mysterious beginning, as in the case of his father. A play written some 2 centuries later, Devi Chandraguptam, supposedly dealing with events on the death of Samudragupta, suggests that Ramagupta succeeded Samudragupta. The story goes that the reigning king was Ramagupta, and he was defeated in battle by the Shakas, to whom he agreed to surrender his wife, Dhruva Devi. His younger brother Chandra was disgusted at this, and disguising himself as the queen, he gained access to the Shaka king's apartments and killed the king. This action gained him the affection of the people, but created enmity between him and his brother Rama. Chandra finally killed Rama and married Dhruva Devi. The discovery of the coins of Ramagupta and of inscriptions proving that Chandragupta's wife was called Dhruva Devi lend some color to this story. Furthermore, Chandragupta's major campaign was fought against the Shakas. This campaign took place between AD 388 to 409, after which the Shakas were finally defeated and Western India was annexed by the Guptas, an event commemorated by the issuing of special silver coins by Chandragupta II. This was a significant conquest because not only was the western border of India now no longer a source of anxiety, but also the Guptas thus gained control over northern India, in addition to which it gave them access to some of the Indian trade with the Mediterranean, since the western Indian ports were now in the Guptas' hands. During the reign of Chandragupta II, an alliance was made to strengthen the position of the Guptas in the Deccan. Samudragupta had campaigned in the eastern Deccan and had left the west comparatively untouched. The western Deccan, the old Satvahana stronghold, was now in the hands of the Vakataka dynasty, and they were emerging as a dominant power in the Deccan. A marriage alliance was concluded between the Guptas and the Vakatakas. Chandragupta's daughter marrying the Vakataka king Rudrasena II. Other dynasties of the Deccan also married into the Gupta royal family, the Guptas thus ensuring friendly relations to the south of their domain. Thus, Chandragupta, although using different means, was achieving the same ends as his father. The Vakatakas rose to power in the latter half of the 3rd century AD, basing themselves on what remained of the Satvahana kingdom. Pravarasena I, ruling in the early 4th century AD, conquered large parts of the western Deccan and central India. The Vakataka kingdom was divided into 4 parts under the successor of Pravarasena I. This weakened the state, but at the same time prevented the Vakatakas from being humiliated by Samudragupta, since he was content to obtain the homage of the Vakataka feudatories in central India and did not harass the main line of the Vakataka kings. Their survival after the Gupta campaigns gave them the opportunity to rearrange their territory to good advantage in dominating the Deccan. In the circumstances, the Guptas found a marriage alliance advantageous. As it happened, Rudrasena II died 5 years after coming to the throne, and his sons being minors, his widow, the daughter of Chandragupta II, acted as regent from 390 to 410 AD. Thus, the Vakataka kingdom became virtually a part of the Gupta Empire. Chandragupta II took the title of Vikramaditya, or Son of Prowess. Yet his reign is remembered for things other than war, for his patronage of literature and the arts. Kalidasa, the Sanskrit poet, being a member of his court. and for the high standard of artistic and cultural life. Fastian, the Chinese Buddhist pilgrim who visited India during the years from 405 to 411 AD, collecting Buddhist manuscripts and texts and studying at Indian monasteries, described the country as a generally happy one. It was during the reign of Chandragupta's son and successor Kumaragupta, AD 415 to 454, there came on the first hints of a new invasion from the northwest. But they were to remain only a distant threat during the first half of the 5th century. A branch of the Huns from Central Asia had occupied Bactria in the previous century and were threatening to cross the Hindu Kush mountains, as had so many invaders before them, and attack India. On the whole, Kumaragupta's reign was peaceful, and he succeeding in keeping the empire intact. However, the Hun threat on the Indian frontier continued for the next 100 years, and the Guptas were hard put to it to keep them back. They succeeded up to a point, for when the Huns finally broke through, they had been weakened, and India did not meet with the fate of the Roman Empire. It has been plausibly suggested that the resistance offered by Chinese and Indians to the Central Asian nomads were particularly responsible for the fury with which they fell upon Europe. But the successors of Kumaragupta could not defend their kingdom as he had done. Each repeated wave of Hun invasions, making the Guptas weaker. Skandagupta battled valiantly, but he faced domestic problems as well, such as the breaking away of his feudatories. There were indications of an economic crisis, which would explain the debasing of the coinage. However, by around 460 AD, he had managed to rally the Gupta forces, but 467 is the last known date of Skandagupta. After his death, the central authority of the Guptas, declining at an increasing pace, declined. The succession of the various kings that followed is uncertain. A number of administrative seals have been discovered with the names of the same kings, but following a varied order of succession which points to a confused close to the dynasty. A major blow came at the end of the 5th century when the Huns successfully broke through into northern India. Gupta power was slowly eroded over the next 50 years, after which the empire gave way to a number of smaller kingdoms. The Indian Huns, or Hunas, as they are called by Indian writers, were not entirely independent, since they ruled as viceroys for a Hun overlord. The Han dominion extended from Persia right across Khotan, the main capital being Bamiyan in Afghanistan. The first Han king of any importance was Toramana, who ruled northern India as far as Iran in central India. Toramana's son Mihirakula, 8520, appears to have been more of the Hun as pictured by tradition. A Chinese pilgrim traveling in northern India at the time describes him as uncouth in manner and an iconoclast, especially in his hatred for Buddhism. There are local traditions surviving in Kashmir, where various places are associated with acts of cruelty and tyranny attributed to Mihirakula. Inscriptions from central India suggest that the Guptas were still making belated attempts to resist the Huns both by their own efforts and in collaboration with other local rulers. Mihirakula was finally driven out of the plains and into Kashmir, where he died in about 542 AD, after which the political impact of the Huns subsided. Gupta power would not in any case have lasted very much longer. The Huns had accelerated the process of decline. This was not the sole effect of the Huns. Whatever potential there might have been for the creation of an imperial structure was now demolished because political energy was directed towards keeping back the Huns. Defense on an all India scale was unthought of. Defense was conceived in local terms, with occasional combinations of the smaller kingdoms, which sometimes led to the consolidation accentuating the emergence of larger kingdoms under capable protectors. Military powers, rather than concern for their royal antecedents, was a deciding factor. To add to the confusion and the atmosphere of insecurity, there was a movement of populations and new ethnic combinations of peoples. Together with the Huns came a number of Central Asian tribes and people, some of whom remained in northern India and others moved further to the south and the west. Among them were the Gurjaras, who rose to eminence a few centuries later. Some of the tribes who lived in Rajasthan fled from their homeland. They were displaced by the new tribes who became the ancestors of some of the Rajput families and again were to dominate the history of the North in later centuries. The tide of Hun invasions had receded by the end of the 6th century, and the Turks and the Persians attacked them in Bactria. But as elsewhere, the Huns had acted as a catalyst in the affairs of North India. From the decline of the Guptas until the rise of Harsha in the early 7th century, the political scene is confused, and there are few records to illuminate it. The large-scale displacement of peoples continued for some time. This was a period when petty kingdoms vied with each other to succeed to the past glory of the Guptas. Northern India was divided into 4 main kingdoms. Those of the Guptas, of Magadha, the Mukharis, the Pushyabhutis, and the Maitrakas. First of these, the Guptas of Magadha, not to be confused with the main Gupta dynasty, were a minor line bearing the same name. The Malkaris at first held the region of western Uttar Pradesh around Kanauj, and gradually they ousted the Magadhan Guptas from their kingdom, after which the Guptas moved to Malwa. The Pushyabhutis ruled in Thanisar, north of Delhi. They had made a marriage alliance with the Malkaris, and on the death of the last Malkari king, the Malkari nobles requested Harsha, the reigning Pushyabhuti king, to unite his kingdom with the Malkari kingdom and rule from Kanauj. The Maitrakas, it is claimed, were of Iranian origin and ruled in Gujarat, now called Saurashtra, and had developed Vallabhi, their capital, into an important center of learning. On the periphery of these 4 kingdoms, a number of small principalities continually fighting each other, seizing territory. This was particularly the case in Bengal and Assam. Of the 4 main kingdoms, the Maitrakas survived the longest and continued to rule until the middle of the 8th century. They succumbed to attacks from the Arabs. The Pushyabhuti family came to the fore after the Hun invasion and achieved influence on the accession of Prabhakaravardhana, who had been described by Bana, the biographer of Harsha, as a lion to the Huna deer, burning fever to the king of the Indus land, a troubler of the sleep of Gujarat, a bilious plague to the scent elephant, the lord of Gandhara, a looter to the lawlessness of the Latas, and an axe to the creeper of Malva's glory. Prabhakaravardhana's desire for conquest was eventually carried out by his younger son Harshavardhana, generally known as Harsha. Prabhakara Vardhana's desire for conquest was eventually carried out by his younger son Harshavardhana, generally known as Harsha. Harsha began his reign in AD 606. Bana has written a colorful biography of his patron, the Harsha Charita, Life of Harsha. There is also the account of a Chinese visitor, the Buddhist pilgrim Xuanzang, who was in India during Harsha's reign. In the course of the 41 years that he ruled, Harsha included among his feudatories kings as distant as those of Jalandhar in the Punjab, Kashmir, Nepal, and Vallabhi. Harsha was unable to extend his power into the Deccan or southern India. In fact, he suffered his one major defeat at the hands of a Deccan king, Pulakeshin II. Harsha was an energetic ruler who travelled frequently in order to keep himself informed of happenings in his domains and to make himself accessible to his subjects. In the latter half of his reign, he spent most of his time in camp, travelling from place to place. He was a man of considerable literary interests and talents, and despite his administrative duties, he managed to write 3 plays, of which 2 are comedies in the classical style, and the third has a serious religious theme. Events towards the end of Harsha's reign are described in the Chinese sources. His contemporary, the Tang Emperor Tai Tsung, sent an embassy to his court in 643 and again in 647. On the second occasion, the Chinese ambassador found that Harsha had recently died, that the throne had been usurped by an undeserving king. The Chinese ambassador rushed to Nepal and Assam and raised a force with which the allies of Harsha defeated the usurper, who was taken to China as a prisoner. His name is recorded on the pedestal of Tai Tsung's tomb. The kingdom of Harsha disintegrated rapidly into small states. Harsha had realized the weakness of a cluster of small kingdoms and had decided to conquer his neighbors to weld them into an imperial structure. However, This was not possible owing to the particularly political and economic conditions of the time. As with the Guptas, Harsha finally found himself ruling a large kingdom in northern India, loosely connected by feudal ties, and not a closely connected empire of the Mauryan variety. Why this was so can be seen by an analysis of some of the institutions of this period. The Gupta kings took exalted imperial titles, the great king of kings, the supreme lord, etc. Yet, in the case of the later rulers, these titles were exaggerated, since their claimants could hardly compare with the emperors of earlier centuries, their political sway being limited. In the Ganges Valley, which was under the direct control of the Guptas, the administrative hierarchy was superficially akin to that of the Mauryas. The king was the center of the administration, helped by the crown prince. The other princes were appointed as viceroys of provinces. Ministers of various kinds and advisors assisted the king. The province, Desha or Bhakti, was divided into a number of districts, Pradesha or Vishaya, each district having its own administrative offices. But local administration was, for all practical purposes, independent of the center. Decisions, whether of policy or in relation to individual situations, were generally taken locally, unless they had a specific bearing on the policy or orders of the central authority. The officers in charge of the districts, Ayukta, and a yet higher provincial official with the title of Kumaramatya were the link between local administration and the center. This was the significant difference between the Mauryan administration and that of the Guptas, whereas Ashoka insisted that he must know of the doings of even the smaller officials in the districts. The Guptas were satisfied with leaving it to the Kumaramatyas and the Ayuktas. Villages came under the control of rural bodies consisting of the headmen and the village elders. The tendency was to introduce administration which was representative of local interests rather than an officially inspired system. Similarly, in urban administration, each city had a council which consisted of the president of the city corporation, the chief representative of the guild of merchants, a representative of the artisans, and the chief scribe. These may have been duplicated in each ward of the city. Again, the difference between the council and the committee described by Megasthenes and Kautilya is that the Mauryan government appointed the committees, whereas in the Gupta system, the council consisted of local representatives on which, interestingly enough, commercial interests predominated. Harsha maintained contact with public opinion both through his officers and by his own tours, which gave him the opportunity of supervising the administration. At the 7th century, a centralized system, identical with that of the Mauryas, was unworkable in the context of political and economic relations in northern India, and Harsha's extensive tours were an attempt at compromise. He took upon himself, as it were, the duties of a royal inspector and looked into the collection of taxes, listened to complaints, inspected general working of the administration, and in addition gave charitable donations. Another significant feature of this period was that salaries were sometimes paid not in cash, but in grants of land, as is evident from the frequency of land granting inscriptions in stone and metal found from this period onwards, and also from the specific references to this practice by Xuan Tsang in his account of India. Cash salaries were paid for military services alone. Land grants were of two varieties. One was the Agrahara grant, which was restricted to the Brahmanas and was tax-free. Although the land was often inherited by the family of the grantee, the king had the power to confiscate it should he be displeased with the behavior of the grantee. The other variety of land grants was those to secular officials, either in lieu of salary or as reward for services. In the early stages, this grant was less frequent than the Agrahara, but in the later centuries it became usual. At a time when land grants were tokens of special favor, the Agrahara grant was doubtless further underlined the privileged position of the Brahmin. Land grants weakened the authority of the king, although during this period they were not as common as they were to become later. Such grants put the owners far out of reach of the control of the central authority, and they were moreover frequently government officials. Although technically a king could terminate a grant, he was unlikely to do so very often, since offended Brahmins or officers could well express themselves in political opposition. Land was of three categories: fallow or waste land owned by the state, which is generally donated by way of salary; cultivated land owned by the state and treated as crown land, which could be donated but probably seldom was, because it was already under plough and providing an income; and finally, privately owned land. When land was given as salary, the donee did not acquire complete rights over the land. He could not, for instance, evict existing tenants. The owner had a right to as much as third or half of the produce, the remainder being retained by the tenant. Land prices varied according to the nature of the land, cultivated land being rated 33% higher than waste.
The crops cultivated at this time appear to have remained largely unchanged for many centuries. Xuan Tsang states that sugarcane and wheat were grown in the northwest, and rice in Magadha and further east. He also mentions wide, a wide variety of fruit and vegetables. Water wheels used for irrigation had become a familiar part of the rural landscape. The Sudarshana lake, made by the Mauryas, repaired by Rudradaman, was once again repaired and brought into use. Land revenue was derived from a variety of taxes, from the land and from various categories of produce at various stages of production. The maintenance of an imperial facade was purposeless expense in economic terms and must have resulted in a pressure on the economy. It is not surprising that the later Gupta coinage indicates an economic crisis. A reference to Harsha dividing the national income into a quarter for government expense, another quarter for the pay of public servants, a third quarter for the reward of intellectual attainments, and the last quarter for gifts, although idealistic in concept, may have been economically impractical. Revenue came mainly from the land. Commercial activities no longer provided as large as an income as they had done earlier. Roman trade, which had brought in a vast fortune, declined after the 3rd century AD, and with the Hun invasion of the Roman Empire, it came to an end. Indian merchants, meanwhile, had begun to rely more heavily on the Southeast Asian trade. The establishment of Indian trading stations in various parts of Southeast Asia meant the diversion of income to this region. The commercial prosperity of the Gupta era was the concluding phase of the economic momentum which began in the preceding period. Guilds continued as the major institution in the manufacture of goods and in commercial enterprise. They remained almost autonomous in their internal organization, the government respecting their laws. These laws were generally drafted by a larger body, the corporation of guilds, of which each guild was a member. The corporation elected a certain number of advisors. These were its main functionaries. Some of the industrial guilds, such as silk weavers' guilds, had their own separate corporation, which was responsible for large-scale projects, such as endowments for building a temple, etc. The Buddhist church or Sangha was by now rich enough to participate in commercial activities. In certain areas, the Sangha acted as a banker and loaned money on interest. This was in addition to renting land in areas where land gifts had been made to the Sangha and from which it took 1/6 of the produce as its legitimate share. This was the same amount as taken by the state in tax. Privileged Brahmins also lived off of donations or of grants of land. The Vakataka kings were particularly generous in this matter. The Brahmins tended to be less risk-taking community on the whole and more rooted to the land than the Buddhist Sangha. Evidence of Brahmins investing their income from the land in commercial enterprises is rare. The close association of Buddhism with the mercantile community must have encouraged the Sangha to invest in commerce. The rate of interest on loans varied according to the purpose for which the money was required. The fantastically high rates demanded during the Mauryan period on loans to be used for overseas trades were no longer demanded, indicating an increased confidence in overseas trade. The average rate was now 20% per annum as against 240 of the earlier periods. Interest could exceed the legal rate provided both parties were agreeable, but it could seldom be permitted to exceed the principal and total amount. The lowering of the rate of interest also indicates the greater availability of goods and the consequent decrease in the rates of profit. The manufacture of textiles of various kinds was among the more important industries of this time. It had a vast domestic market, since textiles featured prominently in the north-south trade within the whole of India, and there were considerable demands for Indian textiles in foreign markets. Silk, muslin, calico, linen, wool, and cotton were produced in great quantity. Western India was one of the centers of silk weaving. Towards the later Gupta period, there may have been a decline in the production of silk, since many members of an important guild of silk weavers in Western India discontinued their traditional vocation and took to other occupations. It is possible that the increasing use of the Central Asian route and the sea route to China may have brought such a large amount of Chinese silk as to decrease production in India, or the decline in silk production may have been local to Western India due to the decrease in trade with the West. Ivory work remained at a premium, as did stone cutting and carving. Sculpture being very much in favor at this time. Metal work continued as one of the essential industries, particularly copper and iron and lead. Bronze was also coming into wider use. Gold and silver were, of course, always in demand. The pearl fisheries of Western India prospered when pearls began to fetch high prices in foreign markets. The cutting, polishing, and preparing of variety of precious stones, jasper, agate, carnelian, quartz, lapis lazuli, etc., were all associated with foreign trade. Pottery remained a basic part of industrial production, though the elegant black polished ware was no longer used. Instead, an ordinary red ware with a brownish slip was produced in large quantities, some of it being made to look more opulent by the addition of mica in the clay, which gave the vessels a metallic finish. The campaigns of Samudragupta to the east and the south and the repeated tours of Harsha ensured the continuation of efficient communication, and the goods moved easily to all parts of India. On the road, pack animals and ox drawn carts were used, and in certain areas, elephants were used. The lower reaches of the large river, such as the Ganges, Yamuna, Narmada, Godavari, Krishna, and Kaveri, were the main waterways. The port of the east coast, Tamralipiti, Gandashala, and Kadura, handled the North Indian trade with Southeast Asia, and those of the west coast, Brauch, Chaul, Kalyan, and Cambrai, traded with the Mediterranean and West Asia, but the most southerly of these ports were outside Gupta control. The export of spices, pepper, sandalwood, pearls, precious stones, perfumes, indigo, and herbs continued as before, but the commodities that were imported differed from those of earlier times. Chinese silk came in greater quantity, as did ivory from Ethiopia. The import of horses coming from Arabia, Iran, and Bactria, either overland to centers in the northwest or by sea to the west coast, increased during this period. It is strange that India never bred sufficient horses of quality, the best blood having always to be imported. The only likely explanation for this is that climatic conditions, the particular type of pasture suitable for breeding horses, did not exist in India. This was to have a disastrous consequences on the cavalry arm of the Indian armies, eventually making the cavalry ineffective, particularly in comparison with the Central Asian horsemen. Indian ships were by now regularly traversing the Arabian Sea, the Indian Ocean, and the China Seas, and were seen at every port in these areas. Indian ships going to Southeast Asia have been described as square-rigged, two-masted vessels with raked stem and stern, both sharp, without bowsprit, and rudder, and steered by two quarter paddles. The island of the Black Yavanas is mentioned, and it may have been a reference to the Negroid population of either Madagascar or Zanzibar. Indian contacts with the East African coast date to a period in prehistory, and by now this contact had developed through trade. Chinese traders were also competing at the East African ports. There appears to have been a lively interest in navigation and trade at this time in India, yet the lawmakers were declaring it a great sin for a Hindu to travel by sea to cross the Black Waters, and this may have reduced Indian participation in maritime trade. Ritual purity was becoming an obsession with both Brahmins and the upper caste. They objected to traveling to distant lands because it meant contamination with the mlechaka or the impure and non-caste people. Mlecha, impure, and the non-caste people. It was also difficult to observe caste rules when abroad. The ban had the additional indirect advantage for the Brahmin that it curbed the economic power of the trading community. With the opening of the new routes and the rise in the political status of provinces, cities which had had only a local interest now came into prominence. By the time of Harsha, Pataliputra, once the capital of most North Indian dynasties, lost its status, and instead Kanauj in western Uttar Pradesh came to dominate the Ganges plains. Mathura became a center both of the textile trade and temples, as also did Banaras. Thanesar acquired a strategic importance, controlling the upper Ganges plain. Haridwar became a center for pilgrimage. The plan of most cities was fairly simple, being laid out in squares. Houses had high windows and balconies. Main streets in which the market and shops were located had smaller houses with a balcony giving a view over the street. Wooden buildings had almost totally been replaced by buildings of brick in the richer section of the city, and wattled bamboo in the less prosperous. Wooden buildings had almost totally been replaced by buildings of brick in the richer sections of the city, and wattled bamboo in the less prosperous. Houses were orientated to cardinal points, which suggests careful town planning, and this is also born out of the frequency of drains and wells. It is evident from excavations where Gupta levels show a greater frequency of better techniques and quality in the objects found, and from the descriptions in contemporary literature that the standard of living was high. The prosperous urban dwellers lived in comfort and ease with a variety of luxuries in the way of jewels and clothes. The abundance of copper and iron objects, in addition to spouted pottery found in houses, would suggest that a degree of comfort in the urban centers, at any rate, was not restricted to the upper classes alone. Yet it was a culture showing a wide variation in living. The comfortably installed town dweller had on the outskirts of his town the homes of the outcasts, probably much the same as the modern shanty town. Villages, however, showed less disparity in the standard of living, and judging from the accounts of foreign travelers, were reasonably prosperous. The daily life of a comfortably well-off citizen is described in the Kama Sutra. The book on the art of love as a gentle existence devoted to the refinements of life for those who had both the leisure and the wherewithal for such living. Comfortable, if not luxurious, surroundings were provided to harmonize with moods conducive to poetry and painting, in both of which the young city dilettante was expected to excel. Gatherings were frequently held where poetic recitations and compositions were heard. Painting and sculpture were always in view in the homes of those who executed them. Music was another necessary accomplishment, particularly the playing of the lute, veena. The young man had also to be trained in the art of love, and for this purpose the Kama Sutra and other works of its kind were written. The Kama Sutra is a remarkable document inasmuch as it analyzes and discusses the whole question of the art of love with a precision and a lucidity surprisingly similar to that of modern works on the subject. The courtesan was a normal feature of urban life, neither romanticized nor treated with contempt. Judging by the training given to a courtesan as described in the Kama Sutra, it was amongst the more demanding professions, for she was often called upon to be a cultured companion, like the geisha of Japan or the hetera of Greece. Women were idealized in literature and art, but in practice they had a distinctly subordinate position. Education of a limited kind was permitted to upper-class women, but this was merely to enable them to converse intelligently, not to participate in public life. There are references to women teachers and philosophers, but they tended to be a rarity. Certain features emerged at this period which became characteristic of the status of women in later centuries. Early marriages were advocated, often even pre-puberty marriages. It was also suggested that a widow should not only live in strict celibacy, but preferably should burn herself on the funeral pyre of her husband, in fact became a sati. This term is often misused in the phrase to commit sati. The literal meaning of the word is virtuous woman. Therefore, sati cannot be committed. A woman can only become a sati, that is, a virtuous one, sometimes by the fact of her immolation on the funeral pyre of her husband. The burning of widows on a mass scale was known to certain martial tribes of the north, when soldier husbands died fighting, and their wives were thus saved the humiliation of surrendering to the victors. But widow immolation in such cases were not recommended as a pious religious action. The earliest evidence of this practice dates from AD 510, when it was commemorated in an inscription at Iran. It was largely confined to the upper classes, mainly of central and later of eastern India and of Nepal. The only categories of women who had a large measure of freedom were those who deliberately chose to opt out of what were regarded by the law books as the normal activities of a woman, and became either Buddhist nuns or joined the theatrical profession or became courtesans and prostitutes. Theatrical entertainment was both popular in court circles and outside. Dance performances and music concerts were held mainly in the homes of the wealthy and the discerning. Gambling continued to hold the attention of men, as did animal fights, particularly of the ram, the cock, and the quail, which were common in rural areas. The townspeople also enjoyed these. Athletics and gymnastics were an important part of the sporting tournaments, but the Indians never made a fetish of these, as did the Greeks and the Romans during certain periods. Amusements of various kinds in which the general public participated were essential to various festivals, whether religious or secular. The festival of spring was celebrated with much enthusiasm to the accompaniment of a great deal of eating, drinking, and general conviviality. Contrary to Fashian's statement that vegetarianism was customary in India, meat was commonly eaten. Wine, both locally produced variety and that imported from the West, was drunk daily, and the chewing of pan or betel leaf prepared with spices was a regular practice. The relationship between caste and occupation was maintained, although it did not always adhere strictly to the rules which had been formulated in the social and legal codes. The outcasts remained an excluded category. The status of the Shudra, however, had improved since Mauryan times. A clear distinction is made between Shudras and slaves in the legal literature. The Guptas could not exert the same degree of state control as did the Mauryas, and this lessened the political pressures on the Shudras. The term Dvija was now beginning to be used increasingly for the Brahmins. The greater emphasis on Brahman purity, the greater the emphasis on Brahman purity, the greater was the stress laid on the impurity of the outcast. Fashion refers to the fear of pollution by the approach, that is, if an outcast were even so much as seen at close range by a Dvija, The latter had to perform a ritual ablution to purify himself. This was in keeping with the regulations laid down in legal codes. It is evident from the inscriptions of this period that mobility among the subcastes was less rigid than it was to become later. The more interesting example is probably that of the Guild of Silk Weavers in Western India, who, when they could no longer maintain themselves through the production of silk, moved to another part of Western India, some of them adopting various other professions, such as those of archers, soldiers, bards, and scholars, professions of a higher status than their original one. Despite the change of profession, loyalty to the original guild seems to have remained at least for one generation. Being sun worshippers, they financed the building of a sun temple and gave the history of the guild in lengthy inscriptions located in the temple. Most of the legal texts took the Dharma Shastra of Manu as their basis and elaborated upon it. A number of such works were written during this period, the best known being those of Yajnavalkya, Narada, Brihaspati, and Katyayana. The joint family system, which became an essential feature of Hindu caste society, was prevalent at the time. Fathers and sons had equal ownership in the ancestral property, and the sons had an equal ownership in the property of the father. Katyayana describes the judicial process at length. The court of justice was attended by the king as the highest court of appeal. He was assisted by the judges, ministers, chief priests, brahmins, and assessors, varying in accordance with the needs of the individual cases. On certain occasions, representatives of commercial institutions were also invited to assist the king. Recognized judicial bodies were the guild, the folk assembly or council, a substitute appointed by the king in his own place, generally a Brahmin, and the king himself. Judgment was based either on the legal text or social usage or the edict of the king, which could not contradict the first two to any great extent. Evidence was based on any or all of three sources, documents, witnesses, or the possessions of incriminating objects. Ordeal as a means of proof was not only permitted but used. Katyayana accepted the theory of caste punishments, though it is doubtful if it was applied in every case. Formal education was available both in Brahminical institutions and in the Buddhist monasteries. Theoretically, the period of studentship at the former was the first 30 to 37 years. It is unlikely that this was so in practice, and few, even amongst the Brahmins, spent so many years as students. Buddhist monasteries took students for only 10 years, but those wishing to be ordained as monks had to remain for a longer period. Nalanda, near Patna grew to be the foremost Buddhist monastery and educational center in the north. It attracted students from places as distant as China and Southeast Asia. The excavations at Nalanda have revealed a large area of well-constructed monasteries and temples. Nalanda was supported by the income from a number of villages which the monastery acquired over the years through donations. These villages and estates covered the expenses of the university, which was thus able to provide free educational facilities and residence for most of its students. The concentration of formal education was on subjects such as grammar, rhetoric, prose, and verse composition, logic, metaphysics, and medicine. The inclusion of medicine in this category was probably unfortunate, since it led to its becoming more and more theoretical, thus preventing real advance in medical knowledge. The most important medical work of this period is a compilation of earlier texts with little new knowledge of any significance. An interesting sideline was the first appearance of detailed works on veterinary science, relating mainly to horses and elephants, both important to the army. Indian medical knowledge traveled westwards and aroused the interest of doctors in Western Asia. Among others, a Persian physician came to India in the 6th century to study Indian medicine. Knowledge of metals had improved tremendously, and it is unfortunate that more objects have not survived from this period. The more spectacular survival is the famous iron pillar at Delhi, just over 23 feet high, scarcely rusted. There is also a life-size standing Buddha, image of copper, now in the Birmingham Museum, cast in 2 parts. The handling of metalworking is seen at its best in the coins and seals of the time. Coins were finely struck and dies carefully engraved. Seals attached to copper plates are also of fine workmanship. More technical and specialized knowledge remained in the hands of the guilds, where sons of craftsmen were trained in the hereditary trade. The centers had little direct contact with Brahminical institutions and Buddhist monasteries. The study of mathematics was an exception and provided a bridge between 2 types of education. And not surprisingly, this was an intensively active period in mathematics. Numerals had been used for some time. They were later introduced to the European world as Arabic numerals, the Arabs having borrowed them from India, and finally they replaced Roman numerals. The decimal system was in regular use among Indian astronomers in the 5th century. The first major exposition of Indian astronomy in the last few centuries BC are recorded in two works: the Jyotisha Vedanga and the Surya Pragnapti. Jyotisha Vedanga and the Surya Pragnapti. Contact with the Greek world introduced a variety of new systems, some of which were assimilated and others rejected. Aryabhatta was the first astronomer to pose the fundamental problems of astronomy in AD 499. It was largely through his efforts that astronomy was recognized as a separate discipline from mathematics. He calculated pi to 3.1416 and the length of the solar year to 365.3586805 days, both remarkably close to recent estimates. He believed that the earth was a sphere and rotated on its axis, and that the shadow of the earth falling on the moon caused eclipses. His more revolutionary theories were opposed by later astronomers who tended to compromise with the demands of tradition and religion. Aryabhatta was the most scientific of Indian astronomers, and the later objection to his idea may have been motivated by a wish not to displease the supporters of orthodox ideas. It is significant that in the work of his close contemporary, Varahamihira, the study of astronomy is divided into three branches of equal importance: astronomy and mathematics, horoscopy, astrology, a division which Aryabhatta would have rejected, since Varahamihira's emphasis is on astrology rather than astronomy, an emphasis which was to destroy the scientific study of astronomy. The most interesting work of Varahamihira is the Pancha Siddhantika, 5 Schools of Astronomy, a concise account of the 5 currently used schools, which too reflect a close knowledge of Greek astronomy. Poetry and prose in Sanskrit were encouraged on a lavish scale through royal patronage. It was the literature of the elite, the court, the aristocracy, and those associated with such circles. The name which immediately comes to mind is that of Kalidasa, regarded as the most outstanding writer of classical Sanskrit. His most famous work, the play Shakuntala, later came to be known in Europe through the impact it made on Goethe. Meghadatta, the Cloud Messenger, his long lyrical poem, was obviously very popular at the time, since its inscriptions on occasions carry echoes of it. Plays continued to be romantic comedies in the main, tragic themes being avoided, since the purpose of the theatre was to entertain. A significant exception being Mrichakatika, the little clay cart by Shudraka. Of the prose writers, Bana was acclaimed, his biography of Harsha being held as an excellent example of the best Sanskrit prose. Bana also wrote prose fiction, much quoted in a number of theories on literary criticism. The fables of Panchatantra were elaborated in various versions, and the stories from this collection became the nucleus of a number of further anthologies. Literature was judged by the manner in which it is depicted, which it depicted emotions, rasa. And the test of good literature was that it should provoke an emotional response. In addition to Sanskrit, literature in Prakrit, a language more closely related to speech of the times than was classical Sanskrit, also had its patronage outside the court circles. Prakrit literature written by Jainas tended to be more didactic in style, with a substantial religious content. A notable feature in the Sanskrit plays of this period is that characters of high social status speak Sanskrit, whereas those of low social status and all the women speak Prakrit, which indicates the standing of Sanskrit and Prakrit in the social context. The conventional definition of a classical age is one where literature, architecture, and the fine arts reach a high level of excellence to form a standard for later times. Unfortunately, not much has survived of the architectural achievement of the Guptas. It is often said that the iconoclasm of the Muslims 5 centuries later destroyed the temples of northern India, and this accounts for the lack of Gupta remains. But it is probably nearer the truth to say that the Gupta temples were unimpressive shrines, which was either absorbed in domestic architecture or else were built over in later centuries. The Buddhists continued to build their monasteries and chapels, and these have survived. The Hindu temple in northern India did not really come into its own until 8th century AD. The Hindu temple began with the Garbhagriha, shrine room, or literally womb house, in which the image of the god was placed. This was approached through a vestibule, which in turn was entered from a hall, which opened out onto a porch. The whole structure was surrounded by an enclosed courtyard, which later came to house a further complex of shrines. From the Gupta period onwards, temples were largely built in stone instead of the usual brick or wood. The use of stone introduced the idea of the monumental style, and this was given increasing emphasis in Hindu architecture. The freestanding temple became necessary with the growth of image worship, since the image had to be appropriately housed and a cave was not adequate for this purpose. Gradually, the image came to be surrounded by a host of attendant deities and figures. leading eventually to the rich sculptural ornamentation associated with later styles. Manuals on the construction of stone temples were written giving minute details of construction, and these were faithfully followed. The highest achievement of classical sculpture is visible in Buddha images which were found at Sarnath. They reflect a serenity and contentment which have come to be associated with the religious atmosphere of the age. The depiction of the Buddha in human form led to the portrayal of the more important Hindu gods and goddesses in the same manner. The Hindus, however, treated the image as a symbol and not as representation. Thus, although the god took a human form, he may well have been given 4 or 8 arms, each arm carrying a symbol of an attribute connected specifically with that particular god. Much of Gupta sculptures emerged from norms established by the Mathura school. The Hindu gods represented during this period in northern India were mainly incarnations of Vishnu. The cult of Shiva was largely confined to phallic worship, and this did not offer much sculptural scope. Not all the Hindu temples of this time were freestanding temples. The Buddhists in the Deccan continued to excavate their shrines in hillsides as cave temples. The Hindus, as in later centuries, the Jainas imitated these, often cutting temples adjacent to those of the Buddhists. Many of these caves had their walls covered with paintings, such as at Ajanta. Literary references to paintings were so frequent that it must have been widely appreciated. Terracotta figures are much more typical of North India and elsewhere, have been found in great abundance in the Ganges plain and eastern India. Many of them are mold made and was therefore mass produced. Some of the figures were used in religious ritual, but most were of a secular nature and used as toys or decorative pieces. Buddhism and Hinduism were both widely supported during this period. Hinduism acquired characteristics which have remained with it, while Buddhism had assumed a form which was to lead to its decline. Theoretically, Buddhism was a formidable rival to Hinduism, but in the ritual of worship and in practice, it had compromised with the Brahminical religion to such an extent that it could almost have been regarded as a sect of the latter. Jainism remained unchanged and continued to be supported by the merchant communities of Western India. In certain areas of the Deccan and the south, local royalty patronized Jainism, but much of this patronage ceased after 7th century AD. In the early part of the 6th century, the Second Jaina Council was held at Vallabhi, and the Jaina canon was defined substantially as it exists today. The use of Sanskrit by all the religion was on the increase, and perhaps because Sanskrit was regarded as a prestige language, but it had the same effect on all religions, that of isolating the religious teachers from their following. The Jainas had also by now evolved a series of icons. The straight-standing, rather stiff figures of Mahavira and other saints, or the cross-legged seated figures, became the pattern for Jaina sculpture of their saints. Christianity remained confined to the region of Malabar. Mediterranean writers speak of a Syrian church in the land of Mali, where the pepper grows, that is, Malabar, and the port of Kalyana near Bombay. It is said to have had a bishop appointed from Persia. Buddhism had by now spread well beyond the frontiers of Hinduism into Central Asia, China, and Southeast Asia. In India, the Mahayana branch had practically driven out the Hinayana, except in a few restricted areas. The 5th century saw the coming of a new and curious cult, which began with the worship of female deities associated with the fertility cult. They became the nucleus of a number of magical rites, which in a later form are called Tantricism. Buddhism was influenced by Tantric rites, and in the 7th century AD, a new branch of Buddhism emerged with its center in eastern India, called Vajrayana Buddhism, Thunderbolt Vehicle. The Vajrayana Buddhists gave female counterparts to the existing male figures of the Buddhist pantheon, and these counterparts were termed Taras or savioresses. The cult of Taras remains prevalent in Nepal and Tibet. Three important aspects of Hinduism became crystallized at this point. The image emerged as the center of worship, and worship superseded sacrifice, although a sacrificial offering to the image remained central to the ritual. This in turn encouraged bhakti, or devotional worship, where the priest was not so dominant a figure as in the sacrifice. Worship of a god became much more the concern of the individual. but the ordering of individuals' social behavior was still the concern of the Brahmin. Social law based on man-made tradition had already become sacred law. And the orthodoxy attempted to maintain its power by rigid rules of exclusion for those who could not conform. Fortunately, there were also many who saw the difficulty of trying to enforce rules which were largely theoretical. They expressed themselves by defining the four ends of man: religion and the social law. They expressed themselves by defining four ends of man: religion and the social law, dharma, economic well-being, artha, pleasure, karma, and the salvation of the soul, moksha. The correct balance of the first three leading to the fourth. The description of the balance was left to those who framed the social code, but the demands of earthly life were adequately met in practice. Practicing Hindus were divided into two main sects: Vaishnavas and Shaivas, each claiming Vishnu or Shiva as the supreme deity. The former, worshippers of Vishnu, were more prevalent in northern India, whereas the worshippers of Shiva were found in great numbers in the south and still are. Tantric beliefs made an impression on Hindu worship, as well as in Hinduism. There developed the Shakti cults, with their basic belief that the male can be activated only by being united with the female. The gods therefore acquired wives, and the wives were worshipped in their own right. For example, Lakshmi, the wife of Vishnu, and Parvati, Kali, and Durga, the various manifestations of the wife of Shiva. This cult appears to have been based on the persistent worship of the mother goddess, which has remained an enduring feature of religion in India. Since this could not be suppressed, it was given a priestly blessing and incorporated into the regular ritual in the guise of the Shakti cult. Hindu thinkers have evolved a cyclic theory of time. The cycle was called a kalpa and was equivalent to 4,320 million earthly years. The kalpa is divided into 14 periods, and at the end of each of these, the universe is recreated, and once again, Manu, primeval man, gives birth to the human race. At the moment, we are in the seventh of these 14 periods of the present Kalpa. Each of these is divided into 71 great intervals, and each of these is divided into 4 yugas or periods of time. The yugas contain respectively 4,800, 3,600, 2,400, and 1,200 God years. One God year being 360 human years. And there is a progressive decline in the quality of civilization. We are now in the fourth of these yugas, the Kali Yuga, and the world is full of evil and wickedness, and thus the end of the world is by comparison imminent, though there are several millennia yet before the end. The Kali Yuga is also associated with the coming of Kalkin, the 10th incarnation of Vishnu. There is a curious similarity between these ideas and the idea of the millennium as it was current in Europe and elsewhere. A notable feature of intellectual life had been the lively philosophical debates, particularly between the Buddhists and the Brahmins. Gradually, the debates centered on 6 different schools of thought, which came to be called the 6 systems of Hindu philosophy. Although these systems had their origin in the philosophical thinking of a period considerably earlier than that of the Gupta and continued into a considerably later period, some of their cardinal principles were enunciated at this time. The 6 systems were Nyaya or analysis, which was based on logic and was predominantly used in the debates with Buddhist teachers who prided themselves on their advanced knowledge and use of logic. Vaisheshika or particular characteristics, which was a type of atomic philosophy. The universe was created from a number of atoms, but these were distinct from the soul. Therefore, there were separate universes of matter and soul. Sankhya or enumeration, which was essentially atheistic and maintained the existence of 25 principles which gave rise to creation. The dualism between matter and soul was recognized. The Sankhya philosophers supported the theory that three qualities of virtue, passion, and dullness, correctly balanced, constituted normality. This was perhaps the influence of the theory of humors current in the medical knowledge of the time. Yoga, or application, which was based on the control of the body physically and implied perfect control over the body and the senses, led to knowledge of the ultimate reality. A detailed anatomical knowledge of the human body was necessary to the advancement of yoga, and therefore those practicing yoga had to keep in touch with medical knowledge. Mimamsa, or inquiry, which grew out of a feeling that the source of Brahminical strength, the Vedas, was being neglected, and its supporters emphasized the ultimate law of the Vedas and refuted the challenge of post-Vedic thought. Its main support came from orthodox Brahmins. The Vedanta, end of the Vedas, which emerged finally as the predominant system and gained wide currency in later times. Vedanta was decisive in refuting theories of non-Brahminical schools, particularly in later centuries. Vedanta also claimed origin in the Vedas and posited the existence of the absolute soul in all things, the final purpose of existence being the union of the individual and the absolute soul after physical death. It is interesting that at this stage, only the last two schools were purely metaphysical in character. The first four maintained a strong link with empirical analysis, and yet in succeeding centuries it was Vedanta which was to come to the fore, to the detriment of other philosophies. The period of the Vedas was now sufficiently remote for them to be cited as unchallenged authority derived from divine origin and as arbiters of priestly knowledge and sanction. The Vedas were the fountain of all knowledge. Vedanta was to remain an undying theme in Indian philosophy, arousing the interest of every newcomer to the country. It was enriched by the impact of other ideas, Islamic, Christian, and European. But the essential core continued as from this period. Even today, most Indian philosophers claim either to be Vedantists or to be deeply influenced by Vedanta. The Puranas, as we know them in their present form, were composed during this time. The Puranas are the historical tradition as recorded by the Brahmins, beginning with the creation of the universe and including detailed genealogies of each dynasty. They were originally composed by bards, but by now, having come into priestly hands, they were rewritten in classical Sanskrit, and information on Hindu sects, rites, customs was added in order to make them sacrosanct Hindu documents. Curiously enough, the succession of Hindu dynasty was now recorded in the form of a prophecy, and not surprisingly, they were invested in later centuries with a divine origin. Thus, what began as popular memories of the past was revised and rewritten in prophetic form and became the Brahmanical interpretation of the past. Religion was to find an ally in commerce to carry the Indian way of life outside India. In this, Buddhism took the initiative and introduced Indian culture into various parts of Asia. Buddhism found support in Central Asia, with monasteries richly endowed by local rulers and merchants in every oasis and trade center. The Indian script had been adopted and orthodox Buddhist rules were strictly observed. Many Indians had settled in Central Asia, among them Kumarajiva, the Buddhist philosopher who lived in Kochi, where his father had married a Kochi princess in the 4th century AD. Afghanistan continued to be allied with India culturally, as is confirmed by the evidence from the site of Bamiyan. Indian Buddhists were in large numbers to China to preach. In AD 379, Buddhism was declared the state religion in China. This swelled the following. However, it had its tribulations, since later centuries saw the severe persecution of Buddhists. Chinese Buddhists were interested in obtaining the original Buddhist scriptures in Sanskrit and Pali, and a number of them, such as Faxian, Sungyan, Huansang, and Itsing, traveled and worked in India between AD 400 to 700. As a result, a number of Indian elements were introduced into Chinese culture. Perhaps the most obvious was the use of Indian techniques in sculpture and painting. Cave temples, widely used in Central Asia, became the tradition in China as well, and at first Indian artists were invited to decorate the walls with frescoes and to sculpt Buddhist images. Gradually, the work was taken up by Chinese artists. The Indian impress remained for a considerable time. Music, astronomy, and medical treatises were all enriched by contact with India. The expansion of the South Indian Sea trade with China helped to increase Sino-Indian contacts. During the Tang period, AD 618 to 907, Indian merchants resided at Canton, and Tang coins have been found in South India. That the Chinese ambassador could so effectively interfere in the political situation after the death of Harsha would point to the relations between the two countries being very close. Buddhism came to Japan via the mainland of China from the 7th century onwards. But in the 8th century, an Indian monk visited Japan and was pleasantly surprised at the number of Buddhists he found there and by the knowledge they showed of the Indian alphabet. The demands of trade with Rome had encouraged Indian enterprise in Southeast Asia, since it provided many of the commodities the Romans wanted: gold, spices, scented resins, and woods. Siberian gold ceased coming to India when the Romans came to control Parthia, and thus India sought gold elsewhere. Having once discovered the potentialities of Southeast Asia, Indian traders developed this trade on a large scale even after the decline of commerce with Rome. Trade led to settlements, which slowly developed into colonies. Indian influence permeated the local pattern of life, particularly in regions today known as Thailand, Cambodia, and Java. And yet, India sent no armies, the process being one of peaceful penetration. Chinese annals of this time refer to the Indian activities in Southeast Asia, mention Funan, the Mekong Delta, as the first sphere of activity. Small settlements were also made in the Malaya Peninsula, since it was connected with nearly all of the east coast maritime centers of India. Ships sailed from Tamralipti and Amaravati to Burma, Mathaban, and Indonesia. Ports of South India sent ships to Tenasserim, Trang, and the Straits of Malacca and Java. The West Coast ports also shared in the Southeast Asia trade. The nature of the Indian impact varied according to the region where it came. Initially, both Buddhists and Hindus visited and settled in these regions. Gradually, the tradition of Hinduism became stronger when Brahminical rites and ceremonies and the use of Sanskrit were adopted in court circles. Some of the finest Sanskrit inscriptions come from these areas. Geographical place names associated with the new religions were adopted. Example: Ayutthaya is the ancient capital of Thailand, was named after Ayodhya, the capital of the kingdom of Rama, the hero of Ramayana. Indian iconography were repeated in the images which were made in these countries. Yet with all these, they maintained their indigenous culture as well. The Indian impact is understandable in terms of a more advanced civilization meeting a less advanced one, with the elite of the latter molding themselves on the pattern of the former. But to refer to Southeast Asia during this period as Greater India is certainly a misnomer. The local culture was visible in all aspects of life in these countries, whether it was the Javanese version of the Ramayana, with only the bare bones of the Indian story have been retained, the rest being incorporations of traditional Javanese legends, or whether it was the conception of the God King amongst the Khmer rulers of Cambodia, where the idea of the God King both had a pre-Indian origin and was also influenced by Indian thought on the subject. In later centuries, Hinduism declined and Buddhism persisted. In time, the distinction between Hindu and Buddhist in Southeast Asian countries became hazy. The Thai court at Bangkok employs to this day Brahmins from India for all court ceremonies, and the Brahmins were maintained in comfort at Bangkok. Yet the state religion of Thailand is Buddhism. In its more orthodox form, that of the Hinai sect, Buddhism in South Asia became prevalent in about 7th and 8th century AD, contemporary with its entry into Tibet. Local modifications in both cases have been so strong that Buddhists from Cambodia could hardly recognize the Tibetan version as being the same religion. In court circles, the imitation of things Indian or Chinese in areas close to the Chinese border was considerable, but the rest of society in these countries maintained its own identity, despite its assimilation of certain imported customs. The Gupta period saw the acceptance of the Aryan pattern in northern India, an important aspect of which was that the status of the Brahmin was firmly established. The fact that a number of texts were rewritten with an underlining of the Brahmin viewpoint indicates the status was effective and powerful. The granting of lands to Brahmins, which increased in the post-Gupta period, emphasized the preeminence of the Brahmin in society. The Brahmins maintained this position by not only regarding themselves as the essential inheritors of the Aryan tradition, but also by monopolizing knowledge through their educational system and using this monopoly as an additional source of power. Aryan patriarchal society became the norm, and this was, for instance, in the lower this was and this is seen, for instance, in the lowering of the status of women, is indicative of the decline of the indigenous pre-Aryan culture. Yet, it is partially due to this continuing conflict between Aryan and non-Aryan cultures that the Aryan pattern did not dominate Indian life in its entirety. If at certain levels, such as those of the political and social elite, it was dominant, there were other levels where it had to make concessions. If the patriarchal stamp of Aryan society was typified in the low status of women became evident, so also did the opposing force and the increasing worship of the mother goddess and the fertility cults. That the imposition of the Aryan patterns on levels of society, other than those of the upper caste, was certain and incomplete, and is indicated by the development of Hindu worship, particularly in the post-Gupta centuries, where repeated concessions were made to popular cults, or by the fact that Shaivism, prevalent in South India and northern hill states, in its aspect of lingam worship, was in origin non-Aryan. Although the Aryan pattern was well established in the northern plain, the more southerly regions were to make their own contribution to Indian culture, a contribution which was not identical with that of the north. End of chapter 7 of the History of India, Vol.1, book by Romila Thapar. The end of chapter 7, the evolution of the classical pattern, in A History of India, Vol.1, book by Romila Thapar. This has been a reading by Citizen Zero of India. Our reading recordings are carried out at the studios of the B.L. Hemavati Literary Arts Foundation. Our reading recordings are made for the benefit of the reading disabled, the blind, children, and everyone else interested in our selection of recorded literary works. We end this reading today on August 8th, 2024. Thank our listeners for tuning in. You can access our books, our recorded works, on both Vox Olympia audiobook podcast as well as Citizen Zero audiobook podcast. Thank you very much for tuning in. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Good evening. Hello and welcome to Vox Olympia Audiobooks. I'm your reader, Citizen Zero of India. On this day, the 23rd of November, we continue with our reading from The History of India, Volume 1 by Romila Thapar. Today we continue with reading from Chapter 8, Conflict in the Southern Kingdoms, AD 500 to 900. Thank our listeners for tuning in. History of India, Volume 1, Chapter 8, Conflict in the Southern Kingdoms, AD 500 to 900. The passing of the power and influence of the Guptas and their immediate successors in northern India, the center of interest shifts southwards again to the western Deccan and even further south to Tamil Nadu. The most significant events of the period took place south of the Vindhyas and in spheres other than purely political. A synthesis of the dominant cultural strains of the time was to emerge. The assimilation of the Aryan pattern with the Dravidian culture. The institutions of South India were more firmly established at this time and were to maintain a remarkable continuity. The Pallava period in South India saw the culmination of what had been a gradual process of assimilating Aryan institutions. Greater assimilation of Aryan ideas being limited to upper strata of society. Amongst the rest, there was a reaction in which the indigenous culture sought to assert itself. The Pallava period, therefore, also saw the emergence of what might be broadly described as the Tamil personality, which was to contribute substantially to the development of Indian civilization. The process of assimilation and reaction can be seen in various spheres. For instance, the early inscriptions are in Prakrit and Sanskrit, but soon Tamil is introduced until finally the main corpus of inscriptions is in Tamil and Sanskrit. The kingdoms of the Western Deccan maintained their historical role of acting as the bridge between North and South and facilitating the transmission of ideas from one area to the other. But this was not a passive role, as is clear from the example of architectural history in this period, where the Deccan style provided new forms both for the northern and for the Dravidian styles. The political history of the Deccan and further south evolved a pattern based on the geopolitical influences of the region, a pattern which remained unbroken until recent times. It resulted from the conflict of two geographical regions, the Western Deccan and Tamil Nadu. The vast plateau areas enclosed by mountains along the coasts on one hand, and the fertile plains south of Madras on the other. Rivers rise in the west and flow into the Bay of Bengal. The division of the peninsula into the plateau kingdoms on the west and the coastal kingdoms on the east increased the desire of each to control the entire waterway, particularly the Godavari and Krishna river deltas. Krishna rivers. Vengi in modern Andhra Pradesh, lying between the Godavari and Krishna deltas, was frequently the bone of contention. The conflict was thus not so much dynastic as geographic, and consequently it continued through the centuries despite the rise and fall of particular dynasties. Xuanzang was struck by the fact that the area of cultivated land diminished the further south he traveled. In the absence of vast areas of fertile plains suitable for agriculture, large agrarian-based kingdoms could not develop, and the tendency to form small kingdoms based on local organization was an early and consistent feature in southern India. Not surprisingly, the kingdoms of Peninsula were oriented to regional loyalties far earlier than kingdoms of the north. For 300 years after the mid 6th century, three major kingdoms were involved in conflict. These were the Chalukyas of Badami, the Pallavas of Kanchipuram, and the Pandyas of Madurai. The Chalukyas built the kingdom on the ruins of the Vakatakas, who in turn had built theirs on the remains of that of the Satvahanas. The Vakatakas, allied to the Guptas, declined when the Gupta power was on the wane. The Chalukyas began with a base in northern Mysore at Vatapi or Badami and the adjacent Aihole, from where they moved northwards and annexed the former kingdom of the Vakatakas, which was centered around Nasik and the upper Godavari. The eastern part of the Satvahana kingdom, the deltas of the Krishna and the Godavari, had been conquered by the Ikshvaku dynasty in the 3rd century AD. The Ikshvaku rule in this region ended with its conquest by the Pallavas. The latter were also responsible for the overthrow of the Kadamba rulers and the annexation of their kingdom, which lay to the south of the Chalukya kingdom. The origin of the Pallavas in South India is under debate. Some writers have suggested that Pallava is a variant of Pahalava or Parthian, and that the Pallavas were originally Parthians who moved from western India to the east coast of the peninsula. During the wars between the Shakas and the Satvahanas in the 2nd century AD, others have suggested that they were a tribe from Vengi. Yet another tradition weaves a story around the name. We are told that a young prince fell in love with the Naga princess of the netherworld, and when he finally had to leave her, told her that if she set their child adrift with a young creeper or twig tied to its body, he would recognize the child on finding it and would bestow part of the kingdom on the child. This princess did, and the child was duly recognized and installed as the founder of the Pallava, literally meaning a young twig dynasty. This legend points to a foreign origin of the Pallavas and also suggests that they arose through a judicious marriage, the Naga chiefs being the symbolic of local power. This legend is not unique to the Pallavas, for a similar story is told about the Khmer kings of Cambodia, though probably the latter took it from the Pallava legend. The lack of detailed information on the origin of the dynasty probably facilitated the recognition of high caste status for the kings through a fabricated genealogy. The earliest records of the Pallavas are inscriptions in Prakrit, followed by inscriptions in Sanskrit, and subsequently in both Sanskrit and Tamil. The Prakrit inscriptions were made when the Pallavas were still a local dynasty ruling at Kanchipuram. The later inscriptions were carried out by what the historians have called the imperial Pallavas, when the dynasty controlled Tamil Nadu and became the first Tamil dynasty of real consequence. According to one of the earlier inscriptions, the Pallava king performed various Vedic sacrifices, including the Ashwamedha. It is difficult to determine whether these ceremonies had any real meaning at the time in South India, or for that matter, what significance they had for the local population, apart from being symbolic of accepting certain aspects of Aryan culture. Another king is remembered for having bestowed large quantities of gold on his subjects and distributed 8,000 ox plows. This clearly suggests that the early Pallavas encouraged the clearing and settling of new land, no doubt having realized the advantages of agriculture, both in tax and produce, as against a largely pastoral economy. Amongst the later group of Pallava rulers, Mahendravarman, 600 to 630 AD, was responsible. Mahendravarman I was responsible for the growing political strength of the Pallavas and established the dynasty as the arbiters and patrons of early Tamil culture. He was a contemporary of Harsha of Thanisar, and curiously enough, was also a dramatist and poet of some standing, being the author of a play, Matavilasa Prahasana, the delight of the drunkards. It was during his reign that some of the finest rock-cut Pallava temples were hewn, including the famous temples at Mahabalipuram. Mahendravarman began life as a Jaina, but was converted to Shaivism by the Saint Appar, a conversion which was to have disastrous results on the future of Jainism in Tamil Nadu. But his reign was not merely one of poetry, music, and temple building. Wars had also to be fought. His northern contemporary, Harsha, was too far away for there to be any conflict. But nearer home was the recently established Chalukya power, and Mahendravarman's contemporary was Pulakeshin II, who was determined to confine the ambition of the Pallavas and prevent their control over Vengi. This aim was to start a long series of Chalukya-Pallava wars, which ceased for a while on the termination of the two dynasties, but recommenced the rise of their successors. Pulakeshin tested the strength of his army by attacking the Kadambas and the Gangas to the south. His success in this campaign led him to make an equally successful attack on Andhra territory, and finally he faced the army of Harsha on the banks of the Narmada, which he defeated and pressed on to receive the submission of Lata, Malwa, and Gujarat. On returning to Badami, he conducted another successful campaign, this time against Mahendravarman the Pallava, resulting in the Chalukya acquisition of some of the northern Pallava provinces. The defeat of the Pallava was not to remain unavenged. Mahendravarman had died, but his successor, Narasimhavarman I, was determined to win back the lost provinces. And this he succeeded in doing with the assistance of the king of Ceylon in 642 AD. Narasimhavarman swept right into the capital of Badami, and his occupation of the city justified his claim to the title of Vatapikonda, the conqueror of Vatapi. Vatapikonda, conqueror of Vatapi. The next move was now to be made by the Chalukyas. Meanwhile, the Pallavas had been involved in naval warfare in support of their ally, the king of Ceylon, and who was trying to regain his recently lost throne. A 12-year interregnum in the Chalukya dynasty led to a respite from war. The Pallavas were busy with Ceylon. The Chalukyas were trying to unite a divided kingdom and curb their feudatories. In 655 AD, one of the sons of Pulakeshin succeeded in bringing about a semblance of unity, and the power of the Chalukyas was gradually restored, with the regaining of the territory lost to the Pallavas. The Chalukya provinces north of the Narmada River were ruled by a prince of the main family whose descendants were later referred to as Lata Chalukyas, named after the region over which they ruled. The Chalukya king was now free to give his attention to the Pallavas, who had been preparing for a renewal of the war. After a long, drawn-out campaign, the Pallavas once more swept into Badami. The losses were heavy on both sides, as is clear from a graphic description of the battle contained in a Pallava grant found in the vicinity of Kanchi. Doubtless, this was the case in all the campaigns, where the two armies of the Pallavas and the Chalukyas were equally matched, and victory was achieved by a narrow margin. The inability of each to hold the other's territory after annexing it would point to a similarity in military strength. The 40-year reign of Narasimhavarman was peaceful by comparison with that of the other Pallava kings. But this halcyon period ended in 731 AD, with the Chalukyas and the Gangas uniting in an attack on the Pallavas. The reigning king was killed in battle, and there was no direct heir. The Council of Ministers, in consultation with the College of Priests, appointed a member of the collateral branch of the family who reigned as Nandivarman II. The Chalukyas had avenged their earlier defeat in the usual manner by occupying Kanchi. The next move was now with the Pallavas, but at this point, there was a change in the situation, with the southern neighbors of the Pallavas joining in conflict. These were the Pandyas of Madurai, and they were not in sympathy with the Pallava cause, although their enmity was less than that of the Chalukyas. The Pandyas had established their position in the area to the south of Tamil Nadu by the 6th century, and they were to remain in control of this region for many centuries. The effectiveness of the control of this region varied according to the effectiveness of their relations with power in Tamil Nadu, despite the harassment caused to the Tamil dynasties by the Pandyas. The former never could obliterate the latter. The one exception to this picture of conflict amongst the southern powers was the relationship between the Pallavas and the Cheras, the latter being the people of the Malabar coast, modern Kerala. The Cheras were ruled by the Perumal dynasty. There is evidence of close contact between the Cheras and the Pallavas. Mahendravarman's play Mattavilasa was well known and frequently performed by the actors of Malabar. Sanskrit works of the period written for the Pallavas show considerable knowledge of Kerala. The Malabar coast at this time, from the 8th century onwards, was acting host to another influx of traders from the west, the Arabs. Unlike the Romans, the Arabs settled permanently in the coastal regions of South India, where they were welcomed as traders and given land for their trading stations. They were free to practice their religion as had been Christians in earlier centuries. The present-day Mappilas or Malabar Muslims are descendants of these settlers. The Malabar Muslims, being mainly traders, were not actively concerned with the large-scale conversion to Islam, and therefore adjustment with the local society was easier. In the previous century, the Arab armies had overrun Persia and had forcibly converted large number of Zoroastrians. However, many in the early 8th century fled by sea and by the coastal route from Persia to western India, where they settled after having been given asylum by the Chalukyas, and took to trade and were the founders of a community later known as Parsis, after the land of their origin, Persia. Meanwhile, the western possessions of the Chalukyas were being threatened. By the very people from whom the Parsis had fled. The Arabs had occupied Sindh in the 8th century and were advancing towards Chalukya territory. The latter Chalukyas managed to hold the Arabs back and thus allowed time for their southern neighbors to arm themselves. The immediate danger from the Arabs passed, but as a result, the Chalukyas were faced with an even more formidable threat. One of their feudatories, Danti Durga, claimed independence, and by slow stages his family overthrew the Chalukyas and established a new dynasty, the Rashtrakutas. The Pallavas survived the Chalukyas by about a century. But their authority during the 9th century was no longer that of a major power. The last of the Pallavas was assassinated by the son of a feudatory, and the imperial Pallava line came to an end. The Rashtrakuta kingdom battled on the weakness of the other kingdoms. The Pallavas were in decline, and their successors, the Cholas, had not yet entered the fray. There was no power in northern India strong enough to interfere with the affairs of the northern Deccan. The geographical position of the Rashtrakutas led to their being involved in wars and alliances with both northern and more frequently with the southern kingdoms. The Rashtrakutas interfered effectively in the politics of Kannauj, and this interference cost them many a campaign, though they did gain possession of Kannauj for a brief period in the early 10th century. Amogavarsha is probably the best remembered of the Rashtrakuta kings. His long reign, 814 to 880 AD, was militarily not brilliant, but was distinguished for royal patronage of the Jaina religion and of regional literature. Amogavarsha's main problem was the rebellious feudatories, one which remained a persistent trouble. The Chalukyas, reduced to feudatory status, were once again asserting themselves and were soon to overthrow the Rashtrakutas and install themselves as the rulers, bringing the wheel round full circle. Meanwhile, the rising power of the Cholas in Tamil Nadu was another threat to the independence of the Rashtrakuta kingdom. The first half of the 10th century saw the Rashtrakutas still in the ascendant, with one of their kings claiming the title of Conqueror of Kanchi. But this was a short-lived claim. By the end of the 10th century, the new rulers of Kanchi and the Chalukyas between them had brought the Rashtrakuta dynasty to an end, and the second line of Chalukyas was ruling the kingdom of the Rashtrakutas. This seesawing of dynasties was partly due to the fact that they were all fairly equally balanced in political and military strength. There was an absence of a highly centralized governmental system and the corresponding local autonomy at levels of village and district administration without too much interference from the capital. This autonomy was preserved to a far greater degree in Tamil Nadu, where the tradition was actively maintained for many centuries, than in Western India. The use of the term feudatory in this context applies most exclusively to political vassalage, the economic contract of the feudal tenure, and the obligations not being identical in every case. The feudal system with feudatories in the usual sense of the term was a later development. Amongst the Pallava kingship was held to be of divine origin and hereditary, and they claimed descent from the god Brahma. On one occasion, however, when there was no direct heir, a king was elected. But this was not looked upon as something unheard of. The kings took high sounding titles, some of which, such as Maharaja Adi Raja, were borrowed from the northern usage. Others were of local invention, such as Dharma Maharaja Adi Raja, great king of kings, ruling in accordance with the Dharma, and the more unusual Agitoma Vajpayee Asameda Yaji, he who has performed the Agnishtoma Vajpaya and Ashvamedha sacrifices, which sounds rather like a self-conscious declaration of conformity with the Vedic ideas. The king was assisted by a group of ministers, and in the later Pallava period, this ministerial council played a prominent part in state policy. Some of the ministers bore semi-royal titles and may well have been appointed from among the feudatories. There was the usual hierarchy of officials in charge of provincial administration in Tamil Nadu. The governor of a province was advised and assisted by officers in charge of districts who worked in close collaboration with local autonomous institutions, largely in an advisory capacity. These institutions appear to have been more common in the south than in northern India during this period. They were built on local relationship of caste, profession, and religious adherence. Frequent meetings or assemblies were essential to their functioning. Assemblies were of many varieties and at many levels, including those of merchant guilds, craftsmen, and artisans, such as weavers, oilmongers, etc., students, ascetics, and priests. There were assemblies of villagers and also representatives of districts. General meeting of the members of an assembly were held annually, and more frequently meetings of smaller groups were responsible for implementing policy. The smaller groups were chosen by lot from amongst the eligible persons and worked in a manner similar to modern committees, each group having its specific function. In the village, the basic assembly was the Sabha, which was concerned with all matters relating to the village, including endowments, irrigation, cultivated land, punishment of crime, the keeping of a census, and other necessary records. Village courts dealt with simple criminal cases. At a higher level, in towns and districts, the courts were presided over by government officers, with the king as the supreme arbiter of justice. The sabha was a formal institution, but it worked closely with the urar, an informal gathering of the entire village. Above this was a district council, which worked with the nadu, or district administration. Villages which were populated entirely or largely by Brahmins have preserved records of the functioning of assemblies and councils. It is often said that these autonomous bodies were restricted to such villages alone and did not exist in the villages with an overwhelmingly non-Brahmin population, for which records have not survived. But this does not necessarily follow, for it is unlikely that village assemblies, if they were found useful in a particular set of villages, would not become the norm for all villages in that region. The link between the village assembly and the official administration was the headman of the village, who acted both as the leader of the village and the mediator with the government. Further north, in the Deccan, there was less autonomy in administrative institutions. In the Chalukya domains, government officers were more involved in routine administration, even at the village level, than in the system prevalent further south. Village assemblies did function, but under the paternalistic eye of the official. The role of the headman as the leader of the village was also of a more formal nature. From the 8th century onwards, some of the Deccan rulers adopted the decimal system of administrative division, where groups of 10 villages or multiples of 10 were formed into districts. The grouping in multiples of 12 was also known, but was not in frequent use as yet. Land ownership rested with the king, who could make reverse grants, who could make revenue grants to his officers and land grants to Brahmins, or else continue to have the land cultivated by small-scale cultivators and landlords. Land ownership rested with the king, who could make revenue grants to his officers and land grants to Brahmins, or else continue to have the land cultivated by small-scale cultivators and landlords. The latter was the predominant practice. Crown lands were rented out to tenants at will. Private landowners bought land, and this gave them the rights of sale and gifting. Grants to officers were largely in lieu of salaries and did not stipulate provision of troops or revenue for the state, as was the case in a regular feudal structure. The status of the village varied according to the tenure prevailing, and could be one of the three. The more frequent was the village with an inter-caste population paying taxes to the king in the form of land revenue. Less frequent were the Brahmadeya villages, where the entire village or the lands of the village were donated to a single Brahmin or a group of Brahmins. These villages tended to be more prosperous than the others because the Brahmins did not pay any tax. Associated with the Brahmadeya grant was the Agrahara grant, an entire village settlement of Brahmins, the land being given as a grant. These were also exempt from tax, but the Brahmins could, if they so wished, provide free education to the local people. Finally, there were the Devadana, donated to the god, villages, which functioned more or less in the same manner as the first category of villages, except that the revenue from these villages was donated to a temple and was consequently received by temple authorities and not the state. The temple authorities assisted the village by providing employment for the villagers in the service of the temple wherever possible. This last category of villages gained greater significance when in the later centuries the temples became the centers of rural life. During the Pallava period, the first two types of villages were predominant. The term village as a rural unit included the homes of the villagers, gardens, irrigation works, mainly tanks of wells, cattle enclosures, wastelands, the village common, forests surrounding the village, streams passing through the village lands, the temple and the temple lands, the cremation ground, and the wet, irrigated, and dry lands under cultivation. Land commonly owned and used for specific purposes, such as that kept for sifting paddy, was also included. Rice was the staple crop and was used as both a unit of barter and as a commercial crop when harvested in surplus. There were extensive coconut palm plantations, the produce of the tree being put to varied use. Both the palmyra and the areca palm were cultivated, the latter largely for export. Orchards of mangoes and plantains were a regular feature of the landscape. Oil extracted from cotton and gingelly seeds was also in great demand. A special category of land, Eripati or tank land, was known only in South India. This was land donated by individuals, the revenue from which was set apart for the maintenance of the village tank, which indicates the dependence of the village on the tank for irrigation. Rainwater was stored in the tank so that land could be irrigated during the long dry spell in each year. The tank, lined with brick, or stone was built through the cooperative effort of the village, and its water was shared by all the cultivators. The maintenance of these tanks was essential to the village. Practically every inscription from the Pallava period pertaining to rural affairs refers to the upkeep of a tank. Wells came next in importance. Water was taken from the tank or the well by canals, and these were fitted with sluices to regulate the water level and prevent overflowing at the source. The distribution of water for irrigation was strictly supervised by a special tank committee appointed by the village. Water taken in excess of the amount permitted to a particular cultivator was taxed. Information Information on land tenures and taxation is available from the detailed records in the grants, which have survived mainly on copper plates. There were two categories of taxes levied in the village. The land revenue paid by the cultivator to the state varied from 1/6 to 1/10 of the produce of the land, and was collected by the village and paid to the state collector. The second category were local taxes, also collected in the village, but utilized for services in the village itself and its environs, and included funds for repairing irrigation works, decorating the temple, etc. The state land tax was low, and revenue was supplemented by additional taxes on drought cattle, toddy draws, marriage parties, potters, goldsmiths, washermen, textile manufacturers, weavers, brokers, letter carriers, and the makers of ghee, clarified butter. Unfortunately, the percentage of tax is not always indicated, and it doubtless varied according to the object taxed. The revenue came almost exclusively from rural sources, mercantile and urban institutions being as yet largely untapped. An example of a typical land grant engraved and preserved on copper plate is quoted below. It is found near a village in the vicinity of Pondicherry in 1879. It consists of 11 plates strung on a ring of copper, the two ends of which are soldered and stamped with a royal seal depicting a bull and a lingam, the Pallava symbol. It is a record of a grant of a village made in the 22nd year of the king Nandivarman, 753 AD, and it commences with a eulogy of the king in Sanskrit, followed by the details of the grant in Tamil, and a concluding verse in Sanskrit. The quotation is from the Tamil section, and it is significant that the most relevant sections of these grants were in Tamil and not in Sanskrit. The author of the above eulogy was Trivikrama. The above is an order of the king, dated in the 22nd year of his reign. Let the inhabitants of Urukatukotam see. Having seen the order which was issued after the king had pleased to give Kodukali village of our country, having expropitiated the former owners at the request of Brahma Yuvaraja, having anointed Gorasharman as the effector of the grant, having excluded previous grants to temples and grants to Brahmins, having excluded the house of the cultivators to the extent of altogether 2 patti, a measure of land, as a Brahmadeya grant, to Shetiranga Somayajin, Shetiranga, who performs the Soma sacrifice, who belongs to Bharadvaja Gotra, a Brahmin exogamous sept, follows the Chandra Yoga Sutra and resides at Pune. We, the inhabitants, went to the boundaries which the headman of the Nadu district pointed out, circumambulated the village from right to left, and planted milk bushes and placed stones around it. The boundaries of this village are: the eastern boundary is to the western boundary of Palayor, the southern boundary is to the northern boundary, north of the boundary of Palayor, the western boundary is to the east of the boundary of Manarpakam and of the boundary of Kolipakam, and the northern boundary is to the south of the boundary of Velimanalur. The Doni shall enjoy the wet land and the dry land included within these 4 boundaries. Wherever the iguana runs and the tortoise crawls, and shall be permitted to dig river channels and inundation channels for conducting water from the Sayarao, the Vetala, and the tank of Tirayan. Those who take and use the water in these channels by pouring out baskets, by cutting branch channels, or by employing small levers, shall pay a fine to be collected by the king. He, the Doni, and his descendants shall enjoy the houses, house gardens, and so forth, and shall have the right to build houses and the halls of burnt tiles. The land included within these boundaries we have endowed with all exemptions. He himself shall enjoy the exemptions obtaining in this village without paying for the oil mills and looms, the hire of well diggers, the share of the Brahmins of the king, the share of the Shengodi plant, the share of the Kalal type of fig tree, the share of Kanitu, the share of corn ears, the share of the headman, the share of the potter, the sifting of paddy, the price of ghee, the price of cloth, the share of cloth, the hunters, the messengers, dancing girls, the grass, the best cow and the best bull, the share of the districts, cotton threads, servants, palmyra, molasses, the fines to the accountant and the minister, the tax on planting water lilies, the share of the water lilies, the 4th part of the trunks of old trees of various kinds, including the areca palms and coconut trees. End quote. The grant was made in the presence of local authorities, of the ministers and of the secretaries. Since there was no large areas under cultivation on a scale as vast as that in the Ganges plain, The Pallavas and the Chalukyas had a limited income from land. The mercantile activity had not developed sufficiently to make substantial contribution to the economy. Much of the revenue was to maintain an army. The system of feudal levies was known but was not relied upon to any great extent. The king, preferring a standing army, was under his direct control. The army consisted in the main of foot soldiers and cavalry with a small body of elephants. Chariots were by now almost out of fashion and in any case were ineffective in the hilly terrain where much of the fighting took place. Cavalry, which was the most effective arm in the circumstances, was also the most expensive, since the availability of horses was limited, and the import of horses from Western Asia was costly. Army officers could, if occasion demanded, be used in civil administration, but generally there was a clear distinction between civil and military functions. The Pallavas developed a navy and built dockyards at Mahabalipuram and Negapattinam. However, the Pallava navy was inconsiderable as compared to the naval strength that South India was to acquire under the Cholas. For the Pallavas, the navy had other purposes as well as fighting. It assisted in maritime trade with Southeast Asia, where by now there were three major kingdoms: Cambodia, Champa, Annam, and Srivijaya, the southern Malay Peninsula, and Sumatra. Which were in close contact with India, with South Indian merchants in particular traveling out in search of trade. On the west coast, the initiative in trade with the Occident was gradually passing into the hands of the foreign traders settled along the coast, mainly the Arabs. Indian traders were becoming suppliers of goods rather than carriers of goods to foreign countries, and communications with the West became indirect via the Arabs and limited to trade alone. With Southeast Asia, however, the continuity of cultural contacts increased, with Pallava architectural styles and the Tamil script extensively used among the local royalty. Tamil Nadu was to make a major contribution to the evolution of ideas and forms in this region with the cultural pattern which it exported to Southeast Asia. Perhaps the most obvious sign of the influence of Aryan culture in the south was the preeminent position given to the Brahmins both in status and in gifts of land. Aryanization is also evident in the evolution of educational institutions in the Pallava kingdom. In the early part of this period, education was controlled by the Jainas and the Buddhists, but gradually Brahmins superseded them. The Jainas had brought with them their religious literature in Sanskrit and Prakrit, but they had also begun to use Tamil. Jainism had been extremely popular, but the competition of Hinduism in the succeeding centuries reduced the number of its adherents. In addition, Mahendravarman I lost interest in Jainism and took up the cause of Shaivism, thus depriving the Jainas of valuable royal patronage.
The Jainas had developed a few educational centers near Madurai and Kanchi, and religious centers such as the one at Shravana Belagola. But the majority of the Jaina monks tended to scatter and isolate themselves in small caves tucked away in hills and forests, the most beautiful amongst them being at the Sitanavasal in Pudukkottai, where traces of elegant murals remain. Monasteries continued to be the nucleus of the Buddhist educational system and were located in the region of Kanchi, the valleys of the Krishna and the Godavari rivers, and the district of Nellore. Buddhist centers were concerned with the study of Buddhism per se, particularly as this was the period of intense controversy between Buddhists and Hindu sects, and considerable time was being spent in debating the finer points of theology, with Buddhism fighting a losing battle. Royal patronage, which the Buddhists lacked, gave an advantageous position to the protagonists of Hinduism. Hindu colleges, Gatikas, were generally attached to the temples. Entry to these colleges was first open to any twice-born Hindu. Gradually, however, they became exclusively Brahmin institutions and consequently confined themselves to advanced study, although in some cases they were endowed by merchants. Extensive royal patronage led to their being politically active, in that they were centers either of loyalty to the monarch or of political opposition when supported by disaffected members of the royal family. Apart from the university at Kanchi, which acquired fame equal to that of Nalanda, there were a number of other Sanskrit colleges. In the 8th century, the Mata became popular. This was a combination of a rest house, a feeding center, and an education center, which indirectly brought publicity to the particular sect with which it was associated. The Matas naturally served a more useful purpose in places where pilgrims gathered and where religious discussion could be more effective. Sanskrit was the recognized medium in these colleges and was also the official language at the court, which led to its adoption in the literary circles. Two outstanding works in Sanskrit set the standard for Sanskrit literature in the south. These were Bharavi's Kiritarjunaya and Dandin's Dashakumara Charita, the Tale of 10 Princes. There was a tendency, however, to conscious literature laboring which was carried to an extreme in another work of Dandin's, a poem which was written with such skill that it could be read both forwards and in reverse, and in the one case narrating the story of Ramayana, and in the other the story of the Mahabharata. Those who indulged in and acclaimed this degree of artificiality in literature remained unaware of the new languages which were to be the vehicles of new literature: Tamil in the far south and Kannada in the Deccan. References are made to the existence of considerable literature in Kannada at this time.
little has survived. A 7th century inscription of a Chalukya king at Badami mentions Kannada as the local Prakrit or natural language, and Sanskrit as the language of culture, which neatly summarizes the relationship between the two languages. Tamil could by now claim poetry of both lyric and epic variety. Even didactic poems frequently deriving from Jaina inspirations were known and recited, such as those of the Kural and the Naladiyar. Somewhat later came the two Tamil epic poems, Shilapadikaram and Manimegalai, both of which show a familiarity with Sanskrit literary style, but avoid the tendency towards excessive ornamentation which lesser works in Sanskrit had begun to manifest. The development of Tamil was furthered by a popular religious movement propagated by a group of hymnologists and popular preachers, who are also often called the Tamil saints in modern studies of this period. Tamil was widely used in composition of these saints, and consequently its evolution was accelerated as compared to other southern languages. The penetration of northern culture into the south resulted in some of the patterns, ideas, and institutions of north being assimilated, whereas others were rejected or modified. Some acted as catalysts and produced new forms both in South Indian and North Indian life. The Tamil devotional cult was one result of this interaction of North and South. In the movement of people from the North towards the South in the course of trade and to some extent to settle, a certain acceptance of new ideas had taken place. Brahmins came as keepers of the Vedic tradition, which they believed to be the most sacrosanct and valuable contribution of northern India. In any case, the Vedic tradition of Aryan culture had to be preserved from too much contamination with the Mlechas, the Shakas, Kushanas, and later the Huns. As keepers of this tradition, they were venerated in the south and found their supporters in the kings of the peninsula, who, like the most royalty anywhere, sought the highest respectability available by conforming to tradition. In this case, the tradition as interpreted by the Brahmins, whether through the performance of Vedic sacrifice or through liberal grants to those familiar with the Vedas. No doubt, the kings felt that to conform with the Vedic period would bestow a higher status on them. The Brahmins claim to being in communication with the gods, and their supposed ability to manipulate the unseen powers was more convincing to the Tamil kings than the claims of the indigenous priests. An additional incentive to accepting the Vedic pattern was the promise of heavenly rewards. The Vedic tradition was reinforced by other developments a movement began which sought to cleanse the Vedic philosophy of its obscurities and inconsistencies, and thereby make it more comprehensible and acceptable to people at large. It arose from the attempt of a highly perceptive Brahmin, Shankaracharya, to face the increasing challenge to organized Brahmanism from the heterodox sects and the popular devotional cult. This Brahmin, who came from Kerala, achieved fame as the new interpreter of the Vedanta school and a propagator of Advaita monism philosophy. Shankara maintained that the world we see around us is an illusion, Maya, for the reality lies beyond and cannot be perceived through existing human senses. Asceticism alone enables one to control these senses and direct them in a manner which permits a glimpse of the reality. He traced his teachings to the Upanishadic thought, and for him the Vedas were sacred and above question. He was opposed to unnecessary ritual and wished to clear Hindu worship of many meaningless rites, to which end he established his own matas, where a simplified worship was practiced. The matas were at Badrinath in the Himalayas, Puri in Orissa, Dwarka in the western coast, and Sringeri in the south, all places which collected large number of pilgrims. These institutions were richly endowed and soon had branches elsewhere, becoming centers of Shankara's teaching. In addition, he encouraged missionary members of his ascetic order to propagate his teaching. The philosophy and organization adopted by Shankara closely resembled those of the Buddhists, who were indignant, as can be well understood, at a movement intended to destroy them by their own methods. Shankara traveled extensively in the subcontinent, displaying the brilliance of his mind in discussion and debates, and converting others to the cause of Vedanta and Advaita. His own enthusiasm in debating with the opponents of Vedanta spurred philosophical centers into new speculative thinking, where earlier they had tended to be stagnant. But Shankara's philosophy contained within it the possibilities of a negative reaction as well. That the world around us is an illusion, and there is no incentive to try to understand its functioning or to derive empirical knowledge from it. This logical corollary may have been in part the cause of the rather pedantic intellectualism which became characteristics of these centers in the later centuries. Vedic culture was not the only type of culture which traveled south. In the sphere of religion, other groups, either anti-Vedic or non-Vedic in feeling, were also present. Apart from Jainism and Buddhism, there arrived the Bhagavata and the Pashupata cults, the cults of devotion to Vishnu and Shiva respectively. Theism, with an emphasis on personal worship, rather than sacrificial ritual. And these were to strike roots in the populace whilst royalty was busily concentrating itself with Vedic ritual. Eventually, the devotional cult was to prove stronger than any other religious force in the south, and this was recognized even by royal patrons. Jainism and Buddhism had gradually to give way to a new form of religious worship, the devotional cults of Tamil saints, which were among the early expressions of what later came to be called the Bhakti movement. The devotional aspect was formulated in relationship between God and man based on love, a formulation which had not been so strongly stressed in earlier Hindu thought. The worshipper, recognizing a feeling of inadequacy, declared his love for God who, was believed, permitted a reciprocal relationship, described poignantly in one of the Tamil poems, hymns. Quote, "When you see his face, praise him with joy, worship him with joined palms, bow before him so that his feet touch your head. Old and mighty will be his form, holy and mighty will be his form, rising to heaven, but his sterner face will be hidden, and he will show you the form of a young man, fragrant and beautiful. And his words will be loving and gracious. Don't be afraid. I knew you were coming." End quote. Tamil devotionalism achieved a great wave of popularity in the 6th and 7th centuries AD, and was continued in the hymns and sermons of the Nayanars, the Shaivite saints, the Alvars, the Vaishnavite saints, the hymns dedicated to Shiva and Vishnu have been preserved in two separate collections, Tirumurai and the Nalayira Prabandham. Nalayira Prabandham. Of the Shaivite saints, the most popular was Appar, who is said to have converted the king Mahendravarman. Sambandar, Manikavasagar, and Sundarar, the Vedic god, were either denied or ignored, the emphasis being not on the object of worship, but on the relationship involved in the worship, the relationship between man and God. Manika Vasagar explains it in his hymns. Quote, "Indra or Vishnu or Brahma, their divine bliss crave not I. I seek the love of thy saints, though my house perish thereby. To the worst hell will I go, so but thy grace be with me. Best of all, how could my heart think of a God beside thee? I had no virtue, penance, knowledge, self-control, a doll to turn. At others' will I danced, whistled, fell, but me he filled in every limb with love's mad longing, that I might climb there whence there is no return. He shewed his beauty and made me his. Ah, me, when shall I go to him? End quote. A similar feeling finds expression in a hymn addressed to Vishnu by Namalvar. Quote, Thou hast not yet been gracious enough to extend thy sympathy towards thy consort, the singer, before she gives up her ghost in despair owing to thy indifference. Show so much of at least of thy mercy as to send word to thy consort through thy messenger and vehicle Garuda, the storehouse of kindness, not to pine away, but to take courage a little, till thou, Lord and Master, returnest as expected, which will assuredly take place soon. End quote. Although there were some Brahmins among the writers of hymns, the majority belonged to the lower castes, being artisans and cultivators. They came from various parts of the Tamil country and travelled extensively. Perhaps the most revolutionary feature was that there were women saints as well, such as Andal, whose hymns were much revered. Andal saw herself as the beloved of the god Vishnu and sang verses on her love for him, which foreshadow the verses of Mirabai, a princess of Rajasthan, who was to become equally famous as a bhakti singer many centuries later. Although Tamil culture eventually rejected Buddhism and was not particularly loyal to Jainism, the impact of both these religions is evident in Tamil devotional cult, which, in its social approach, leaned towards rejecting the established order of society as stratified in the caste structure and received support from the lower castes. The theism of the Bhagavata cult was derived from the ideas in the Upanishads and the heterodox doctrines, and the theism of the Tamil cult had similar origins. The concept of a compassionate God was due to the influence of Buddhist ideas, more specifically in the notion of the compassionate bodhisattva. Though here, the Christians of Malabar may have made a contribution as well. The feeling of human inadequacy and sin, which became an important facet of the Tamil cult, owes more to Buddhist ancestry than to Vedic. The decline of the heterodox sects coincided with the rise of the Tamil cult, and it is probable that the latter de- deprived the former of much of the potential following. Although never so recognized by the Brahmins, the Tamil devotional cult was in part a resistance to the Aryanization of the region. The Brahmins enjoyed royal patronage, but the cult was widely supported by the ordinary people. Although in later centuries, when established order had arrived at a compromise with it, royal patronage was frequently extended to the cult. The Brahmins propagated Hinduism through esoteric theories and the use of Sanskrit. The devotional cult expressed itself in easily understood forms and used only the popular language, Tamil. The Brahmins were obsessed with caste regulations and rigidly excluded non-Brahmins from participation in religious knowledge. The Tamil saints not only ignored caste, but excluded no one for caste reasons alone. Organized religion under the aegis of the Brahmins was well fortified, with finance and patronage, both of which came either from royalty or from the wealthy merchants. The local temple was the nucleus of religious life, and here the two levels of religion, the Brahminical and the devotional, met. The temple was maintained from endowments which consisted either of villages and agricultural lands if the donors were of the royal family, or else came from the investment of capital if the donors were merchants or guilds. The smaller accessories of the temple, such as subsidiary images, lamps, oil, etc., were generally obtained through individual donations of lesser members of the community. The temple attendants were of various categories. Brahmins alone could conduct the service in the sanctum sanctorum. Members of other castes looked after the cleanliness of the temple, played music for the ceremonies in the temple, lighted the lamps, sorted the flowers and garlands necessary for the worship of the images. The unclean Shudras, such as the potters and the tanners and the outcasts, were not permitted to enter the precincts of the temple, since their presence would pollute it. Whenever the endowments and attendance of the temple increased sizably, as they were gradually doing, a formal managing committee was appointed to supervise the administration of the endowments and the employees of the temple. Religious hymns and music were popularized by the Tamil saints, and the singing of these hymns became a regular feature
of temple ritual. The veena was probably the most frequently used instrument, its origin being the bow harp, familiar to both the Indian subcontinent and the ancient Middle East. Sometime around the 5th century AD, it was replaced in India by a lute with a pear shaped body. Some 2 centuries later, it took the form in which it is found today, a small gourd body with a long fingerboard. The dancing was also included in the ritual at the temple. Originating with folk dancing, the choreography of temple dancing became the highly sophisticated and complex renderings of religious themes, as apparent in its final form, Bharatanatyam. The dance according to the choreographical rules of Bharata, as explained in his text, Natya Shastra. From the Pallava period onwards, trained groups of dancers were maintained by the more prosperous temples. Pallava temples were usually freestanding buildings, but the vogue set by the Buddhists for cave temples still continued. The Brahmins and Buddhists vied with each other in cutting shrines and temples into the Deccan hills, where by this time worship at these shrines may have been open to anyone, the rivalry between the two religions not being particularly felt by ordinary people. The most impressive of these cave temples are the Buddhist shrines at Ajanta and the Buddhist and Hindu temples at Ellora. Even the Jainas joined in and excavated a few temples at the latter site. The walls of the Buddhist cave shrines were covered with murals illustrating Buddhist narratives, whilst treating a religious theme. These murals displayed a religious cross-section of contemporary life. These murals displayed a rich cross-section of contemporary life. To cover the walls of deep-cut caves with murals was an achievement of no mean order, considering the difficulty of adequate lighting and working conditions in these vast caves. The tradition of murals in cave shrines had begun in the early centuries AD, but the finest examples at Ajanta date to Vakataka and the Chalukya patronage in the 5th and 6th century AD. The technique of painting was that of a fresco secco. The actual painting being done on a dry surface, a paste consisting of powdered rock, clay, or cow dung mixed with chaff and molasses was smeared on a wall as a ground. This was carefully smoothed out, and while still wet, was laid over with a coat of fine lime wash. Color was applied when the ground had dried, and the final work was burnished. The colors were made from minerals and plants, and still retain some of their original brilliance. Murals were common not only in cave temples, but in the freestanding temples of the south as well. In the case of the former, some of the murals may have been painted by the monks, although artists must have been employed in most cases, in order to arrive at the professional excellence of the examples, such as those visible today at Ajanta, Sitanavasal, Bagh, and Kanchipuram. Murals were not restricted to religious monuments alone, since judging by their literary descriptions, domestic architecture was also embellished with paintings. But unfortunately, these have not survived. A more distant region where this tradition of Indian painting was adopted was Central Asia, commencing at Bamiyan in Afghanistan and traversing Central Asia and the Gobi Desert, are a series of Buddhist monasteries with shrines cut into the hills, whose walls are covered with murals. Sites such as Meran and Tuan Huang contain some of the finest murals in this tradition, fortunately well preserved for centuries in the dry desert and of Central Asia. Rock-cut temples were common in the Pallava period, and these were akin to the Buddhist cave shrines. The monolithic temples at Mahabalipuram, for instance, still show traces of barrel vaults and archways generally associated with the Buddhist cave shrines of the Deccan. The earliest stone structural temples were built at Mahabalipuram, the famous Shore Temple, and Kanchi, but this form came to its prime only in the Chola period. The Chalukya temples evolved from the Gupta shrines, but in their period of maturity they were to influence both the northern Indian and Dravidian styles of architecture. The rock-cut temples on the island of Elephanta near Bombay are examples of a mature stage in this style. Aihole and Badami, although now in ruins, still furnish examples of the developed Deccan style, but perhaps the most spectacular example is the Kailashnath temple at Ellora, which is a transition from the rock-cut to the freestanding style on a massive scale. It was built, or rather hewn, during the reign of one of the Rashtrakuta kings in the 8th century. When finished, it was a freestanding temple open to the skies, wholly cut from the rock of the hillside, to which no further material was added. The plan of a freestanding temple is rigorously adhered to, and it is stylistically close to the Dravidian temple. The Kailashnath temple is approximately of the same area as the Parthenon at Athens, and is 1.5 times higher than the Greek structure. The number of stone cutters and workmen employed equivalent the number of stone cutters and workmen employed and the expenses involved in cutting the temple must have been immense, or perhaps equivalent in the cost to a major war. It has been suggested that it was nevertheless cheaper to cut a temple from the rock than to build a freestanding structure of the same dimensions. This supposition may in part account for the prolonged popularity of the rock-cut shrine and temple. The freestanding temples at Aihole and Badami in the Deccan and at Kanchipuram and Mahabalipuram in the Tamil country provide a better background for sculpture than the rock art temples. The Deccan style in sculpture shows a close affinity to the Gupta. Pallava sculpture owed more to the Buddhist traditions and remained on the whole both more monumental and more definitely linear in form, avoiding the tendency to ornamentation which occurred quite early in the Deccan sculpture. Yet the sculpture and the architecture of the Deccan and the Tamil Nadu were not mere offshoots of the northern tradition. They were distinctly recognizable as different and have a personality of their own. The basic form was taken from the older tradition, but the end result unmistakably reflected its local genius. These developments were typical of the culture of the peninsula, and particularly of South India at this time. With the emergence of the southern personality, an amalgam of Dravidian and Aryan patterns, Indian culture, which had already received enriching infusions, underwent a further change with the impact of yet another influence, this time from South India. It is possible, at this stage, to think in terms of the entire subcontinent, since there are now far more real contact between the various regions. The rapid diffusion of the ideas of Shankaras points to this. The outburst of the Bhakti cult in various parts of India, although it was not a contemporary expression and was inaugurated by the Tamil devotional cult, nevertheless suggests that a minimum common characteristic was beginning to emerge in the various regions of the subcontinent. End of chapter 8. Conflict in the southern kingdoms, AD 500 to 900, from the book The History of India by Romila Thapar. This is a recording by Citizen Zero of India for Vox Olympia audiobooks on this day, the 23rd of November. Our Vox Olympia audiobooks are recorded for the benefit of the reading and the literary disabled, children, the blind, and everyone else interested in our selection of recorded works. Vox Olympia audiobooks are recorded at the studios of the B.L. Hemavati Literary Arts Foundation. We thank our listeners for tuning in this evening for this reading. Thanks and bye-bye.
Hello and welcome to Vox Olympia audiobooks. I'm your reader, Citizen Zero of India. This evening on November 24th, 2024, we continue with recording from The History of India, Vol.1 by Romila Thapar. Today's reading, we continue with Chapter 9.
the south in the ascendant. AD 900 to 1300. Pattern of conflict between warring parties persisted for several centuries. Although the Cholas were in the ascendant during the 11th and 12th centuries, the strains to which they were subjected to from other kingdoms continued. The Pallavas succumbed to a combined attack from their southern neighbors, the Pandyas and their feudatories, the Cholas, in the 9th century. For 300 years, the Pallava chiefs remained as minor feudatories of the Cholas until finally they disappeared. During these 300 years, the Cholas fought to assert themselves, finally emerging as the dominant power in the south. Their earlier conflict was with the declining Rashtrakutas, whose place was then taken by a revived branch of the Chalukyas, known as the later Chalukyas, rising to power in the western Deccan. The Deccan during this period is divided into a number of smaller kingdoms of similar status, each of whom the Cholas were at war at some stage. The political alignments involved the later Chalukyas, the Yadavas of Devagiri, northern Deccan in the region of Aurangabad, the Kakatiyas of Warangal, Andhra, and the Hoysalas of Dorasamudra, Mysore. In their last years of power, the Cholas were weakened by the continued incursions of the Hoysalas and the Pandyas. The ascendancy of the south was due not solely to the power of the Cholas, but also to the fact that this period saw the crystallization of Tamil culture in whatever sphere, whether of social institutions, religion, or the fine arts. The standards established during this period were regarded as classical and came to dominate the pattern of living in the South and to influence, modify at certain levels, the patterns existing elsewhere in the peninsula. Although in the Western Deccan, for instance, this influence did not survive the Cholas. This was also the period which saw the spread of Chola culture to areas in Southeast Asia
and the active intervention, both political and economic, of South India in the commerce of this region to a far greater degree than ever before. The Cholas had ruled as chieftains in Tamil Nadu since the 1st century AD. Towards the middle of the 9th century, one of them conquered the region of Tanjore, the heart of Tamil Nadu, declared himself the ruler of an independent state, sought to establish his status by claiming descent from the Solar race. In AD 907, the first important ruler of the Chola dynasty, Parantaka I, came to power and ruled for almost half a century. He secured the southern frontier of the kingdom by campaigning against the Pandyas and capturing their capital, Madurai. This brought him into contact with Ceylon, with whom the Pandyas had had close relations, and hostilities between Ceylon and the Tamil Nadu began, which were to last through several decades. The later part of Parantaka's reign saw Chola defeat at the hands of the Rashtrakutas, with the latter occupying many of the recently acquired northern districts of the Chola kingdom. There followed a period of 30 years in which a succession of weak kings brought about a decline in the power of the Cholas. Soon the pendulum was to swing the other way. The Rashtrakutas were being harassed by the one-time feudatories and future overlords, the Chalukyas. In the confusion, Chola territory lost to the Rashtrakutas was gradually recovered, and the Chola power became solidly established with the accession of Rajaraja I from 985 to 1014 AD, and of his son and successor Rajendra, which allowed of 50 years in which the Chola kingdom could be consolidated and stabilized. The reigns of both father and son were taken up with extensive campaigns in almost every direction. Rajaraja began by attacking the alliance between Kerala, Ceylon, and the Pandyas in order to try to break the monopoly of Western trade held by these kingdoms.
The Arabs were by now well established as the traders on the west coast of India and had the support of the rulers of Kerala. The Cholas were aware of the Arab competition in the Southeast Asian trade and tried to strike at the root of this competition by bringing Malabar under their control. At a later date, Rajaraja conducted a naval attack on the Maldive Islands, which had assumed importance in the Arab trade. The Cholas, although unable to strike directly at the Arab trade, caused havoc in Ceylon with a devastating campaign, and the existing capital, Anuradhapura, was destroyed, and the Cholas moved the capital to Polonnaruwa. Campaigns against the rulers of the Deccan states continued apace. Ghosts of the old Pallava-Chalukya conflict over the rich province of Vengi reappeared in wars between the Cholas and the later Chalukyas over the same area. Rajendra I ruled jointly with his father for 2 years, succeeding him in 1014 AD. The policy of expansion continued with the annexation of the southern provinces of the Chalukyas, the region of modern Hyderabad. Campaigns against Ceylon and Kerala were also renewed. Rajendra's ambition had turned northwards, even as far as the Ganges Valley. An expedition set out and marching through Orissa reached the banks of the Ganges, where it is said that the water of the sacred river was taken to the Chola capital. Rajendra did not hold the northern regions for long, the position being similar to that of Samudragupta's campaign in the south almost 700 years earlier. Even more ambitious was Rajendra's overseas campaign, involving both his army and his navy against the kingdom of Srivijaya in Southeast Asia. It has been suggested that this major undertaking arose from a desire for an overseas empire. Had this been so, the campaign would have been followed up with Indian colonization of the areas annexed in an attempt to conquer more of the hinterland. Since this did not happen, the cause for war may be sought in their desire to protect Indian commercial interests from interference. By the 10th century, there was a well-developed trade between China and South India. Ships passed through the seas held by the kingdom of Srivijaya, the southern Malay Peninsula and Sumatra, and the latter realized that it would be more lucrative for local traders if the China-India trade could be made to terminate in Srivijaya, with local middlemen taking the goods to their eventual destinations. Indian merchants in Srivijaya territory were threatened, and this raised the wrath of the Chola, who may well have had his own investment in this trade, and the result was an attack on the Srivijaya.
From the point of view of its own mercantile interests, Srivijaya was justified in wishing to interfere in the China-India trade, but in this case military power decided the issue. The campaign was successful in that a number of strategic places along the Straits of Malacca were captured by the Chola forces, and for a while at least, Indian shipping and commerce was safe in their passage through Srivijaya territory. The successors of Rajendra I turned their attention to conflicts within the peninsula, and the struggle with the Chalukyas, the province of Vengi, was revived. The old pattern repeated itself. Lightning raids into each other's territory. A Chola raid into the heart of the Chalukya territory saw the sacking of the capital at Kalyani. This was avenged in 1059 by the Chalukya king. The rivalry became somewhat less intense during the reign of the Chola king Kulotunga I, 1070 to 1118 AD, perhaps because he had the Chalukya blood on his mother's side, and this introduced a new element into the relationship. The enemies of the far south, the Pandyas, Kerala, and Ceylon, remained at war. Srivijaya, still smarting under the defeat by Rajendra, was peaceful. This permitted a steady improvement in the commerce of South India and better communications with the Chinese, to whom Kulotunga sent an embassy of 72 merchants in 1077. By the third quarter of the 12th century, Chola ascendancy was waning. Provinces on the fringes of the kingdom were being eroded by neighbors. The power of the feudatories in the Deccan had increased, and the central control weakened. Frequent campaigns had exhausted Chola resources, and although they had finally succeeded in establishing their supremacy, it was at the cost of their own stability. Furthermore, the eventual breaking of Chola power was to recoil. The eventual breaking of the Chalukya, furthermore, the eventual breaking of the Chalukya power by the Cholas was to recoil on the Cholas themselves, since it removed the controlling authority over the Chalukya feudatories, who set up their own kingdom and prepared to attack the Chola kingdom. Among these, the most powerful were the Yadavas, the Hoysalas, and the Kakatiyas. The Yadavas kept mainly to the northern Deccan, and their contribution to the final disintegration of the Chola was insignificant. The Hoysala and the Kakatiyas became active from the 12th century onwards. The latter, having won their independence from the Chalukyas, retired to enjoy it, except for periods when they were in action against the Cholas. The main attack on the Cholas from the west came from the Hoysalas,
and this the Cholas were able to resist. But their older enemy, the Pandya king of Madurai, saw this as an ideal opportunity to revive hostilities, and the Chola strength had therefore to be diverted to two fronts, the western and the southern. The rise of the Hoysalas is in many ways representative of several dynasties of the Deccan during this period and in subsequent centuries. The family began as hill chieftains whose main source of revenue was brigandage, an unfailing source in the hilly districts of the Ghats and the high regions of the plateau. Owing to the political confusion during the changes of dynasty, the hill people were eager to gain the protection of a powerful leader. Their support gave enough strength to the early Hoysalas to move down into the plains, from where an even more reliable source of revenue, taxes, was available. The people of the plains bought off the attacks from the hill chieftains by agreeing to pay tribute. The paying of taxes sometimes led to political loyalty as well. Gradually, the former hill chieftains found themselves the virtual possessors of small kingdoms, on the basis of which they established a dynasty. Not all such dynasties survived, but some were swallowed up by existing kingdoms. Those that did survive became kingdoms in their own right. It was Vishnuvardhana who established a kingdom for the Hoysala dynasty. He ruled during the first half of the 12th century, and the Hoysalas were still theoretically the feudatories of the Chalukyas. The core of the kingdom was at Dorasamudra, near modern Mysore, and Vishnuvardhana prepared the way for the political independence by consolidating his strength around his capital. Vishnuvardhana is also remembered for his interest in the teachings of the Vaishnava philosopher Ramanuja, who persuaded the king to forsake Jainism for Vaishnavism. The consolidation of the Hoysala kingdom was continued by Balala II, the grandson of Vishnuvardhana, and resulted in the domination of the southern Deccan by the Hoysalas. To the north, however, the Hoysalas met with opposition from the Yadavas of Devagiri, who had also expanded their kingdom at the expense of the Chalukya territory, and by the 13th century they had laid claim to Gujarat, which unfortunately for them they could not hold for long. The Yadavas and the Hoysalas were to last until the 14th century, when a totally new force in the politics of northern India, the Turkish sultans of Delhi, intervened in the affairs of the Deccan, an intervention which led to the overthrow of the existing dynasties and the establishment of new kingdoms and political alignments. By the 13th century,
The Pandyas had superseded the Cholas as the dominant power of the Tamil country and might well have maintained this position in the subsequent century had it not been for the attacks from the Turkish rulers and the threat of interference from the northern Deccan, which was virtually in the hands of the Delhi Sultanate. The Pandyas remained local chiefs and feudatories of the changing rulers of the region. Marco Polo visited the Pandyan kingdom in 1288 and 1293 AD and has left a vivid description of the richness of the land and the prosperity of its trade. Political developments on the opposite coast, that of Kerala, are of a quieter nature. The Chera kingdom had been in close contact with the Cholas, whether as a peaceful neighbor or as a warring enemy. But it had little political ambition, except possibly during the reign of Ravi Varman, Kulashekara, at the end of the 13th century, who set out unsuccessfully to acquire a kingdom for himself from the ruins of the existing southern kingdoms. Nor was there any economic pressure to encourage territorial conquest, the Malabar coast being naturally rich in produce and obtaining an adequate income from western trade. In the 10th century, another group of people of Semitic origin came to India. A charter of the king of the Cheras granted land to Joseph Rabban, the earliest evidence of a Jewish community settling in India. Although tradition mentions an earlier settlement in Cochin in the 1st century AD. The Travancore Jews, as the descendants of Joseph Rabban were called, split into two groups. One preserved its Jewish identity with great rigidity, and the second mixed with the local population, though continuing to call itself Jewish. From the number and distribution of dynasties, it would appear that the functioning of a centralized system was not feasible in the Deccan. Whatever ambitions the Chalukyas, Rashtrakutas, Yadavas, and Hoysalas may have had were necessarily restricted by the ambition of their feudatories. The Cholas alone were able to ignore their feudatories to a significant extent. The Chola political system was the only one which still maintained contact with the cultivator on a wide scale and retained characteristics of a centrally organized administration. The political status of Rajaraja I was certainly different from that of Amogavarsha, the Rashtrakuta ruler, or Vishnuvardhana, the Hoysala. The unobtrusive titles used by the early Chola kingdoms were replaced with high-sounding titles such as Chakravartigal, Emperor, the equivalent of the northern Chakravartin. The cult of the god king was encouraged through worship of images of the deceased rulers and the building of temples which were also monuments to dead kings. The royal household was run on an elaborate scale and the royal patronage was lavish. The political role of the Purohita, priest as known to northern Indian politics, underwent a modification in the Chola system. The Rajaguru, priest of the royal family of the Cholas, became a confidant and confessor in addition to being the advisor in all matters temporal and sacred. For further advice, there was an assembly of officers whom the king would consult. But there is no record of a regular ministerial council. Administration was carried out by a well-integrated body of officials. The system of recruitment is not described, but presumably it did not differ in essentials from the North Indian system, where selection was based on the judicious balance of birth, caste, connections, and qualifications. Orders were issued by the king orally in the first instance and were later recorded, and in the case of a contract was attested to by a series of officers. The Chola kingdom was divided into provinces, mandalam, there being generally 8 or 9 of these. Each mandalam was divided into valanadus or districts. These in turn were subdivided into groups of villages, variously called Kuram, Nadu, or Kotam. Occasionally, a very large village would be administered as a single unit, and this was called a Taniyur. The administrative unit was the village, and to that extent, there was little significant difference between Chola administration and that of the Guptas. However, the nature of village administration was certainly of a very different order. The degree of autonomy at village level was something quite remarkable for the times. Chola officials participated in village affairs more as advisors and observers than as administrators. This permitted a certain continuity in the local growth and development without too much interference from political changes at the upper level, and may in part account for the cultural continuity which is among the more noticeable features of the Tamil region as compared with other parts of the subcontinent. The basic assumption in the type of village autonomy emerging at this period was that each village should be administered by the villagers themselves. To this purpose, a village assembly was formed. An authority was vested in this assembly. In the larger villages, where rural organization was more complex, was a variety of assemblies, and a villager could be a member of 2 or more, depending on the membership requirements. A village could be divided into wards, and each ward could call an assembly of its members. some of whom might also be representatives of professional groups such as the carpenters, smiths, etc., or part of a group supervising other village functions such as the maintenance of the local temple. Relationships between these various groups were basic to the social life of the village. Apart from these smaller groups, there would be a general assembly. The general assemblies included most of the local residents and were of three categories. The Uru consisted of the tax-paying residents of an ordinary village. The Sabha was restricted to the Brahmins of the village, or else was found exclusively in villages gifted to the Brahmins. And finally, the Nagaram was found more commonly in trade centers, since it catered almost entirely for mercantile interests. In some villages, the Uru and the Sabha were found together. Very large villages had two Urus, if this was more convenient for their functioning. The working of these assemblies differed according to local conditions. The Uru was open to all the male adults of the village, but in effect the older members took a more prominent part, some of them forming a small executive body for routine matters. The Sabha had the same system, and in addition had the power to constitute smaller committees of any size from amongst its members for specialized work. Election to the Sabha appears to have been by lot from amongst those who were eligible, though amendments to the working of the Sabha were made whenever it was thought necessary. An inscription from the temple wall at Uttaramerur, a village of Brahmins, gives details of how the local Sabha functioned. It dates back to the 10th century, and it reads, quote, "There shall be 30 wards, and these 30 wards, those that live in each ward, shall assemble and shall select each person possessing the following qualifications for inclusion for selection by lot. He must own more than 1/4 of the tax-paying land. He must live in a house built on his own site. His age must be below 70 and about 35. He must know the mantras of the Brahmanas. Even if he owns only 1/8 of the land, his name shall be included, provided he had learnt one Veda and one of the 4 Bhashyas. Among those possessing these qualifications, only such as are well conversant with business and are virtuous shall be taken, and one who possesses honest earnings, whose mind is pure, and who has not been on any of the committees for the last 3 years shall also be chosen. One who has been on any of the committees but has not submitted his accounts and his relations
specified below cannot have their names written on the tickets. The sons of the younger and elder sisters of his mother, the sons of his paternal aunt and maternal uncle, the uterine brother of his mother, the uterine brother of his father, his uterine brother, his father-in-law, the uterine brother of his wife, the husband of his uterine sister, the sons of his uterine sister, his son-in-law, his father, his son, ones against whom incest or the first 4 of the 5 great sins are recorded. The 5 great sins being killing a Brahmin, drinking alcohol, theft, adultery, and associating with criminals. All his relations specified above shall not be eligible to be chosen by lot. One who has been outcast for association with low people shall not have his name chosen until he performs the expiatory ceremonies. One who's foolhardy, one who's taken the property of others, one who has taken forbidden dishes, one who has committed sins and has had to perform expiatory ceremonies of purification. Excluding all these, names shall be written on tickets for 30 wards. Each of the wards in these 12 streets shall prepare a separate covering ticket for 30 wards bundled separately. These packets shall be put into a pot. When the tickets have to be drawn, a full meeting of the great assembly, including the young and the old members, shall be convened. All the temple priests who happen to be in the village on that day shall, without any exception whatever, be caused to be seated in the inner hall where the great assembly meets. In the midst of the temple priests, one of them happens to be the eldest shall stand up and lift that pot, looking upwards so as to be seen by all the people. One who shall be taken out by any young boy standing close who does not know what is inside, and shall be transferred to another pot, empty pot, and shaken loose. From this pot 1 ticket shall be drawn and made the arbitrator. While taking charge of the ticket thus given to him, the arbitrator shall receive it on the palm of his hand with 5 fingers open. He shall read out the ticket thus received. The ticket shall be read by all the priests present in the inner hall. The name thus read shall be put down and accepted. Similarly, 1 man shall be chosen for each of the 30 wards. Of the 30 men thus chosen, those who had previously been on the garden committee and on the tank committee, and those who are advanced in learning and those who are advanced in age shall be chosen for the annual committee. Of the rest, 12 shall be taken for the garden committee, and the remaining 6 shall form the tank committee. Great men of these 3 committees shall hold office for full 360 days and then retire. Anyone on a committee found guilty of an offense shall be removed at once. For appointing the committees after these have retired, the members of the committee for supervision of justice in the 12th street shall convene an assembly with the help of the arbitrator. The committee shall be appointed by drawing pot tickets. For the 5-fold committee and the gold committee, names shall be handwritten for pot tickets in 30 wards, and the same procedure followed. One who has ridden an ass, that is, been punished, or who has committed a forgery, shall not be included. Any arbitrator who possesses honest earnings shall write the accounts of the village. No accountant shall be appointed to that office again before he submits his accounts to the great men of the chief committee and is declared to have been honest. The accounts which he has been writing he shall submit himself, and no other accountant shall be chosen to close his accounts. Thus, from this year onwards, as long as the moon and the sun endure, committees shall always be appointed by lot. We, the assembly of Uttaramerur, Chaturvedi Mangalam, made this settlement for the prosperity of our village, in order that wicked men may perish and the rest may prosper. At the order of the great men sitting in the assembly, I, the arbitrator, Kadadipottan Shivakuri Rajamalam Mangalapriyan, thus wrote this settlement. End quote. Other inscriptions refer to similar procedure, though there are variations in the qualifications and requirements and in the sanction of expenditure. The great assembly was summoned by the beat of a drum and generally met in the precincts of the temple. Interchange and cooperation amongst village assemblies was not unknown. The village assembly was responsible for collecting the assessment for the government. In many cases, it was collected as a joint assessment on the entire village. In addition, the assembly could make a levy for a particular purpose. For example, the construction of a water tank. These were kept separate from the taxes collected for the state. Activities of the assembly included the keeping of records, particularly those pertaining to charities and taxes, and the settling of agrarian disputes such as conflicts over tenures and irrigation rights. The large assemblies kept a small staff of paid officers, but most of the work was done on voluntary basis in smaller villages. The existence of the assembly did not eliminate the need for an intermediary between the village and the king, other than the king's officer. The Cholas had their feudatories such as the Pallava chiefs and other minor rulers, but relationships between the feudatory and the overlord was not the concern of the village assembly. The degree of autonomy at village level was such that the shifting relations in the upper levels of the administrative and political structure did not interfere with the routine life of the village. That this was possible is due to the considerable degree of economic and political self-sufficiency of the village, and both social institutions and economic activity were organized within this framework. The intermediary or feudatory was chiefly interested in collecting the revenue and passing on the king's share. The actual collection was the concern of the assembly. This system was particular to the Chola country. Elsewhere, in the Deccan and in northern India, the position of the feudatory had by now changed from mere political subservience to one of active political and economic significance. The feudatory did not merely pass on the king's share of the revenue, but had a definite relationship with the ruler, which was contracted from a position of comparative power on the part of the feudatory, as will be described in a further chapter. Tenancy was broadly of two kinds. Land could either be held in communal ownership, where the entire village paid the contracted amount of revenue, or else it could be privately held by peasant proprietors. The latter paid their dues to the king's officer, the zayni, or the temple. The assessment was fixed, and whatever remained to the tenant over and above was due he kept for himself. The system of service tenures was known, where the dues partially or totally were remitted in lieu of some service, but they were generally on a very small scale, such as a remittance of a tax to the temple in lieu of fetching the water for bathing the deity. In later centuries, this tenure came to be used extensively for military service. The recipients of Brahmadeya grants and Devadeya grants were treated as secular landowners where any question of tenure was involved. Brahmadeya donations remained unchanged in pattern from those that of Pallava times, as is evident from the Chola grants, such as the unbilled grant of Sundara Chola, recording the donations of land to the Brahmin Aniruddha Brahmadiraja. Quote, "We mark the boundaries of the land thus defined by erecting mounds of earth and planting cactus. There are several objects included in this land, such as fruit-yielding trees, water, lands, gardens, all upgrowing trees and downgoing wells, open spaces, wastes in which calves graze, the village site, anthills, platforms built around trees, canals, hollows, rivers and their alluvial deposits, tanks, granaries, fish ponds, clefts with beehives, deep ponds included, and everything else on which the iguana runs and the tortoise crawls, and taxes such as the income from the places of justice, the taxes on betel leaves, the cloths from looms, everything that a king could take and enjoy, all these shall be made over to this man. He shall be at liberty to erect halls and upper stories with burnt bricks, to dig wells, big and small, to plant southernwood and cactus, to dig channels in accordance with watering requirements, not to waste surplus water, but to dam it for irrigation. No one shall employ baskets for lifting such water from his land. In this wise was the old order changed, and the old name and old taxes removed, and Ekabhoga Brahmadeya, land granted to a single Brahmin under the name of Karunakara Mangalam, constituted. End quote. There was a sharp distinction between those who paid land tax and the tenants and those who did not. The agricultural laborers working for a wage. The distinction was largely that the laborer was not included in the village assembly and could not hold a position of responsibility in local administration. The condition of landless laborers was close to that of serfs, with little hope of improvement. Many were employed on temple estates, but owing to their being of low caste, they were not permitted entry into the temple. Reclamation of wasteland and the clearing of forests was a regular part of peasants' and laborers' work. This was encouraged by the government, since the increase of land under cultivation meant an increase in revenue. Cattle raising had by now become a subsidiary occupation, except in the upland regions. 2 or even 3 crops of paddy per year were regarded as normal, though the yield varied, as also did the value of the land, both being dependent on adequate irrigation. Land tax, whether in cash or kind, was the largest single source of income of the Chola state. Although other taxes were also collected, such as those on mines, forests, salt, professional taxes, custom dues, and tolls, judicial fines, and the equivalent enforced labor, veti. Land tax was generally assessed at 1/3 of the produce, which is high by any standards, though in exceptional circumstances, remission or commutation was permitted by the king. Permanent assessment of land for tax purposes was known, but was not usual. Assessment required land surveys at frequent intervals. Land tax, in addition to local dues levied by the assembly or the temple, must be a strain on the cultivator, for whom there were few alternatives to paying the tax. He could either appeal to the king for remission or reduction of the tax, or else move away to a totally different area. The latter was an extreme step, since mobility among the cultivators was restricted. In the case of a village assessed as a unit, the return from the non-taxable land was deducted from the total revenue of the village. Non-taxable land consisted of the residential area, temples, tanks, irrigation channels, areas where the artisans and outcast population lived, and the cremation ground. The tendency to hoard wealth was not a characteristic of this period. For most members of a village community, there was little wealth to hoard. The average holding yielded enough to feed and clothe a family with a little surplus. Food was simple, rice and vegetables in the main, meat was expensive, and a vegetarian diet was customary. Housing was cheap, since the warm climate did not call for elaborate structures. The wealthier members of the rural society kept their money employed. There were economic advantages in financing schemes to reclaim land or to improve irrigation. Equally, there was much religious merit to be acquired by donations towards the building of a temple or the endowing of a mata. During the early part of this period, the village was economically self-sufficient. It provided its own food and clothing, and had enough craftsmen to attend to its needs. No large-scale surplus was produced, therefore no exchange of any appreciable amount took place with other areas. This changed with the rapid developments of town from the 11th century onwards, consequent on the rapid expansion of trade during the Chola period. The existence of towns demanded a surplus production of food and introduced a monetary system to the rural economy. Not surprisingly, there is a marked increase in the number of Chola coins as compared to those of earlier dynasties in this region. Overseas trade was the strength of the Chola merchants. Mahabalipuram, Kaveripattinam, Shaliyur, Korakai on the east coast and Quilon on the Malabar coast had elaborate establishments controlling South Indian trade both westwards and eastwards. Persia and Arabia were the destinations of those trading with the West, with Siraf on the Persian Gulf as an entrepot. Trade with China reached an unprecedented volume during these centuries, which led to its becoming a state monopoly in China, the Chinese government not wishing to lose the income from it. It is believed that there was an Indian settlement on the mainland opposite Formosa, with the Mongols controlling Central Asia. Merchandise, particularly from southern China, destined for Western Asia and Europe, was carried almost exclusively by sea. South India exported textiles, spices, drugs, jewels, ivory, horn, ebony, and camphor to China. The same commodities were also exported to the West, and in addition, Siraf received cargoes of aloes wood, perfumes, sandalwood, and condiments. Marco Polo, as indeed most visitors to this part of India at the time, comments on the vast trade in horses, which brought fortunes to the Arabs and to the merchants of South India, who between them had organized a monopoly of the import of horses. For some strange reason, India never took to the breeding of horses, and this extremely expensive commodity had always to be imported. Marco Polo writes, quote, "Let me tell you next that this country does not breed horses. Hence, all the annual revenue, or the great part of it, is spent in purchase of horses. And I will tell you how. You may take it for a fact that the merchants of Hormuz and Qais, of Dhofar and Shir and Aden, all of which provinces produce large numbers of battle chargers and other horses, buy up the best horses and load them up on ships and export them to this king and his 4 brother kings. Some of them are sold for as much as 500 sagi of gold, which are worth more than 100 marks of silver. And I assure you that this king buys 2,000 of them or more every year, and his brother as many. And by the end of the year, not 100 of them survive. They all die through ill usage, because they have no veterinaries and do not know how to treat them. You may take it from me that the merchants who export them do not send out any veterinaries or allow any to go, because they are only too glad for many of them to die in the king's charge." End quote. Allowing for Marco Polo's usual proneness to exaggeration, there is nevertheless much truth in these remarks. Foreign trade provided an additional incentive to an already developing local market. Gradual production was for local consumption. Manufacture of goods for export being organized on a separate basis. Elephants, horses, spices, perfumes, precious stones, and superior quality textiles were the commodities involved in large-scale trade, with metalware, jewelry, pottery, and salt produced in salt pans from seawater being of less importance. Trade was controlled by merchant guilds. The better known of which were the Manigramam and the Valangiar, and these were a powerful factor in the economic life of the period. There were associations formed by trading merchants to safeguard their trade. Their power was indicated by the fact that they had access to any region of the subcontinent or centers overseas. For political boundaries seemingly were no obstruction to them. Local merchant guilds, referred to by the general name Nagaram, existed in most towns and were affiliated with the larger guilds described by more specific names. The merchant guilds brought goods at the places of manufacture and distributed them through an elaborate network. State support was not a condition of their venturing into foreign trade. However, if necessary, and where the state felt that it could interfere effectively on their behalf, as in the case of Sri Vijaya, it came to their assistance. And even on this occasion, the purpose of interference was not to acquire centers of raw material or markets, but to move the obstructions placed by another country or on the trade. Doubtless, the king and the high official of state invested in this trade, or else were provided with exclusive presents by the guilds to ensure support where required. A merchant guild could be rich enough to buy an entire village and donate it to a temple. The commercial ramifications of Nanadeshi Guild were wide enough to cover trade in South India and in Sumatra. It is curious, therefore, that those merchant guilds did not aspire to great political power. Possibly the interrelation between the guild and the monarch was too involved. Many guilds had overseas interests and were therefore dependent in the last resort of the military and the naval strength of the Cholas. The Brahmin element in these guilds, which was not insignificant, was probably averse to challenging the political authority of the king, since they derived their financial capital from the land granted to them by the king. As in the case of guilds
Many centuries earlier, caste differentiation may well have prevented the necessary amalgamation of the guilds, which could have made them politically significant. It is also possible that by now the concept of monarchy as the legitimate power of political power was too strongly rooted. The bestowers of political legitimacy, the ministers and the college of priests, would certainly have used every effort to curb the political power of the guilds. However, in the small maritime kingdoms, these merchant guilds were more powerful, since the kingdoms were largely dependent on the financial success of the merchants. Unfortunately, detailed records of trade transactions have not survived. One of the advantages of merchant guilds having bases in various parts of the country was that the system of promissory notes was in regular use. The use of coins was, however, equally extensive. The circulation of gold coin was unrestricted, although they appear to have been debased from the 11th century onwards. This is, however, a debatable point, since the gold content of coins varied from region to region. Differences in weights and standards compelled the gold committee in the villages to value gold and gold currency. Copper coins in local circulation became more frequent in the latter part of the Chola period. In the rural areas, commonplace articles were acquired through barter, a unit of paddy being the basis of exchange. In these areas, money was reserved for long-distance trade and for articles of a very high value where barter would be cumbersome. The center of social and economic life at the time, particularly in the rural areas, was the temple. The temple would either be donated by the king, in which case it would be in the capital and intimately associated with the court, as was the case with Rajarajeshwaram temple at Tanjore, or else it was built and maintained through the donations of guilds and merchants in a city, and would therefore be associated with a dominant section of the city's population. Or a smaller temple would be built by the village. In the villages, the temple came naturally to be the center of activity and interest, since the assembly was held there, as was the school, and since the temple was maintained by the village people. Even the process of building a large temple, often involving many years, provided employment to artisans and altered economic relationships within certain areas, which provided the building materials. The maintenance of the temple compares with that of any large-scale institution of modern times. The temple at Tanjore, possibly the richest during this period, had an income of £500 troy of gold, £250 troy of precious stones, and £600 troy of silver, which was acquired through donations and contributions, and in addition to the revenue from hundreds of villages. As temple staff, it maintained in considerable comfort 400 women associated with entertainment, the Devadasis, 212 attendants, 57 musicians, and readers of the texts, quite apart, of course, from the many hundreds of priests who also lived off of the temple.
It became imperative for the temple authorities to keep the income flowing in, and this was done in part through the temple financing and various commercial enterprises, and acting as a banker and moneylender to the village assemblies and similar bodies, loaning money at the generally accepted usurer's rate of 12% per annum. In this matter, the temples were now following the tradition of the wealthier monasteries. Devadasis, female slaves of the gods, were commonly found in most temples in the Chola times. They were in origin a special and venerated group of women attendants, some of whom, like the Vestal Virgins of Rome, were dedicated to the temple at birth or when quite young. The more talented among them were selected for the extremely difficult training of becoming a Bharatanatyam dancer. Some of the best dancers to this day are descendants of Devadasi families. But the system was abused, and eventually in many temples, the Devadasis degenerated into shamefully exploited prostitutes, their earnings being collected by the temple authorities. In contrast, the city courtesans, who were frequently highly accomplished women, were treated with deference. Courtesans and upper-class women had a certain freedom of movement in that they could defy social convention to a greater degree than most other women. The vast majority of women had to work, either in the homes or in the fields. Caste consciousness had become a marked feature in social relationships. The Brahmins stood out distinct from the rest of society, confident of their privileged position. For the South Indian Brahmin, prestige as a religious leader and economic power came almost simultaneously. They were frequently exempt from tax. Many of them owned land, and in addition, they had royal support. They were the symbols of what was in origin an alien culture, but their very security and status brought them added respect. Unlike the North Indian Brahmin landowners, the South Indian Brahmins were more adventurous and invested their surplus income in commerce. In certain areas, their commercial enterprises were such that Brahmins came to be associated with the trading class. Some even journeyed out to Southeast Asia, where they settled in spite of the ban on crossing the ocean. The main stress in the ordering of castes appears to have been the division of society into Brahmins and non-Brahmins. Among the Brahmins, there is, as compared to North India, little mention of Kshatriyas and Vaishyas, but the Shudras were prominent. The Shudras were divided into the clean Shudras, whose touch was not polluting, and the unclean Shudras, who were debarred from entry to the temple. The picture which emerges suggests that the Brahmins were in control of powerful positions, and that the non-Brahmins were more or less working for them. The Brahmins naturally emphasized caste loyalties and caste assemblies, since this would prevent a wider basis of unity developing amongst the non-Brahmins. Slavery was frequent, with men and women either selling themselves or else being sold by a third party. Many such persons were sold to the temple, particularly in case of poverty or during a famine. But slaves were limited in number, since they were largely domestic slaves or attached to temples. The use of slave labor for large-scale production was not known. Amongst the intermediary castes, other than Brahmin and Shudra, the distinction were perhaps not so rigid. Caste status was often modified by economic status. For instance, those who worked for the court were on occasion given special privileges required by other caste groups. Those who engraved copperplate charters of King Rajendra, or the weavers of Kanchipuram who wove the textiles of the royal family, or the stonemasons working in the royal temple or palace were exempt from paying certain dues. And although some of them, such as weavers, were of low caste status, they were regarded with great respect than other members of their caste. References are occasionally made without rancor to mixed castes. This would suggest that the rigidity of caste rules was stressed by the Brahmins, but in practice lapses were known and excused. The temple was also the center of formal education in Sanskrit, a system which had continued from an earlier period. Pupils were either taught by the temple priests, as in smaller village temples, or else attended the colleges attached to larger temples. In the case of Brahmins, those that were thus educated were absorbed either into the temple as priests or in the administration of the region. Education was also available in the Jaina and Buddhist monasteries, but since these were few in number, their impact was slight. Courses in the colleges were organized in a systematic manner, demanding regular attendance and instruction. The better known of these colleges were those at Ennayariyam, Tribhuvani, Thiruvanduttarai, Thiruvariyur. As the medium of instruction was Sanskrit, almost to the exclusion of the vernacular language Tamil, formal education and the life of most students attending the colleges became cut off from everyday life. Professional education continued to be maintained through the training given to apprentices in guilds and among groups of artisans. At a more popular level, oral instruction, much more simpler than the Sanskrit learning of the colleges, was imparted through the medium of Shaivite and Vaishnavite hymns composed by the Tamil saints, hymns which were sung and taught and explained to illiterate audiences. Literary works in Sanskrit continued to be written within the framework of grammars, lexicons, manuals or rhetoric commentaries on the older texts, prose fiction, and poetry. The latter of these adhere to the classical conventions of composition, rarely experimenting with new forms, intended, with a few exceptions, to become increasingly artificial. Some of these works had their counterparts in Tamil, where the models of literary composition are now taken largely from Sanskrit literature. The Tamil literature of this period shows great liveliness and vigor, as in Kamban's version of the Ramayana or the works of Kuttan, Pugalendi, Jayangondu, and Kaladanar. Many of the inscriptions contained long passages in Tamil, which indicate that it was a well-developed language, having enriched its vocabulary by association with Sanskrit. Had Tamil been encouraged to a greater extent in the centers of higher education, it would have assisted in producing a far more vigorous intellectual tradition than was actually in the existence in these centers. The branching of regional languages from Sanskrit took place throughout the peninsula. The new languages were not totally divorced from Sanskrit, since some, such as Marathi, had evolved from the local Prakrit, others stemming from a Dravidian root, such as Tamil, Telugu, and Kannada, had a vocabulary which owed much to Sanskrit, but the memory of this derivation was becoming more and more vague to the new languages evolved and came into current use. Telugu took shape and form in the Andhra region during the 9th century. A number of Sanskrit works were adapted to Telugu during the next couple of centuries, such as those of Kalidasa, the Mahabharata and Ramayana. These were written largely for popular audiences. Lack of royal patronage militated against the literary use of Telugu. In this respect, Kannada, the language of the region around Mysore, began at an advantage. What with having royal patronage and receiving support from the Jainas, who were then an influential body in the region, and eventually became the language of the Virashaiva or the Lingayat movement, which was to be, and still is, an important religious force in Mysore. In the early part of this period, Kannada was a serious rival to Telugu, but gradually Telugu managed to establish its hold in Andhra. The first writings in Kannada were also largely adaptations from Sanskrit works. The same holds true of early writings in Marathi, the language current in the western Deccan, and which received particular encouragement under the patronage of the Yadava rulers. Even more significant was the adoption of Marathi by the local supporters of the devotional cult, which had by now traveled from the Tamil country and was well entrenched in the northern and western Deccan. This involved not only the composition of popular hymns in Marathi, but also the exposition of older religious texts such as Gita, which helped to establish Marathi as the language of intellectual communications. The parting of the ways of Sanskrit and the regional languages is also reflected in religion. Sanskrit remained the language of Hindu theology and of the Brahmins. Curiously enough, it was also more widely used now by the Buddhists and Jainas, whose numbers were on the decrease. Buddhism practically disappeared by the end of this period, with the Buddha being commonly accepted as an incarnation of Vishnu. But Jainism managed to survive with a following in Mysore. The decline of these two religions is partially linked with the rise in popularity of the devotional cult, which was no longer restricted to the Tamil country, and of the number of other sects, both Shaiva and Vaishnava, following. The hymns of the earliest saints were collated at this time. The theism of these hymns, which was their greatest appeal, was given further expression in regional literature and in more philosophical treatises. Which trace the origin of theism to Upanishad source and in sense assisted in the compromise between Vedic Brahmanism and the devotional cult which had begun to take place in the Tamil country. The Vaishnava Acharyas, who took over, as it were, from the saints, the Alvars, contributed to this aspect of religious development. Shaivism was more popular in the south, and its followers not only continued the tradition of the saints, but supported the new sects. When compared with some of the more extreme sects, the devotional cult was conformist. The former were a variety of esoteric and mystical groups such as the Tantric and Shakti cults, and those of the Kapilikas and Kalamukas and Pashupatas, which by now had gathered supporters in various parts of the subcontinent. Some of these sects included strange rites involving blood sacrifices and sexual orgies, and were evidently designed for those with whom nonconformity was almost an obsession, and their disregard of even a minimum of social obligations became a necessity on certain ritual occasions. Yet, as it has been suggested, most followers of these sects led a normal life, indulging in the cult rites only at certain periods, and for them these rites were probably a sort of a catharsis. Some members of these acts were dissident groups who deliberately indulged in antisocial acts as a form of protest, their extreme nonconformity giving them the publicity they desired. But these acts were disguised as asceticism or some religious ritual which it was claimed possessed magical qualities. The Kalabaka sect ate food out of a human skull, smeared their bodies with ashes of a corpse, which ashes they also ate on occasions, and were generally seen carrying a pot of wine and a club, and believed to have indulged in human sacrifice, although there is no proof of this. In some cases, these rites may have been practices going back to an early period which were revived. For some, the nonconformity was also a genuine protest against the limitation placed on thought and knowledge by the orthodoxy. The interest in magic, for instance, was not merely sensationalism, but could as well result from a curiosity to experiment with objects and to inquire further than was permitted by the custodians of knowledge. Not all protests were expressed in forms of social aberrations. Shaivism itself produced other sects at the time which were of far more positive consequences to the evolution of social institutions. Amongst these were the Lingayatha, the Virashaiva sect, which emerged in the 12th century with characteristic of a reform movement, probably influenced both by Buddhist, Jaina and Islamic thinking,
In addition to the Tamil devotional cult, the founder, Basavaraja, an apostate Jaina, had a certain cynical strain which lent sharpness to the point he wished to make. Quote, "The lamb brought to the slaughterhouse eats the leaf garland with which it is decorated. The frog caught in the mouth of the snake desires to swallow the fly flying near its mouth. So is our life. A man condemned to die drinks milk and ghee. They see a serpent carved in stone, they pour milk on it. If a real serpent comes, they say, 'Kill, kill.' To the servant of God, who could eat if they served, they say, to the servant of God who could eat if they served, they say, 'Go away, go away.' But to the image of God, which cannot eat, they offer dishes of food." End quote. The Lingayats differed from the devotional cults in that they did not rest content with preaching devotion to a theistic God, but actively attacked religious hypocrisy. The authority of the Vedas was questioned, as was the theory of rebirth. Shiva was worshipped in the form of lingam, a phallic emblem. The Lingayats had a strong element of social conscience and encouraged certain social practices disapproved of by the Brahmins, such as late post-puberty marriages and the remarriage of widows. Not surprisingly, the Lingayats themselves came under attack from the Brahmins. Their more liberal social attitudes brought them the support of the lower caste. Those who were excluded from the worshipping at the temple had to find their own forms of worship. On occasion, they were incorporated into the ritual of the various sects and the devotional cults. Sometimes this resulted in the worship of local anthropomorphic deities. One of these was the cult of Panduranga or Sri Vitala at Pandarapura in western India, which came into prominence in the 13th century and was connected with a mother goddess cult. The god was identified with Vishnu at an early stage. It became one of the centers of the devotional movement in the Deccan, attracting preachers and hymn writers such as Namadeva, Janabai, Sena, and Narahari, by profession tailor, maidservant, barber, and goldsmith, who composed their hymns in Marathi and gathered around them the local people. These cult centers also became the foci of local trade. The philosophical aspect of Hindu thought was almost exclusively the prerogative of the Brahmins. Debates were held at the various matas and colleges throughout the subcontinent, the link between them being the common language, Sanskrit. But the intellectual sphere of influence was restricted. Shankaracharya's ideas continued to be developed and improved upon, and the theories of other teachers were also discussed, some of which were opposed to the ideas of Shankara. Foremost among the latter was the Vaishnava philosopher Ramanuja, whose dates traditionally are 1017 to 1137 AD. He was a Tamil Brahmin born at Tirupati who spent a considerable part of his life teaching at the famous temple at Srirangam.
Ramanuja disagreed with Shankara's theory that knowledge was the primary means of salvation. According to Ramanuja, it was merely one of the means and, and was not nearly as effective or as reliable as pure devotion, giving oneself up entirely to God. As in the devotional cult, Ramanuja's God was a being full of love and forgiveness. Although the relationship was posed in philosophical terms, it was essentially a personal relationship based on love. The emphasis on the individual in this relationship carried almost a Protestant flavor. Ramanuja was an effective bridge between devotional cult and Hindu theology, attempting as he did to weave together what appeared to be two divergent strands. Ramanuja's ideas were carried to the very centers of Hindu theology and teaching in the subcontinent. His stress on God's forgiveness led to a dichotomy in his teachings, where one group, known as the Northern group, maintained that man must strive for this forgiveness and eventual salvation. But the other group, the Southern group, maintained the theory that God himself arbitrarily selects those that are to be saved, an idea curiously close to that of the Calvinists. Madhava, a 13th century theologian teaching in Kannada, made further attempts to synthesize the ideas of the devotional cult with Hindu theology. Madhava was also a Vaishnava, and his concept of Vishnu as the one and true God was influenced by the southern school of Ramanuja's followers, since he held that God granted his grace to save souls only of the pure, which implies selection. Although the selection was not quite as arbitrary as the southern school believed, some of Madhava's ideas suggest that he was familiar with and possibly influenced by the Christian Church of Malabar. Vishnu bestows his grace on a devotee through son Vayu, the wind god. This is an idea quite alien to the orthodox Hindu theology, but resembles the concept of the Holy Ghost in Christianity. Ramanuja, while accepting the special privilege for the higher caste, was nevertheless opposed to the excluding of Shudras from worship in temples. He pleaded for the throwing open of temples to Shudras, but without much success. The growing strength of the devotional cult and the attempts at synthesis by theologians such as Ramanuja and Madhava did, however, force the orthodox to recognize the need for compromise. Although the temple was not open to the Shudras, the deities and the rituals of the vast number of subsidiary cults crept into the temple. This was an inevitable process. If the temple was to retain its vitality as the center of social and religious life, at least in upper caste society, this in turn led to the physical changes to the temple. Subsidiary shrines had to be accommodated. Pavilions built for recitation of sacred literature before large audiences, and images of the saints, in addition to the ghosts, had to be housed within the temple precincts. The area of the temple was considerably enlarged. The economic prosperity of the temple during the Chola period permitted great embellishments with the larger
and more ornate structure, the lesser dynasties of Deccan, such as the Hoysalas, sought to impress their subjects by building impressive religious monuments. Chola architects abandoned the temple cut from the rock and concentrated on freestanding stone structures. Unfortunately, domestic buildings have not survived from this period. Only temples have remained. Chola temples laid stress on the central chamber of the shrine, which is approached through one or more halls, depending on the size of the temple, and which is surmounted on the outside by a tall shikara or corbelled tower, broadly pyramidal in shape, proportionate in size to the temple itself. The temple was surrounded by an enclosed courtyard, the actual enclosing wall often having a colonnade of pillars on the inside, as at Tanjore and Gangaikonda Cholapuram. The entrances had elaborate gateways reflecting the style of the Shikara, and these were gradually given more and more emphasis until they rivaled the Shikara, as in the case of the Meenakshi temple at Madurai and Sri Rangam at Trichinopoli. Some sculpture was largely an adjunct to architecture and had the same monumental qualities as the building. It was frequently used as decorative motif in phrases and the ornamentation of the pillars and balustrades. It was, however, in bronze sculptures that the Chola craftsmen excelled, producing images rivaling those produced anywhere in the world. They were mainly images of deities and donors and saints made by the Sere Perdu process and were kept in the inner shrine of the temple. These images, more than anything, indicate the sculptural genius of southern craftsmen. The temples of the Deccan preserved the earlier tradition of the Chalukya style, although they gradually became more ornate, a tendency which was accentuated by the extensive use of soapstone, a softer stone than sandstone in earlier use. The temples built by the later Chalukyas and Hoysalas broke away in ground plan and elevation from both the northern and Dravidian styles. The first example of these are the Hoysala temples at Halibid, the old Dorasamudra, Belur, and Somnathapura. The ground plan was no longer rectangular, but it was star-shaped or polygonal, within which was accommodated the entire temple, consisting of shrine room and a chamber, and halls with aisles and porch, and the whole complex being built on a raised platform. This elevation gave it a flattened effect, the larger temples having dispensed with towers. This effect was emphasized by the exterior surface decoration, which consisted of a series of narrow panels running horizontally right around the temple walls, carrying phrased decorations of animal and floral motifs. Musicians, dancers, battle scenes, and the depiction of well-known events from religious literature. The star-shaped plan provided more wall space for sculpture and low relief than would a rectangular plan. Perhaps the more curious feature of these Hoysala temples are the wide, squat pillars, which give the impression of being lathe-turned, and obviously considerable skill must have gone into their making. The temples had their secular symbolism in that they were monuments to royal grandeur. The Chola temples certainly could claim to be such symbols. The political ascendancy of the Cholas, although resented by the powers of the western and northern Deccan, served to force home the fact that the center of power in the subcontinent was not confined to one region and could and did shift from area to area. During these centuries, the initiative and progress was with the southern part of the subcontinent. Northern India had become timid and conservative, and it was the peninsula which saw the birth of new ideas and experiments. Whether in the evolution of local civic responsibility or in the philosophy of Shankaracharya and Ramanuja, or in the socio-religious experiment of the devotional cult led by the Tamil and the Maharashtrian artisans, or even at the more basic level of welcoming Arab traders on the one hand, and on the other hand, venturing out into the Southeast Asian and Chinese trade, whilst the North remained static, the peninsula of India advanced. End of chapter 9. The South in the Ascendant of the book The History of India, Vol.1 by Romila Thapar. This is a reading recording by Citizen Zero of India on Sunday, November 24th, 2024 for Vox Olympia audiobooks and Citizen Zero podcast, audiobook podcast. The Citizen Zero audiobook podcast and Vox Olympia audiobooks are made, reading recordings are made for the benefit of the reading disabled, the literary disabled, the blind, the children, and everyone else interested in our selection of recorded books. Our reading recording sessions are made possible by the generous endowment of the B.L. Himavati Literary Arts Foundation. We thank our listeners for tuning in this evening. Thanks. Bye-bye. Have a great evening. Bye-bye.
Good evening. This is Citizen Zero of India. On this day, December 10th, 2024, we continue with our reading from the book The History of India, Volume 1, by the author Romila Thapar. Book reading recordings are available on Vox Olympia audiobook podcast and on the Citizen Zero of India YouTube channel. Thanks for tuning in. History of India, Volume 1, Romila Thapar. Chapter 10. The beginnings of regional states in northern India, AD 700 to 1200. Kingdoms rising in the western and northern Deccan were bridge kingdoms between
the north and the south of the subcontinent. And this was in some ways a handicap since it involved them in politics of both parts. The Satvahanas arose at a time when the contacts between the north and the south was still of a limited nature, and the Satvahana kingdom thus became the initial transmitter of goods and ideas from one part to the other. The Vakatakas, however, had to make a choice, and they opted for alliance with the North, which was at the time more powerful of the two. The Chalukyas managed fairly well to maintain their independence. Had the Rashtrakutas restricted their ambition to the same end, they could have built a powerful kingdom in the Deccan. But the Rashtrakutas tried to exploit their position as a bridge to dominate both banks, the northern and the southern. By the time that the Rashtrakutas came to power, communication between the north and the south was well established. Therefore, the political pull on the Rashtrakutas was equally strong in both directions. This to a large extent prevented their establishing themselves as a dominant power as they might well have done. The participation of the Rashtrakutas in the politics of the peninsula has already been described. In the north, the object of political ambitions at this time was to conquer and hold the city of Kanauj, which had become a symbol of imperial power, perhaps owing to its connection with Harsha and the Yashovarman, who maintained the status for the city. Kanauj became a bone of contention between three powers: the Rashtrakutas, the Pratiharas, and the Palas. Much of the military activity of these powers was directed towards its conquest. This was to exhaust all three of them, leaving the field open to their feudatories, which resulted in the founding of small regional kingdoms all over northern India. Amongst these were the Pratiharas, who are said to be descended from the Gurjara people of Rajasthan in western India. Their social origin is uncertain, and the Rashtrakutas claimed they were doorkeepers, Pratihara, in order to suggest an insultingly low origin for their enemies. The Pratiharas may have been palace officials who rose to power, a pattern which has which was to become increasingly familiar during this period. The first important Pratihara king is said to have been a fierce enemy of the Mlechas or barbarians. Though who these Mlechas were is not indicated. Possibly this was a reference to the Arabs in Sindh. Sindh, conquered in AD 712, was the eastern extremity of the general Arab expansion through Asia and Africa. The Arabs did not meet with any sizable resistance since the area was by now largely desert. But attempts at further conquest were resisted both by the Pratiharas and the Rashtrakutas. Although this resistance was not organized as an effort to exclude the Arabs altogether from the subcontinent, there was no comprehension at that stage of the significance of the Arabs as an emerging power, and the weight of Arab power was remote. Having successfully resisted the Arabs, the Pratiharas, looking eastwards, and by the end of the 8th century, not only ruling over a large part of Rajasthan and Ujjain, but had captured Kannauj. The third power involved in the three-sided conflict over Kannauj was the Pala dynasty, which was to control most of Bengal and Bihar. This in itself was a rich area, but in addition, the Palas derived an income from their substantial commercial interests in Southeast Asia. Little is known of the early Palas until the reign of Gopala in the 8th century. Gopala attained renown from the fact that he was not a hereditary king, but was elected. The details of the election are unfortunately not known, it being merely said that Gopala was chosen king to avoid a state of anarchy in the land. The Buddhist monk Taranatha, writing a history of Tibet in the 16th century, has referred to this event. He states that Bengal was without a king and suffered accordingly. The local leaders gathered together and elected a king. But on each occasion, a demoness killed him on the night following his election. Finally, Gopala was elected and he was given a club by the goddess Chandi, one of the names of the consort of Shiva, with which to protect himself. And he killed the demoness with this club and survived. The story suggests that Gopala was elected because of his ability as a leader and a protector, and in all likelihood was a follower of a Chandi cult. Gopala established the Pala dynasty, while it was his son, Dharmapala, who made it a force in North Indian politics. Despite the fact that he began with a severe reverse, defeat at the hands of the Rashtrakutas by the end of his reign, Pala power was dominant in eastern India. Towards the end of the 8th century, Dharmapala led a successful campaign against Kannauj, resulting in the removal of the reigning king and a protege of the Pratiharas, with Dharmapala claiming overlordship in his place. This affronted the Rashtrakutas and the Pratiharas, but Dharmapala stood his ground. Friendly relations with Tibet ensured the safety of his northern borders. Relations between the Palas and the countries of Southeast Asia were close. It is on record that a king of Sumatra requested the Pala king's permission to endow a monastery at Nalanda. The ties between Buddhists in eastern India and Southeast Asia were strengthened at this time and were to be of considerable consequence in later centuries. The Buddhists, harried by Turks and Afghans, fled and sought refuge in the monasteries of Southeast Asia. Meanwhile, Pratiharas had consolidated their position, and the initiative was now with them. The first step was obvious. Kannauj, which had been taken by the Rashtrakutas from the Palas, was now captured by the Pratiharas, and the two other powers were driven back behind their own borders. The Arab menace in the west was firmly tackled by King Bhoja, probably the most renowned of the Pratiharas. But his effort to hold back the Arabs to the west and the Palas in the east made it impossible for him to invade the Deccan, as was his intention. The Rashtrakutas waited for their opportunity, and in 916 AD they struck for the last time, but struck effectively by attacking Kannauj, and in so doing ended all cohesion in the north. The rivalry between the Pratiharas and the Rashtrakutas was self-destroying. The Arab traveller Al-Masudi visited Kannauj in the early 10th century and wrote that the king of Kannauj was a natural enemy of the king of the Deccan, that he kept a large army and was surrounded by smaller kings always ready to go to war. 100 years later, the Pratiharas were no longer a power in northern India. A Turkish army sacked Kannauj in 1018, and this virtually ended Pratihara rule. In the western Deccan, the Rashtrakutas had been supplanted by the later Chalukyas.
The decline of the Pratiharas in the 10th century gave the Palas an opportunity to participate more fully in North Indian affairs. Turkish raids into northwestern India in the early 11th century kept the local kings occupied, and soon the Palas had come as far as Benares. This expansion was, however, checked by the advance of the Chola king Rajendra, whose successful northern campaign was a threat to the independence of Bengal. Western campaign of the Palas was therefore abandoned, and the king Mahipala hastily returned to defend Bengal against the Chola armies. The Pala dynasty declined soon after the death of Mahipala and gave way to the Sena line. The almost simultaneous decline of the three rival powers, the Pratiharas, Palas, and Rashtrakutas, is not surprising. Their strength was closely matched and was dependent on large, well-organized armies. Sources of revenue to maintain the armies were similar, and excessive pressure on these sources was bound to produce the same result. The continued conflict over the possession of Kannauj diverted attention from their feudatories, who succeeded in making themselves independent, the insubordination of feudatories, an invasion from the northwest and the south destroyed what little had remained of the political unity of northern India. On the periphery of what had been the three major kingdoms, there had arisen a number of small states. These were kingdoms such as Nepal, Kamarupa in Assam, Kashmir, Utkala for Orissa. The kingdoms of the eastern Chalukyas and the Gangas along the east coast, and that of the Chalukyas, also known as the Solankis of Gujarat in western India. The emergence of these kingdoms coincided with the general tendency at the time for small local rulers to declare their independence and set themselves up as fully fledged monarchs. This tendency was also reflected in the cultural life of the period, and there was increased attention to local culture. Histories of the region and of local dynasties were written. Local cults and literatures were encouraged, and the courts vied with each other in attracting the best writers and poets and in using local craftsmen to build monumental temples. The foothills of the Himalayas lent themselves admirably to such small kingdoms.
owing to the nature of the country. The ninth century saw the rise of a number of hill states, some of which maintained their identity, if not their independence, until recent years. Despite their wars with each other and the frequent raids from the men of the plains, states such as Champaka for Chamba, Durgara for Jammu, Trigartha for Jalandhar, Kuluta for Kulu, Kamwan, and Garhwal managed to remain outside the main areas of conflict in the northern plains. Kashmir had come into prominence in the 7th century, and through the gradual expansion and conquest, it controlled a major part of northern Punjab. Meanwhile, the Arabs were advancing up the Indus Valley, and in the 8th century, a king of Kashmir asked for assistance from the Chinese to repel Arab attacks on the Punjab. The reign of Lalitaditya in the same century took the armies of Kashmir into the Ganges Valley, and in the Punjab they pushed back the Arab forces. In subsequent centuries, the kings of Kashmir consolidated their position in the mountainous areas in the upper Jhelum Valley, leaving the Punjab to fend for itself. Many irrigation works were undertaken, embankments and dams were built on the main rivers, a difficult and engineering task since the rivers of Kashmir are fast-flowing, unruly upper reaches of Punjab rivers, and these brought a large area of the valley under cultivation, which was in effect a stabilizing factor in Kashmir politics, since the need to move out into the fertile region of the plains became less pressing. The 10th century saw the regency of two famous queens who, in spite of much opposition, were determined to direct the affairs of state. In this, they had to contend with a new phenomenon which was to dominate Kashmiri politics for 100 years. The existence of bodies of troops with fixed and unswerving political loyalties. There were two rival groups, the Tantrins and the Ekangas, who between them made and unmade kings in turn. Queen Sugandha used the Ekangas against the Tantrins effectively, but was unable to control them and was deposed in 914 AD. Her defeat meant almost unlimited power for the Tantrins, and none of the succeeding rulers were able to assert his position. Finally, the Damaras, or feudal landowners, had to be called in to destroy the power of the Tantrins. which they did with such success that the rulers of Kashmir were forced with the new problem of curbing the power of landowners, as is evident from political events during the rulers of Queen Dida. The 12th century in Kashmir is associated with the writing of the famous history of the kingdom, the Rajatarangini by Kalhana, generally counted among the best of the Indian historians. The work is of a quality which is rare as it displays a remarkable clarity and maturity in historical analysis. Another hill state which came into prominence during this period was Nepal. Having revolted against the hegemony of Tibet in 878 AD, from which year a new era was started to commemorate the independence of Nepal. This not only meant political freedom but also resulted in substantial economic progress. Nepal, being on the highway from India to Tibet, both the Chinese and the Tibetan trade with India passed through the new state. The reign of Gunaka Mahadeva in the 11th century saw the building of new towns such as Kathmandu, Patan, and Shanku, mainly from the income brought in by the trade. But the kings of Nepal were also to suffer from the presence of powerful landowners, the Ranas. The power of Kashmiri landowners were crushed when Kashmir was conquered by the Turks, and a new dynasty was established. But Nepal was not conquered by any foreign power, which might have reduced the strength of the Ranas, and the precarious balance between the position of the king and that of the Ranas is a constant feature of Nepali politics. Kamarupa for Assam was yet another mountainous region which developed into an independent kingdom based on trade, being the link between eastern India and eastern Tibet and China. Much of Kamarupa was conquered in 1253 by Ahoms, a Shan people who came from the mountains to the southeast of Assam. It was they who finally gave the place its name, Assam, being derived from Ahom. In the 9th century, a Turkish family, the Shahiyas, ruled over the Kabul Valley and Gandhara. The king had a Brahmin minister who usurped the throne and founded what has been called the Hindu Shahiya dynasty. He was pushed eastward by pressure from the other Afghan principalities and finally established his power in the reign of Atok, thus becoming a buffer state between northern India and Afghanistan. His descendant Jayapala consolidated the kingdom and made himself master of the entire Punjab plain. It was Jayapala who had to face the armies of the ruler of Ghazni and the later invaded northern India in the 11th century. It is during this period that the now well-known Rajputs entered the scene of Indian history. Where and how the Rajputs originated remains in doubt, but they were of foreign origin is suggested by the efforts that were made by Brahmins to give them royal lineage and accord them Kshatriya status, which status the Rajputs have always insisted upon with almost undue vehemence. They were provided with genealogies which connected them either with the solar or the lunar race, thereby conferring upon them the utmost royal respectability in keeping with the tradition of the Puranas. The Rajputs rose to political importance in the 9th and 10th century AD, and they were divided into a number of clans, of which 4 claimed a special status. These 4, the Pratiharas or Pariharas, not to be confused with the main Pratiharas with whom this clan had connections, Jahamanas, more commonly called Chauhans, Chalukyas, distinct from the Deccan Chalukyas, or Solankis, and Paramaras or Pavaras, claim descent from a mythical figure who arose out of a vast sacrificial fire pit near Mount Abu in Rajasthan. Consequently, these 4 clans were described as the Agnikula or fire family. This was probably the first occasion when deliberate and conscious attempts were made by rulers to insist on their Kshatriya status. Previous dynasties had ruled irrespective of their caste status and were, by virtue of being rulers, accepted as members of high caste. Most authorities accepted the view that the Rajput clans were either descended from the Huns settled in northern and western India, or from those tribes and peoples who had entered India together with the Hun invaders. Judging from the Gupta inscriptions, the tradition of small republics appears to have survived in the area of Rajasthan until the coming of the Huns. It must have been easier for the tribes to be assimilated into republican states, which were probably less tradition bound than the kingdoms. The unsettled conditions in northwestern India must have helped in this assimilation. The 4 clans which claimed Agnikula origin dominated early Rajput activities. The kingdoms which they founded arose from the ruins of the older Pratihara kingdom. The Pariharas based themselves in southern Rajasthan. The Chauhans ruled an area in eastern Rajasthan, southeast of Delhi. They began as feudatories of the main Pratihara kings and assisted them in holding back the Arab advance. Later, they declared their independence and took imperial titles, such as Maharaja di Raja. By now, the symbol of a feudatory having become independent. As was the case with all Rajput clans, branches of the main family ruled in neighboring areas. And these remained as feudatories of the Pratiharas. Solanki power was concentrated in the reign of Kathiawar, with the branches of the family scattered in Malwa, Cheddi, Patan, and Brauch. By the second half of the 10th century, the Solankis were at war with practically all their neighbors. The Pawars established a control in Malwa, with the capital at Dhar, near Indore. They began as feudatories of the Rashtrakutas, but revolted against their overlords at the end of the 10th century. Although the earlier tradition of the Pawars relates them with the Rashtrakutas, later tradition tells an interesting story as to how they acquired their name. The story which recalls the Chauhan version of the fire sacrifice. The sage Vashishta had a Kamadhenu, a cow which grants all one's wishes, and this was stolen by another sage, Vishwamitra. Vashishta therefore made an offering to the sacrificial fire at Mount Abu, whereupon a hero sprang out of the fire and brought the cow back and returned it to Vashishta, who bestowed the name Paramara, or the slayer of the enemy, on the hero from whom Paramara clan was descended. This was obviously an attempt to adjust the origin of the clan to the story of the Agnikula, which story was a later development. The fire rite traditionally had purificatory symbolism, and the insistence on the Agnikula story is significant in the view of the uncertain origin of the Rajputs. Other Rajput clans, claiming descent from the solar and lunar races, established themselves as local kings in various parts of western and central India. Among them were the Chandelas, prominent in the 10th century in the region of Khajuraho, the Guhilas of Mewar to the south of the Chauhans, participated in the campaigns against the Arabs. The Arab threat had spotlighted the weakness of the Rashtrakutas and Pratiharas as suzerain powers and encouraged their vassals in western India to break away and claim independent status. The northern, the northeastern neighbors of the Chauhans were the Tomaras, who were also the feudatories of the Pratiharas and ruled in the Haryana region surrounding Delhi, including Tanisar, the home of Harsha. The city of Delika for Delhi was founded by Tomaras in 736 AD. The Tomaras were overthrown by the Chauhans in the 12th century. There was yet another family which began as feudatories of the Pratiharas but soon acquired independence, and these were the Kalachuris of Tripuri near Jabalpur. Northern India had had a long period of respite from foreign aggression. The impact of Huns had been forgotten, and the thrusts of the Arabs were easily countered. For over 4 centuries, the campaigns and battles were internal. Minor bickerings were magnified into major causes for endless campaigns which devoured the funds and energy of each dynasty. Breaking away from a suzerain power also necessitated the maintaining of independence by military campaigns on all sides. Contacts with the world outside became more and more limited as the obsession with local affairs increased. Trade with the West diminished, and the need for India to interest herself in that part of the world became less. There was a mood of self-satisfaction in the subcontinent. The image of politics was created and chiseled by local happenings. This image received its first shattering blow in the 11th century. Rajendra Chola campaigned successfully along the east coast and the region of Orissa, and his armies came as far north as the Ganges. From the northwest of the subcontinent began the raids of Mahmud of Ghazni. Ghazni, a principality in Afghanistan, came into prominence in 977 AD when a Turkish nobleman annexed adjoining parts of Central Asia and the Trans-Indus region of the Shahir kingdom. "21 years later, his son Mahmud decided to make Ghazni a formidable power in the politics of Central Asia. Mahmud's interest in India was based on the proverbial wealth of the country and the fertility of the Punjab plains.
which appeared even more rich and lush from the barren mountains of the Hindu Kush. The politics of Afghanistan were at this time more closely allied with those of Central Asia than with India, and incursions into India were, from Mahmud's point of view, incidental and of little permanent significance. With the continuing trade between China and the Mediterranean, it was far more lucrative to hold political power in Khwarezm and Turkestan, as the Ghaznavids did for some years, than in northern India. The campaigns in India were largely raids aimed primarily at replenishing the Ghazni treasury. The speed with which Mahmud turned from campaigns in India to others in Central Asia is quite remarkable. These campaigns were almost an annual feature for Mahmud. In AD 1000, he defeated Jayapala, the Shahir king, the following year, he was campaigning in Seistan. The year 1004 to 1006 AD saw repeated attacks on Multan, a town of strategic importance, since it gave control of the lower Indus River. In 1008, Mahmud attacked the Punjab once more and returned home with a vast amount of wealth. The following year, he was involved in a conflict with the ruler of Gur, the area between Ghazni and Herat in Afghanistan. Obviously, Mahmud's army was both mobile and effective. Otherwise, these annual offensives in widely separated areas would not have been successful. Careful planning of the campaigns led to the arrival of the Afghan armies in India during the harvest. This largely eliminated the need for commissariat arrangements and enhanced the mobility of the army. Temples were depositories of vast quantities of wealth in cash, golden images, and jewelry, the donations of the pious, and these made them natural targets for a non-Hindu searching for wealth in northern India. Mahmud's greed for gold was insatiable. From 1010 to 1026 AD, invasions of Mahmud were directed to temple towns: Mathura, Thanesar, Kanauj, and finally Somnath. The concentration of wealth at Somnath was renowned, and consequently it was inevitable that Mahmud would attack it. Added to the desire for wealth was the religious motivation, iconoclasm being a meritorious activity among the more orthodox followers of the Islamic faith. The destruction at Somnath was frenzied, and its effects were to remain for many centuries in the Hindu mind, and to color its assessment of the character of Mahmud, and on occasion of Muslim rulers in general. A 13th century account from an Arab source refers to this event. Quote, Somnath, a celebrated city of India, situated on the shore of the sea and washed by its waves. Among the wonders of that place was the temple in which was placed the idol called Somnath. This idol was in the middle of the temple without anything to support it from below or to suspend it from above. It was held in the highest honor among the Hindus, and whoever beheld it floating in the air was struck with amazement, whether he was a Mussulman or an infidel. The Hindus used to go on a pilgrimage to it whenever there was an eclipse of the moon, and would then assemble there to the number of more than 100,000. They believed that the souls of men used to meet there after the separation from the body, and that the idol used to incorporate them at its pleasure in other bodies in accordance with the doctrines of transmigration. The ebb and the flow of the tide was considered to be the worship paid to the idol by the sea. Everything of the most precious was brought there as offerings, and the temple was endowed with more than 10,000 villages. There is a river, the Ganges, which is held sacred, between which and Somnath the distance is 200 parasangs. They used to bring water of this river to Somnath every day and wash the temple with it. 1,000 Brahmins were employed in worshipping the idol and attending on the visitors, and 500 damsels sung and danced at the door. All these were maintained upon the endowments of the temple. The edifice was built upon 56 pillars of teak covered with lead. The shrine of the idol was dark. It was lighted by jeweled chandeliers of great value. Near it was a chain of gold weighing 200 months, and a portion, watch of the night closed. These chains used to be shaken like bells to rouse a fresh lot of Brahmins to perform worship. When the Sultan went to wage religious wars against India, made great efforts to capture and destroy Somnath, in hope that the Hindus would become Mohammedans. He arrived there in the middle of December AD 1025. The Indians made a desperate resistance. They would go weeping and crying for help into the temple, and they issued forth to battle and fight till all were killed. The number of slain exceeded 50,000. The king looked upon the idol with wonder and gave orders for the seizing of the spoil and the appropriation of the treasures. There were many idols of gold and silver and vessels set with jewels, all of which had been sent there by the great personages in India. The value of the things found in the temple and of the idols exceeded 20,000 dinars. And the king asked his companions what they had to say about the marvel of the idol, and of it staying in the air without prop or support. Several maintained that it was upheld by some hidden support. The king directed a person to go and feel all around and above and below it with the spear, which he did, but met with no obstacle. One of the attendants then stated his opinion that the canopy was made of lodestone and the idol of iron, and that the ingenious builder had contrived that a magnet should not exercise a greater force on any one side, and hence the idol was suspended in the middle. Some coincided, others differed. Permission was obtained from the Sultan to remove stones from the top of the canopy to settle the point. When the two stones were removed from the summit, the idol swerved on one side, and more taken away, it inclined still further until at last it rested on the ground. End quote. Mahmud died in 1030 AD to the relief of the people of northern India, who had come to associate his name with annual raids and idol breaking. Yet he used to loot from India to give expression to the other side of his character, the cultivated aristocrat. A library and a museum were founded, and a mosque was built at Ghazni, incorporating all that was finest in contemporary Islamic architecture. From his campaign in Khwarezm, Mahmud brought back with him a scholar by the name of Al-Biruni, perhaps the finest intellect of Central Asia, who spent 10 years in India at the order of Mahmud. Al-Biruni's work on India, Tahqiq-i-Hind, contains observations on Indian civilization which are remarkably incisive and acute. The raids of Mahmud did not make India aware of the world to her northwest or of the events taking place there. The confederacies had been formed, but not with a view to organizing defense on a national scale, utilizing resources from various parts of the subcontinent or even northern India. Defense was linked to immediate purpose of assisting kings to maintain their kingdoms. The significance of Mahmud's raids is paving the way in northern India for further attacks from the northwest was not fully grasped. Mahmud was just another Mleccha as had been the Shakars and the Huns. They had been absorbed and forgotten, and so too presumably would Mahmud and his armies. The death of Mahmud in any case removed the need for vigilance on the northwest, especially as his successors were less interested in the plains of northern India. The Indian rulers returned to their internal squabbles. When the second attack came, from the northwest under the leadership of Muhammad Ghuri. At the end of the 12th century, India was for all practical purposes as unprepared as she had been for the invasions of Mahmud of Ghazni. The eastern Ganges plain did not experience the disruption of the Punjab despite Mahmud's attack on Kannauj. Kannauj was soon restored and became once more the prize and on account of this suffered continual attacks from the various states, the Chalukyas, and later the Gahadawalas, who claimed Rajput status. Bihar came under the domination of the Karnataka dynasty, the name suggesting a southern origin. A number of officers from various parts of the peninsula had found employment in eastern India, as is evident from the inscriptions of the time, and some of them acquired kingdoms. The Kalachuris continued to rule uneventfully at Tripuri near Jabalpur. Bengal experienced a brief florescence under the Senas, but eventually fell prey to the Turkish general Muhammad Khalji, who attacked it in the beginning of the 13th century and brought about the virtual collapse of the Sena dynasty. The Rajput clans fought each other unceasingly in the 11th and 12th centuries. The possession of kingdoms was a precarious business, and the competition for territory a perpetual activity. War became a part of the general chivalric code. The Paramaras concentrated their strength in Malwa. The Solankis remained in Gujarat, centered around Kathiawar. The Chandelas busied themselves in campaigns against Paramaras and the Kalachuris. They were attacked by the Chauhans in the 12th century. The Guhilas were dominant in Mewar and the region around modern Udaipur. The Kachapaghatas, yet another clan, ruled over Gwalior and the surrounding districts. The power of the Chauhans, who had occupied the Tomara kingdoms in the region of Delhi, remained constant despite severe reverses on occasion. The last of the Chauhan kings, Prithvi Raja III, has become a romantic hero owing to the manner in which he wooed and won the daughter of the king of Kannauj. The long epic poem Prithvi Raja Raso, composed by the bard Chand Badai, narrates the incident of this Lochinvar story. The daughter of the king of Kannauj was to marry, and was customary among princesses. A Swayamvara was held, and where the eligible suitors were assembled at her father's court, she was expected to choose a husband from amongst them. But she had set her heart on the gallant Prithvi Raja, who unfortunately was the enemy of her father, the king of Kannauj. In order to insult Prithvi Raja, had not only failed to invite him to the Swayamvara,
but had placed a statue of Prithviraja in the position of a doorkeeper in his court. To the bewilderment of those present, the princes of Kannauj rejected the princes assembled and instead placed a garland indicating a choice around the statue's neck. Before the courtiers realized what had happened, Prithviraja, who had been hiding in the vicinity, rode away with the princess and took her to his kingdom, where they were married. They did not live happily ever after. Their happiness was marred by the second invasion from the northwest, that of Muhammad Ghuri. For Prithviraja was defeated in battle and killed. Muhammad, the ruling Ghuri prince, had planned and carried out a campaign in India. He entered the Indus plain from the Gomal Pass, not from the commonly used Khyber Pass further north, and by 1182 AD, the rulers of Sindh were acknowledging his suzerainty. But Mahmud was thinking in terms of establishing a kingdom and not merely of indulging in looting raids. He realized that the richer regions were in the upper Indus Valley and in the Punjab, where he therefore planned to conquer. This campaign was conducted through the northern route. In 1185 AD saw Mahmud as the conqueror of Lahore. This led to visions of further conquests in India, and an attack was commenced on the Rajput kingdoms controlling the Ganges plain. The Rajputs gathered together as best as they could, not forgetting internal rivalries and jealousies. Prithviraja led them against Muhammad Ghuri at the first battle at Tarain in 1191, and the Rajputs were successful. Mahmud sent for reinforcements, and a few months later, in 1192, a second battle was fought at the same place. Prithviraja was defeated, and the kingdom of Delhi fell to Muhammad, who passed on and conquered both Delhi and Ajmer. But in 1206, Muhammad was assassinated. Unlike the previous occasion, this did not mean the temporary withdrawal of the Turkish-Afghan interests in India. Muhammad had been determined to retain his Indian possessions, and this policy was adhered to by his successors. The question remains as to why the Afghan armies were so successful in their India campaigns. The earlier rulers of what came to be called the Delhi Sultanate and a major part of their followers, both aristocratic and others, were Turks, mainly from Central Asia, but settled in Afghanistan, and also some Afghan nobles. The armies with which they invaded India consisted of Turkish, Persian, and Afghan mercenaries, but for convenience sake have been referred to as Afghan armies. The armies with which they invaded India consisted of Turkish, Persian, and Afghan mercenaries, but for convenience sake have been referred to as Afghan armies on the assumption that the majority of the soldiers must have been Afghan. The earlier nibbling raids of the Afghans tended to act as irritants rather than to reveal the political threat of what lay beyond the frontier. The Afghan conquest of the far north went by slow stages. The implications of this conquest remaining vague for some time. The Afghan armies were in constant contact with troops and horse reinforcements across the border, but the strength of Indian armies remained largely static. The Afghan soldiers were eager to fight, with the attraction of plunder to keep them going, whereas the Indian soldiers were by now weary of fighting and were exhausted from the many internal campaigns. Reinforcements of good Central Asian horses provided a better livestock for Afghan cavalry, which was used to excellent effect in pitched battles. The Indian army had always suffered from the inferior breed of horse and consequently was chary of exploiting for the cavalry. The Indian commanders put more faith in the elephants, which, when pitted against swift Central Asian horses, fought an unequal fight. The Afghans used Central Asian military tactics, emphasizing swiftness and light equipment, which allowed greater ability to maneuver. The Indian army tended to fight in solid phalanxes, relying on force to carry them through, and were handicapped in trying to match the shock tactics of the Afghans. The latter tended increasingly to concentrate on capturing forts which had strategic advantage, and the Indian army was therefore forced into defensive positions in hill country, which did not add to its comfort. Guerrilla warfare may have been one means of harassing the Afghan armies, particularly when they were on the march, but this does not appear to have been used effectively. The psychological approach to war was also rather different. The Afghans regarded the war as a matter of life and death, but for the Indian princes in particular, it was almost a form of sport with its own rules of play. To apply the chivalric code in minor campaigns may have relieved the tedium of war, but the campaigns against the Afghans were of an entirely different nature, and this fact may not have been fully realized to begin with. The organization of Indian armies added to their weakness. Each army had its permanent core, the standing army, but the majority of soldiers were feudal levies, which had not always previously fought as a single consolidated army. The biggest puzzle is why a conjoined effort of the various Indian rulers was not made through the centuries to defend the northwest passes. Time and again, various invaders had poured in through these passes, yet little attempt was made to prevent this. The defense of the region lay arbitrarily in the hands of the local rulers. Even if the building of a great wall was not feasible, the construction of fortifications along the passes was always a possibility. Perhaps there was a basic lack of consciousness of the need for defense. The Ghuri kingdom in Afghanistan did not long survive Muhammad's death, but the Indian part of the kingdom became the nucleus of a new political entity in India, the Delhi Sultanate, or the rule of the Turkish and Afghan sultans. Muhammad had left his Indian possessions in the care of General Qutbuddin Aibak, who, on the death of his master, ruled the Indian provinces and founded what came to be called the slave dynasty, the founder having once been a slave. Qutbuddin established himself at Delhi by clearing the area of Chauhan controlled and consolidated his position in Gwalior and northern Doab, the fertile region between the two rivers of Yamuna and Ganges. He made frequent attempts to gain control over Rajasthan, the importance of which was evident to him, but he was foiled by the easy mobility of the Rajput clans. In the uncertain years between 1193 and 1206, when both Muhammad Ghuri and Qutbuddin were insecure in their Indian possessions, it would have been possible to organize resistance against them and dislodge them from northern India. Surprisingly, this opportunity was also allowed to slip by. Had the implications of the invasions from Afghanistan been fully understood in terms of both domestic and foreign politics, resistance might have come about. This comprehension was in a sense thwarted by the fact that the region of Punjab, that is the land to the north of the Satluj River, throughout the centuries had been involved in the politics of Afghanistan and Central Asia. This closeness prevented a properly focused perspective by the Punjab kingdoms on Central Asia. The Turks were seen in the same light as the Shakas, Kushanas, and the Huns, as Central Asians seeking to extend the control over the Punjab. That they would carry their power into the very heart of India was not fully recognized even in the kingdoms of northern India, south of the Satluj. Another obstacle was the general attitude and organization of life in northern India in regions other than the Punjab at the time, which hindered a correct assessment of the new factor entering the life of the subcontinent. Perhaps the best summing up of this attitude is available in Al-Biruni's opening chapter, where he writes, quote, "The Indians believe that there is no country but theirs, no nation like theirs, no king like theirs, no religion like theirs, no science like theirs. They are by nature niggardly in communicating what they know, and they take the greatest possible care to withhold it from the men of another caste, from among their own people. Still more, of course, from any foreigner." End quote. When speaking of the ordering of knowledge among Indians, he states, quote, "They are in a state of utter confusion.
devoid of any logical order, and in the last instance, always mixed up with silly notions of the crowd. I can only compare their mathematical and astronomical knowledge to a mixture of pearls and sour dates, or of pearls and dung, or of costly crystals and common pebbles. Both kinds of things are equal in their eyes, since they cannot raise themselves to the methods of a strictly scientific deduction. End quote. It is indeed unfortunate that Al-Biruni visited India at a time when knowledge was at a low ebb. Had he come 4 centuries earlier, a mind such as his would have eagerly participated in the vigorous discussions of the time. Insularity at every level was characteristic of northern India in the 11th century, and the price of this insularity was the shaking up of the country by the coming of the Turks and Afghans. Fortunately, this did not result in total disruption. It introduced new vitality into the pattern of life. End of chapter 10. The beginnings of regional states in northern India. AD 700 to 1200, of the history of India, Volume 1, book by Romila Thapar. This has been a reading recording by Citizen Zero of India. Our reading recordings are available as Vox Olympia audiobook podcasts and on Citizen Zero of India podcast and YouTube. Reading recordings are made for the benefit of the reading disabled, the blind, children, literally disabled, everyone else interested in a selection of recorded works, recorded books. Our reading recordings are made possible through the generous endowment of the B.L. Hemavati Literary Arts Foundation. Thank our listeners for tuning in for this session on the 10th of December 2024. Thanks and bye-bye. Hello and welcome to this book reading by Citizen Zero of India. Vox Olympia audiobooks and Citizen Zero of India audiobook podcast. Today, December 11th, 2024, continue our readings from the History of India, Volume 1, by author Romila Thapar, Professor, with chapter 11. Feudalism in the regional states, AD 800 to 1200.
The political fragmentation of northern India and the Deccan, which occurred in this period in the form of regional kingdoms, was due to a number of developments which led to crystallization of regional loyalty based on a common culture and history. With the passing of the earlier larger and highly centralized states, there was no longer the compulsion of a central authority and the economic pull of a metropolis to lessen the strength of local feeling, which could now be concentrated upon more immediately for local interests and resources. This whole area became preoccupied with local rather than country-wide matters. One result of this new outlook was the increase in historical writings. There appeared many histories of comparatively small geographical regions, such as Kashmir, and family histories of still lesser dynasties, such as that of Nepal. A king did not have to be of the status of Samudragupta to become the subject of eulogy, minor kings being described with the same enthusiasm as important monarchs. The process of providing impressive genealogies led to associating fairly insignificant dynasties with historical personalities of the past or even with the very gods themselves. Local pride found an outlet in the ballads and epic poems concerning local rulers, such as the Prithviraj Raso, probably the most popular of its type, although the version now current is a later composition. This significant change from a centralized viewpoint was due largely to the emergence of a new politico-economic structure which dominated North and later South India, which can broadly be termed feudalism. The use of this term has been contested, since the type of feudalism in India during these centuries was not identical with the feudal system in other parts of the world. Consequently, some historians have preferred to qualify the description by using terms such as quasi-feudalism, feudalistic, etc. This is perhaps being unnecessarily cautious once it has been stated that Indian feudalism, though similar in the main, differed in some aspects from other types of feudalism. For instance, Indian feudalism did not emphasize the economic contract to the same degree as certain types of European feudalism. The difference is not significant as to preclude the use of the term feudalism for conditions prevailing in India during this period. basic requisites of a feudal system were present in India. The king granted the revenue from varying proportions of land to his officers or selected holders who were equivalent of vassals elsewhere. The tendency from the 7th century onwards of granting land in lieu of cash salaries intensified the feudal process. The work of cultivation was carried out by peasants called generally Shudras, who in effect were almost tied to the land and who handed over a fixed share of their produce to the landowner. The feudatories could hire out their assigned land to cultivators from whom they collected the revenue agreed upon. Part of the revenue from the land they sent to the king. Out of the revenue retained by the vassal, he was expected to maintain the feudal levies, which, underlying his oath of loyalty to his king, he was in duty bound to furnish for the king's service. To break his oath was regarded as a heinous offense. He might also be called upon to give his daughter in marriage to the king. He used the currency of his feudal lord, whose name he dutifully mentioned in such monuments, inscriptions, and the likes, which he caused to be made. The relationship of the vassal to the king was thus close, but not subordinate. Its precise term depended largely on how the relationship originated. Feudatories conquered in war allowed little scope for it. On the other hand, some of the more powerful feudatories were permitted to grant land in their turn without first obtaining permission from the king.
Such feudatories often had their own sub-feudatories, thus building up a hierarchy. An inscription from the latter part of the Gupta period refers to this and is one of the earliest evidences of the beginnings of a feudal hierarchy. The Gupta monarch had Surashmi Chandra as his feudatory, who in turn had Matri Vishnu as his sub-feudatory. This hierarchy is frequently described in the inscriptions of the later Chalukyas. Apart from paying a portion of his dues regularly and maintaining a specified number of troops for the king, the feudatory had other obligations as well. Attendance at court on certain occasions, such as the king's birthday, was obligatory. The occasion varied from court to court. Smaller feudatories had to obtain permission from the king for any changes in the administration of their property. In return, the feudatory was permitted the use of title and various symbols of feudal dignity, such as a throne, a fly whisk, a specially designed palanquin, the riding of elephant in state processions, and being heralded by the sound of 5 special musical instruments. The more important called themselves Mahasamanta, Mahamandaleshwara, and so on. The lesser feudatories took titles of Raja, Samanta, Ranaka, Thakura, Bogata, etc. Some of these usages dates back to the Gupta period, although their sanction became more precise in later centuries. The military aspect of the feudal relationship, the obligation on part of the feudatory to supply men at arms when required by the king, became increasingly important as wars between the various states became more frequent. In certain cases, an annual tribute to the king was accepted in lieu of supplying soldiers, but this was not a common practice. On a declaration of war by the king, the feudatory was expected of his own accord to send soldiers and equipment. During peacetime, the king held periodic reviews both to inspect the feudal levies and indirectly to reaffirm his overlordship. Forts and garrison towns were kept well manned so that centers of defense were always available. These obligations tended to strengthen the martial aspect of the system, which lent itself admirably to the rise of the Rajput clans. Military obligations came to become more significant after AD 1000, when the smaller land grants were made with greater frequency in favor of officials than in previous centuries. In the earlier period, the majority of the feudal tenants appear to have been persons associated with religion, either Brahmins or Buddhist establishments, and these were exempt from both tax and military requirements. Theoretically, only the revenue from the land was granted to the feudatory, not the land itself. If he failed to fulfill the terms of the grant, his land would be confiscated by the king. The grant was only
for the life of the tenant and was subject to reassignment on his death. In practice, however, the land held by a feudatory tended to become hereditary, particularly in periods when the control of the king weakened. There is evidence of one Brahmin ministerial family holding a benefice through 5 generations, the head of the family performing the same office as the original beneficiary. From regarding a benefice as hereditary, it was a simple step to assume the right to dispose both of the revenue and the land itself, although this was not legally permissible. In order to assess the income of a particular area, villages were grouped together in units of 10 in the Deccan kingdoms and in units of 12 or 16 or multiples of these in areas further north, particularly in some of the Rajput kingdoms. Pala grants refer to assignees receiving the revenue of 10 villages, Dashadramika. The Pratihara administration divided villages into groups of 84, and later such a group became the standard size of the estate of a clan chief in Rajasthan, making it possible to trace the origin of some later clan kingdoms to these administrative units of the 10th century. Groups of 12 villages were common in other areas. These could easily be formed into larger 84 unit. Villages were based on a self-sufficient economy where production approximated to local requirements with little attempt at producing a surplus to be used specifically for trade or exchange. Surplus production would hardly have benefited the peasant, since it would have led to a demand from the landowner for a larger share. The existing system led to accepting the standard of minimum production, since the incentive to improve production was absent. As the pressure on the peasantry increased, production at subsistence level became useful. Lack of incentive in this case had nothing to do with the fatalistic beliefs of the Indian peasants, as some writers have urged. It arose from the practical economics of the situation. Limited production and lack of trade led to a decrease in the use of coins, and trade was further hampered by the emergence of a wide range of local weights and measures, making long-distance trade more difficult. The surplus wealth of the feudatories and the king was not invested in craft production or trade, but was used for conspicuous consumption. The palatial homes of the feudatories were richly ornamented. Much of the income was spent in building magnificent temples, richly endowed and on occasions as pretentious as the exalted titles taken by their donors. No wonder these temples attracted invaders whose desire to achieve religious merit by destroying idols was less than their greed for plunder. The possibilities of multiplying sub-feudatories at various stages in the feudal structure led to wider diffusion of the income from the land. This weakened the position of those at both ends of the scale, the cultivator and the king, who suffered from diversion of income into the hands of intermediaries. Loss of revenue placed the king politically in a vulnerable position vis-a-vis his feudatories, since he was in any case dependent on their honoring their obligations. It also led to the economic depression of the peasantry. With an increase in the number of intermediaries, the peasant was forced to pay tax additional to the basic land tax. Whereas in previous centuries, the revenue paid to the central authority was in part used to maintain public works such as roads, irrigations, etc. Under the feudal system, separate taxes distinct from the land tax were levied by the feudal tenants for such purposes. The temple authorities also levied additional dues. Land grants to the Brahmins were tax-free, so the loss of revenue from these lands had to be made good from other sources. Goods produced by the craftsmen were also taxed and were liable to a series of taxes. Inscriptions relating to Chauhan history mention a great variety of taxes, and the position was similar in most feudal kingdoms. The land tax was in any case high. Some peasants paid as much as the value of 1/3 of the produce to the landowner, although the more usual assessment was 1/6. These taxes, together with the obligation to provide free labor and the fact that as the power of the feudal intermediaries grew, they began to appropriate even the common lands of the villages, such as the pastures, reduced the cultivators to a condition of hopelessness. From the administrative point of view, the feudal system had the advantage of obviating the need for a centrally administered bureaucracy. Revenue was collected by vassals who could also carry out judicial functions, as they were sufficiently powerful to assert their authority in case of dispute. The feudatories therefore had both a political and administrative function, while Brahmin grantees, who were often given land in newly settled areas, could be relied upon to disseminate Sanskrit culture. The whole of a kingdom was not granted to feudal holders. The king retained a sizable area as crown land, which he directly administered. For administrative purposes, the kingdom was divided into provinces, and these in turn were subdivided into units consisting of a specified number of villages. A province might contain both crown land and land held in fief.
The powers and duties of the king's administrative officers vis-a-vis the feudatories were clearly defined and observed. Village autonomy in the administrative matters was naturally hampered by the privileges and powers of the landowner. The relationship between the landowner and the village authorities varied. There is a reference to the Thakura of a Chauhan village having to obtain the sanction of the village assembly for raising new dues for the local temple. But this need not necessarily have applied in the case of other dues or other villages. The village assemblies continued in some areas but had lost much of their powers. In villages held by feudatories, then they gradually died out and were ineffective as representative political institutions. In directly administered villages, they assisted in administration. In one specific case, the village assembly consisted of elected persons from each ward of the village, where the nominees for election had to be approved of by the ruler, so that they were in essence merely tools of the administration. A smaller group from amongst the assembly, known as the Panchakula Committee, collected the state revenue, recorded religious and secular grants, supervised the sale of goods and trade, and acted as arbiters in dispute. This committee may well have been the prototype of the Panchayat, a similar institution in later centuries. The aristocracy consisted of the feudatories, including the Brahmins. Grants to the Brahmins were obviously based on the desire to acquire religious merit and were a category apart. The Brahmins performed sacrifices for the king, who by accepted theory acquired 1/6 of the merit from such religious activities. The king accordingly was careful to patronize the Brahmins, and who in turn showed their gratitude, composed fictitious genealogies for the king. The secular feudatories generally came from the families which had risen by military power. The Rajput obsession with Kshatriya status was largely to acquire military bona fides and emphasize the fact of belonging to a warrior caste. Frequent campaigns were essential to perpetuate this image and also to establish the reputation of military prowess. Where the desire for plunder was alone not a sufficient excuse for war, an elaborate code of etiquette was worked out by which a noble was justified in going to war should the merest disparaging remark be made about him. The literal application of certain political theories may also explain partially the eagerness for war, such as, for instance, the interstate politics should be based on a system of mandala, which assumes that one of the neighbors is a natural enemy. War became a grand pageant, and death on the battlefield the highest possible honor. In the Chandela kingdom, villages were donated to maintain the families of soldiers who had died in the war. This was also a means of encouraging the continuing flowing of soldiers which the system required. Heroic virtues were instilled into the child from birth, and a man who shirked fighting was held in contempt.
Women too were taught to admire men who fought well. A woman had to be ready to die should her husband be killed, and becoming of sati, whether voluntary or forced, became fashionable. The possession of land was essentially to the legitimacy of the leadership claimed by the nobility, since the land and caste differentiated them from the rest of society. Feuds over land often led to family vendettas which continued for generations. The existence of clans among the Rajputs together with caste relationship stressed the idea of kinship through blood, and this feeling was more dominant amongst the Rajputs than among the other feudal chiefs. The nobility loved to use exalted titles. The least important of rulers thought it appropriate to use what was once an imperial title. Maharaja Adiraja. This was generally embedded in a mass of eulogistic and bombastic phraseology. More important kings surpassed themselves in inventing titles. Prithvi Raja III, who aspired to rule the whole of North India, called himself Bharateshvara, the Lord of Bharat, that is India. The 12th century ruler of Kannauj described himself as the most exalted, the great king of kings, the supreme lord, the king over horses, elephants and men, the sovereign of the three worlds. This was incongruous, considering the actual political position of the rulers, who obviously lived in a world of make-believe. Minor deeds were exaggerated to become major acts of heroism, and flattery, even of the most abject kind, was regarded as normal to courtly behavior, though admittedly the more intelligent of the rulers preferred subtler forms. The aristocracy lived on the revenue from the land without participating in the cultivation of it themselves. Many of the Brahmin holders employed cultivators, since they were forbidden by caste laws to cultivate land. Buddhist monasteries also farmed out their land. The actual work of cultivation was done entirely by the peasant, who was generally of Shudra caste. Thus, the peasantry was subservient to feudal chiefs, and the consequent concentration of political and economic power in the hands of the comparatively few was a new feature. Previously, the distribution of power had been wider, since both the bureaucracy and the leaders of the commercial and urban groups such as merchants and artisan guilds had also shared in it. This power of the few was accentuated by the increasing self-sufficiency of the villages, which discouraged communication and association with other villages. It also facilitated a strict supervision of the division of labor and reduced the mobility of the peasant population, both of which factors were instrumental in increasing the feudal chiefs' control over the peasantry. Balance of power between the king and the feudatories could fluctuate, since it was based on the king's control over the feudatories, despite his dependence on them for revenue and soldiers. Fortunately for the king, the balance usually inclined in his direction, as he had the support of the political thinkers, generally Brahmins, whose interest it was to support the authority of the institution which safeguarded their well-being. Even more fortunately for the king, the sanction obtained from the older texts supported his claim in broad terms. Thus, the principle of hereditary kingship was heavily stressed. The automatic succession of kings was an effective means of preventing interference from vassals, because in its absence the feudatories could interfere in the selection of the next king and confer upon themselves greater power. It was therefore natural that the election of a king, as in the case of Gopala, the Pala king, would cause a stir. The divine origin of kingship was much emphasized during this period, as was also the king's obligation to protect the Kshatriya caste. Which obligation assigns to the feudatories a subordinate position. Since the king no longer had direct communications with his subjects, they tended to transfer their loyalty to their immediate protector, the feudal lord, thus increasing the latter's power. To counteract this trend, the age-old obligation of the king to protect his subjects was continually reiterated. Much of the political theory of this time consisted of underlining passages from the older texts relevant to contemporary affairs in the form of commentary. There was one striking exception to this in the works of Hemachandra, 1089 to 1173 AD, a Jaina by religion who lived and worked in Western India. The Puritan strain of Jaina thought permeated his political ideas, which remained largely unaffected by the general tendency to compromise with the established order of things. One of these was a direct challenge to the orthodox position, in that he maintained that the society could be changed for the better by proper legislation, with the logical corollary that there was nothing sacrosanct about the existing order. Legal writing reflected the tendency of seeking the sanction of older sources for contemporary usage. This resulted in detailed commentaries on earlier works accorded high authority, such as Manu's Dharmashastra, the commentary of Medatithi, Medatihi in the 10th century and that of Kuluka in the 13th were the most widely used. To refer to the authority of an older text meant the re-editing of the text in certain cases, with an emphasis on those aspects which related to contemporary problems.
The discussion of legal institution is probably the most valuable contribution of the period to technical literature. Problems concerning the division of land and inheritance, since land was now the chief economic asset in most wealthy families, came in for special attention. The two systems of family law, Dayabhaga, Mithikashara, became the basis of civil law and were to remain so until the very recent years. Both systems refer, among other things, to property held jointly by the male members of a family. According to Dayabhaga's school, it is only on the death of the father that the sons can claim right to the property, whereas in Mithikashara school, the sons can claim the right during the lifetime of the father. In either case, the father does not have absolute rights over the property. They deal with property rights in a Hindu joint family system, the latter having become usual in most land-owning families. Ownership of land did not exclude other forms of economic activity, although income from the land was highly regarded because it was both secure and regular. The economic self-sufficiency of the village led to decline in trade, which in turn affected the growth of towns. Those that had already attained a certain economic momentum continued, but the founding of new towns was less frequent than before. Arab geographers writing of this period have commented on the paucity of towns in India as compared with China. Continual wars were also detrimental to trade. In the coastal areas, maritime trade still supported prosperous port towns, particularly in regions such as Gujarat, Malabar, and the Tamil coast, which still had large overseas trade. The prosperity of coastal towns was due partly to the settlements of foreign merchants who controlled most of the trade between India and Western Asia and were also encroaching on the eastern trade. Arab merchants strove to eliminate the Indian middlemen in the trade between India and China by going directly to China and to Southeast Asia. The ports along the west coast of India referred to in Arab geographies, Debal in the Indus Delta, Cambay, Thana, Sopara, and Kolam or Quilon were frequented mainly by Arab ships which carried to the west cargoes of goods either produced in India or brought by Indian merchants from places in the east. The North Indian overland trade with China via Central Asia gradually declined with the opening up of Central Asia to Persian and West Asian traders. This trade virtually came to an end in the 13th century when the Mongol invasions cut India off from Central Asia. Internal trade had not disappeared entirely, since there remained an irreducible minimum. Artisans worked both in the villages and the towns, the concentration being greater in the towns, where professional associations were recognized, but the guilds and associations had lost their earlier dominant position in urban centers. Power had now shifted to the land-owning community, which tended to be somewhat suspicious of the craft associations in the town, since the bodies were more independent than the village counterparts.
The really powerful guilds were now confined to South India. In eastern India, a decline in the prosperity of the town was prevented by two factors. Trade with Southeast Asia during the 12th and the 13th century resulted in the maintenance of sufficient businesses to keep the towns busy. This trade also helped to keep money in circulation, and gradually a cash assessment on the land was introduced under the senas. The reintroduction of a money economy together with better possibilities of surplus production, although of limited kind, enabled the town to act as centers of trade and distribution once more. But this was not a consistent and stable return of a mercantile economy, for the coinage of this period frequently shows a debasement of the metal as compared with the Gupta coins. This is particularly so in gold and silver coins, where in the former case the depreciation is sometimes as much as 50%. The only category of commercial professionals whose prosperity increased were the moneylenders. Interest on money lent was normally 15%, but there are records in Chauhan sources of higher interest such as 30% and 25% in those of Rashtrakutas. Higher rates were due to the decline in trade and unavailability of money. Caste consideration in the matter of money lending appear by now to have been regularized, the Brahmin being charged 2% and the Shudra 5% or more on the state capital. This was an additional factor limiting the mobility of peasant, as he was unable to free himself from debt. The specialization of labor in the working of the rural economy led to the proliferation of subcastes in the villages. Thus, it became difficult for the village to develop as an organic whole, the tendency being for various castes and subcastes to pursue their own separate organization. Thus, caste association further diluted political loyalties. In later centuries, caste exclusiveness was to become absolute, and to reach its peak in caste panchayats, separate tribunals for each caste in the village, each regarded as the supreme authority for that particular caste. Brahminical sources refer to the modification of the caste structure, and in the process of seeking support from the older texts, the Brahmins became even more aloof and the caste structure was made theoretically more watertight. In the contest for primacy between the Brahmin and the mercantile communities, the Brahmins, having acquired political power by becoming landowners, were emerging as victors. The decline of the mercantile community led to a lowering of the status of Buddhism, since the Buddhists were largely dependent on it for financial support.
The only region where Buddhism held its own was eastern India, where it had royal patronage. Thus, the main religious competitors of the Brahmins had become unimportant. The desire for exclusiveness on the part of Brahmins led to an obsession with keeping aloof from lower castes in particular. Not only was the touch of a Chandala, outcast, polluting, but even for a shadow to cross the path of the Brahmin called for ritual ablution. Such social observances reduced still further the status of the Shudra and the outcasts. Gradually, untouchability was extended even the heretical sects of quite high caste, but who were opposed to the Brahmins. These are, however, indications that the intermediate caste, Kshatriyas and Vaishyas, were not so strict in their adherence to caste rules as the Brahmins would have wished. There are references to the emergence of a number of subcastes which were later provided with a mixed caste origin. Among these were the Kayasthas, the scribes of the administration, responsible for writing documents and maintaining records. They came to be regarded as a subcaste in about 11th century. There was some confusion as to their original caste. Some described them as Kshatriyas, others described the origin to a Brahmin-Shudra combination. The mixed caste origin ascribed to them may well have been a later invention of those who had to fit them into the caste hierarchy. Contact with royalty gave them social status. In some cases, they also received land grants and became prosperous landowners. A number of new subcastes were associated with technical professions, as for instance those requiring surgical, medical, or mathematical knowledge. The Brahminical writings of this period attack professions where technical knowledge was essential. Medatihi regards handicrafts as low occupations. According to contemporary commentaries on Manu, mechanical work was a minor sin, and this category of work included the construction of bridges, embankments to control the flow of water. Perhaps those in authority were conscious of the power inherent in the technical knowledge. Some subcastes claim origin from highly respected ancestors who through economic necessity had to change their profession. The Khatris, an important subcaste in northern India to this day, claimed they were of Kshatriya origin but took to commerce, which brought them the contempt of their caste fellows. Thus they had to accept the Vaishya status. The Gurjaras, Jats and the Ahirs all claimed Kshatriya origin but had lost caste status. The emergence of new subcastes had been a feature of the caste system since its inception. But in the early agrarian communities, the development of subcastes had been slower. The period of mercantile activity and the movements of populations had accelerated this process. The four major castes still constituted an umbrella beneath which subcastes kept emerging and finding their own intercaste relationship, which, though broadly in keeping with theoretical structure, nevertheless modified by local requirements and expediency. It is curious that foreign accounts, when mentioning the castes of Indian societies, often refer to 7 and not the usual 4. The 7 are generally made up of theoretical 4 plus 3 subcastes. The Arab writer Al-Idrisi, writing in the 12th century, lists 7: the nobility, the Brahmins, the soldiers, the cultivators, the artisans, the singers, and the entertainers. An even more confused assortment than that of Megasthenes. The caste structure was closely linked to the educational system of the society.
Formal education of the type given in Brahminical centers and described in Sanskrit works was becoming increasingly theological in spirit. Theoretically, such schools and centers, which now receiving considerable royal patronage, were open to the three upper castes, but in fact they were used almost exclusively by Brahmins, who had converted them into theological seminaries. Most large villages had schools attached to the local temples. Colleges for advanced learning received special endowments, as also did matas associated with the Shaiva and Vaishnava religion, which were located in almost all places of pilgrimage in northern India. The strengthening of the Brahminical tradition and the emphasis on older texts, formal education tended to become a repetition of statements rather than a questioning of facts in an attempt to obtain further elucidation. Such exceptions as there were to this pattern were unfortunately too weak to change significantly the mold of intellectual activity. Contempt for technical knowledge was an almost inevitable outcome of this attitude. For non-Brahmins, the older system of being trained in guilds and as apprentices to artisans continued, the education being limited to professional training. Buddhist monasteries had included some non-theological education, and the presence of many non-Indian scholars had encouraged a more Catholic outlook. But even these were being changed into centers of Buddhist teaching alone. Such monasteries survived, mainly in eastern India, Nalanda remaining the best known. The destruction of Nalanda by the Turks virtually brought Buddhist education in India to a close. Jaina centers of education were closer in spirit to the Buddhist than the Brahminical, and these were concentrated in western India, in Saurashtra, Gujarat, Rajasthan, and at Shravana Belgola in Mysore, where Jainism still had a sizable following, particularly amongst the mercantile class. The theological content of Brahminical education, although admirably suited to Brahminical purposes, had a restrictive effect on the intellectual tradition, heightened by the fact that the medium of instruction was Sanskrit, which by the end of this period had become a language spoken and read only by the Brahmins and the privileged few who had received a formal education. The result was intellectual inbreeding, which both isolated and weakened the Brahminical tradition. The emerging regional languages were to become the media of popular expression. The denigration of technical knowledge is an instance of the split in the educational tradition of this period, which was to impoverish both formal and technical education. The scientific works of the period were largely commentaries on earlier works. Example, the medical texts of Charaka and Shushruta, or else of theoretical analysis with rare attempts at referring to empirical knowledge. Where experiments were made, practical results ensued, as with the introduction of the use of iron and quicksilver in medical practice. Astronomy had come to be regarded almost as a subsection of astrology. Algebra remained the sole major contribution to mathematics during this period. Literature of various kinds continued to be written in Sanskrit. Much of it was pedantic and imitative of earlier works, characterized by verbal embellishments and linguistic virtuosity. Lyric poetry and prose romances, most common forms, usually had as themes familiar stories from the epics and the Puranas, so that the native aspect could safely be subordinated to the linguistic. Prosody and the technicalities of poetic compositions came in for detailed study. Sanskrit writers and poets were welcome at the courts of various kings who felt that they would thus be reviving the glories of earlier courts, although on a smaller scale. Prose stories tended to be less contrived and artificial. The themes were familiar stories from traditional sources and were treated in the highly romantic style of the time. The exception was Somadeva's anthology, Katha Sarati Sagara, the ocean of the stream of stories, which, although written in poetic form in the 11th century, is popular even to this day. Related to the prose romances and resulting from the growing feeling of regional loyalty were the historical narratives which assumed a new importance. These were either in verse or prose, though the latter was more common. Most of them were historical biographies such as Padmagupta's Life of a King of Malwa, or Bilhana's biography of the Chalukya king Vikramaditya VI, the Vikramanka Devacharita. Others were narratives of the history of a region such as Kalhana's Chaturangini, or else were works of a more general nature with reference to historical persons and to institutions, as in the Parishishta Parvana of Hemachandra. Drama, despite the fact that it was still an adjunct of the court, managed to retain something of the earlier plays. Vishakadatta's Mudra Rakshasa, the signet ring of Rakshasa, which has political intrigue during the Mauryan period as its theme had at an earlier period, made a departure from the romantic comedy. The plays which followed, those of Bhavbhuti, have a tenderness and subdued dramatic quality with the minimum of comic effects. Later playwrights, Murari, Hastimala, Rajashekara and Kshameshwara wrote plays which appear to have been more successful when read rather than performed. Lyric poetry of a different quality, less sophisticated and more personal than the works mentioned, was also written. Perhaps the most spontaneous was the great outburst of erotic poetry, which is characteristic of this period, such as the single stanza poems of Bhartrihari. Some of the erotic poetry probably evolved from the symbolism of certain sections of the devotional cult, where the depiction of the love of Radha and Krishna provided the excuse. Jayadeva's Gita Govinda, Song of Krishna, written in the 12th century, describes with sensuous abandon the love of Krishna. Love of Krishna, the incarnation of Vishnu for Radha, the lyrical quality of the verse being unsurpassed. Others, such as Govardhana or Bilhana in Chaura Panchashika, introduce erotic descriptions in their verses, the directness and candor which did not require the disguise of a religious theme. The cult of the erotic had come into its own, not only in poetry but also in temple sculpture and in tantric ritual. Much has been said and written on the depravity of taste, the pandering to the sensuous and the degradation of morals in India during this period, but there is considerable sensitivity and beauty even within the erotic themes. In, for instance, the Gita Govinda, the sculpture at Khajuraho, it is held that the period of decline in every culture exhibits an unhealthy interest in sexual behavior, yet the objective analysis of any culture reveals that the description and portrayal of such behavior is evident at many levels and periods, although the form and symbolism may vary. This was an age of abandon, the lifting of the Puritan impress of Buddhism, which associated guilt with pleasure, which led to a more uninhibited reference to sexual behavior in both literatures and the arts. The seclusion of women introduced through feudal chivalry in the upper class society
cast a romantic aura around the simplest of relationships between men and women. In some other cultures, desires evoked by this are sublimated, but in India they were permitted uninhibited expression, which was one way of registering a protest against an unnatural social convention. The spiritual interpretation which some writers seek to associate with erotic symbols in Indian culture have little relevance to the poetry and art of this period. Despite the limitations of Sanskrit, it was in this language that the court literature still flourished, since none of the vernacular tongues of the north were as yet sufficiently developed to be suitable literary vehicles of sophisticated thought. Pali had little to show except for a few local chronicles, commentaries, grammars, and legal texts with a limited, generally Buddhist readership. The fate of Prakrit was similar, having been caught between Sanskrit and the newly emerging languages. Even the Jainas, much of the canonical writing was in Prakrit, turned to Sanskrit, and the ornate Sanskrit style had begun to influence Prakrit literature. Vakapati's Gaudavada, a biography of Yashovarman of Kannauj, was the last major work in the older tradition of Prakrit literature. However, unlike Pali and Sanskrit, Prakrit is of linguistic interest as illustrative of the linguistic evolution from Prakrit to Apabrahmarasa, Apabrahmasha, and finally to a new regional language, Apabrahmasha, literally meaning falling down. The corrupt form of Prakrit dialect is believed to have originated in the northwest and travelled from that region with the migrations of people who scattered and settled in central and western India after the Hun invasions. The Prakrit of the Jainas was heavily influenced by Apabramsha, and it is here that the link between the older and the newer language is evident, and even more so in the Jaina Maharashtri and Gujarati. Marathi developed rapidly after it had been adopted by the Maharashtrian saints of the devotional cult. Gujarati spoken in modern Saurashtra was encouraged both by Jaina monks and by the popular poems composed to accompany the famous Rasalila dance depicting the young Krishna and the milkmaids, which poems became the literary nucleus of earlier Gujarati. The Bengali, Assamese, Oriya spoken in Orissa and the dialects of Bihar, Bhojpuri, Maithili and Magadhi evolved from Prakrit, earlier spoken in Magadha. The new religious sects played an important part in accelerating the growth of vernacular languages as they wished to communicate with the ordinary people in the popular tongue. Regional interest and variation was beginning to express itself in many forms, including those of architecture and sculpture, where the breaking away from classical models is evident in the temples of this period. There are three regions in the north where large but elegant temples have survived: Rajasthan and Gujarat in western India, Bundelkhand in central India, Orissa in the east. The overall architectural style is similar, conforming to the Nagara or the North Indian style, but this did not exclude local variation. The Nagara temple was
was square in plan but gave the impression of having a cruciform shape owing to graduated projections in the middle of each of the four sides. The central tower was tall, inclining gradually inwards in a convex curve. The Jaina temples at Mount Abu, built in white marble, are representative of the Western Indian group. They are richly adorned with sculpture, which, through profuse, is subsidiary to the architecture. The temples at Khajuraho are the best examples of the Bundelkhand group, and these are again richly decorated with sculpture. The temples display a balance of size and form, which makes of, of each an impressive structure. The erotic sculpture at Khajuraho, as at Konark, has led to these temples being regarded as exhibitions of pornographic art, and the eagerness of visitors to see the erotic often diverts attention from the aesthetic qualities of both the architecture and the sculpture. The temples of Orissa and Bhubaneswar, Puri and Konark are more monumental. The towers rise higher, and the curve in the elevation is more pronounced and elegant. The area included in the temple precincts of the northern temples was far less than that of the Dravida temples. The North Indian temples were not centers of civic and corporate life to the same degree as southern counterparts. Temples such as those at Khajuraho were largely used by upper caste. The worship of popular cult images was kept apart from the main temple, although sometimes included within its precincts. Temple architecture in northern India virtually ceased to evolve subsequent to these temples, since later temples were largely imitations of the older ones. Eastern India produced a distinctive school of sculpture in stone and metal. The stone, dark grey or black, and polish shone with a metallic luster. Buddhist icons in Nalanda set the standard, and the Pala patronage extended to Hindu icons as well. From the little that is survived of the paintings of this period, it would appear that this quality was nowhere as high as that of the sculpture. In the field of fine arts, the Indian contribution was primarily in sculpture. Had it preserved an independent form, it might have continued to evolve its own style in subsequent centuries. But application solely as part of architecture caused it to decay aesthetically together with the temples of later centuries. The upper classes of the north were reluctant to admit popular deities into the religious system. The distinction between the religion of the elite and the religion of the masses becomes more evident during this period. Yet the popular deities could not be totally excluded. In the upper levels of society, the most sophisticated forms of Hinduism held sway. The use of the term Hinduism to cover both Vaishnava and Shaiva following became current after the arrival of Arabs and Turks who used the word Hindu primarily to mean the inhabitants of the Indian subcontinent. The Arabic name for the subcontinent, Al-Hind, was derived from the Greek Indus and the Persian Sindhu, and by extension to distinguish them with their non-Islamic religion from themselves, the followers of Islam. The term persisted and is now associated only with the Brahminical religion of the subcontinent. The Arabs and the Turks did differentiate between the Hindus and the Buddhists, Jainas, etc., but the distinction was vague. With the gradual decline of the latter, the term was applied only to Vaishnavas and Shaivas, the two major sects of the Brahminical religion. By the end of the period, these two sects were dominant in northern India. Jainism was restricted to the west, which has the largest Jaina communities in modern times. Buddhism, which had almost been confined to eastern India, was fast losing support. Buddha had been incorporated into the Hindu pantheon as an incarnation of Vishnu. But the popular mind never quite accepted this. The worship of Buddha by non-Buddhists remained a formal differential relationship with the god. The militaristic values of feudal system doubtless found the Buddhist and China emphasis on ahimsa unpalatable. The Hindu gods did not preach non-violence. Neither Shiva nor the two major incarnations of Vishnu, Krishna and Rama, where the idea of non-violence survived, was amongst the leaders of the devotional cults who opposed violence for the same reasons as did the Buddha. Many of the changes introduced into Hinduism at this time were the result of a compromise between orthodox belief and popular demand for a more personal religion. Image worship increased substantially, and a multitude of new forms were introduced which necessitated the building of shrines and temples to house them. The incarnations of Vishnu became more popular, and interest in the Puranas and epic literature through the versions in regional languages provided the tradition in which to incorporate the legends of the incarnation. Perhaps the most popular of incarnations was Krishna. Earlier traditions had treated Krishna as the hero god, the philosopher of the Bhagavad Gita. Now it was the pastoral and the erotic aspect which appealed to his worshippers. Krishna, meaning the dark, has led to his being associated with the flute-playing Tamil god Mayon, the Dark One, the herdsman who spent many hours in the company of milkmaids, which is what the cowherd of Mathura is associated within the northern tradition. It is believed that the Abhiras, a pastoral tribe of the peninsula, brought this god with them when they traveled north and settled in central and western India. The cult became popular in the region of Mathura, from where it spread rapidly to other parts of North India. At the popular level, Krishna and his favorite, the milkmaid Radha, were worshipped as part of the fertility cult. More sophisticated symbolism was attached to this cult, and the love for Radha and Krishna was interpreted as the longing and attachment of the human soul for the universal soul. Philosophical debate moved northwards from the peninsula, but perhaps the liveliest controversy was still in the southern centers. The 6 schools of philosophy continued their debates from earlier times, but there was a noticeable tendency towards theistic interpretations. The orthodox Brahminical schools united in opposing Buddhist philosophy, as for instance in the later works of Vachaspatimashara and Udayana. Of the 6 schools, Vedanta was gradually coming to the forefront. Some of the philosophical debate expressed itself in the rivalry between Vaishnavas and the Shaivas, taking as their starting point the teachings of Shankara and Ramanuja. The devotional cult moved northwards from where it originated in southern India and the Deccan. In some areas, the followers of the older heterodox sects now directed their loyalty to the devotional cult, which was in any case in sympathy with the social attitudes of the earlier sects. Drawing support from both Vaishnavas and Shaivas, it acted as a bridge not only between the two major sects of Hinduism, but also between the esoteric and the popular levels of the religion. The devotional cult represented the more puritanical protest of the professional classes. The popular cults and the sects sometimes demonstrated their protest in a more startling manner, such as the rites of Kalamukas or the Kapilakas. Some of these rituals, however, were rooted in the primitive, unbroken ritual of the outcast sections of society who had hardly known Hinduism
as formulated by Brahmins, and were therefore not protesting but merely worshipping according to their own beliefs. Brahmin orthodoxy had to adjust itself to this formidable range of religious expression in order to maintain its position. This it did most successfully, and the adjustment was to prove its salvation. When a cult or sect became popular, it was gradually made respectable by being included at some level in the orthodoxy hierarchy. Complications arose only when the new movement came into political or economic opposition to the Brahmanism. The Shaivas were particularly given to a variety of cults which ranged from austere practices of Shankara's followers to magical tantric rites. Perhaps the tantric cult named after its scriptures, the Tantras, was the most curious of these and influenced both Shaiva and Buddhist practices. Tantricism had originated in the 6th century but became current from the 8th century onwards. It was strongest in northern India and had close ties with Tibet, some of its rituals doubtlessly coming from the Tibetan practices. It claimed to be a simplification of the Vedic cults and was open to all castes as well as to women, which identified it with the anti-orthodox movement. Tantric practices centered on prayer, mystical formulae, magical diagrams and symbols, and the worship of a particular deity. The mother images was accorded great veneration since life was created in the mother's womb. In this connection, it was also linked with the Shakti cult, which regarded the female creative energy Shakti as essential to any action. The emphasis on Shakti and the mother goddess would suggest that Tantricism was rooted in pre-Aryan culture, which is not unlikely considering that it originated in essentially non-Aryan areas. Those desirous of becoming members of Tantric sect had to be initiated by a guru. The Tantric ritual culminated in partaking of the 5 M's: Madhya, wine; Matsya, fish; Mamsa, flesh; Mudra, grain; Maithuna, coition. In the final state of purification, everyone and everything was equal. The ritual being what it was, secret meetings became necessary and the sect was denounced by others for depravity. Although the Tantric cult has often been condemned for this reason, it originated in a conscious and deliberate opposition to the orthodox Hindu ritual and the Brahminical ordering of society, which it expressed by incorporating non-orthodox cults such as the worship of Shakti and by protesting against what were regarded as established standards of social behavior. Incidentally, the Tantric interest in magic led to some discoveries in semi-scientific nature owing to experiments with chemicals and metals in particular. The Tantrics claimed that taking of mercury in combination with certain chemicals prolonged life. Doubtless they must also have taken part in the experiments in alchemy, which, judging by 13th century works on the subject, were very popular at this time. The influence of Tantric ideas on Buddhism is evident in Vajrayana Buddhism, the vehicle of the thunderbolt. The Taras of savioresses, spouses of male bodhisattvas, received a veneration similar to that of Shakti. Among the many magical formulae which Vajrayana Buddhism has popularized is often repeated Tibetan prayer, O Mani Padmeham. Behold, the jewel is in the lotus, which is a symbolic representation of divine coitus. The minor sects and cults were not totally rejected by Brahmin orthodoxy. Some were tolerated, others were encouraged by priests,
who participated in the ritual as a means of securing a livelihood. The local priest always tends to be more sympathetic to a popular religion than the distant theologians. The worship of the sun god returned to popularity about this time, perhaps under the influence of Zoroastrianism, which the Parsis had brought into Western India. Existing deities took on fresh significance and new gods emerged. Ganesha or Ganapati, the elephant-headed god, worshipped in village shrines as he is today, rose to popularity. In origin, a god who could take on the shape of beasts and perhaps a totem god, a respectable parentage was attributed to him by the Brahmins who now described him as the son of Shiva and Parvati. The worship of Mother Goddess associated with the fertility cult remained unabated. Of the older heterodox sects, Jainism was ousted from Mysore when the Lingaites won the support of those who would otherwise have been Jainas. In Western India, Jaina followers came mainly from the trading community. The Jainas remained on a whole a small but prosperous community. Since they were forbidden agriculture's profession, whatever profits they made in commerce were reinvested in commercial activities. A further stabilizing factor was that Jainas often had the favor of the royal court at Gujarat. In 1230, 200 years after the destruction of the temple at Somnath, a magnificent Jaina temple was built at Mount Abu. But by now, Jainism had become a minor religion, regarded almost as a Hindu sect. Buddhism, however, was not to retain the status of even a minor religion. Its decline was gradual but certain, and towards the 13th century became rapid. The association of Buddhism with magical cults was a confusing development, since much of its original ethical teaching was now further submerged in ritual. The support of the Pala king sustained it in eastern India, and the royal patronage kept it going in Orissa, Kashmir, and parts of northwestern India. But this survival was firmly founded upon the support of the laity. The coming of Islam was the final blow. Buddhism and Islam, both being institutionalized, proselytizing religions, attracted the same potential following. This led to a strong antagonism between the two, and the attacks on the monasteries resulted in an exodus of Buddhists from eastern India to Southeast Asia. Islam found its largest following in the previously Buddhist areas of India, the northwest and the east. From the 14th century onwards, the Bhakti movement became a dynamic force in the North Indian society, and up to a point filled the vacuum created by the retreating Buddhists, since it attracted the professional castes. The coming of the Arabs, Turks, and Afghans brought a totally new religion to India, Islam. Apart from the Muslim theologians, the initial impact of Islam in the religious sphere was the arrival of Muslim mystics from Persia, the Sufis, as they were called, first settled in Sindh and Punjab, from where their teaching trickled into Gujarat, the Deccan, and Bengal. At first, the Sufis in India were an extension of the Persian schools of mystics, but later the amalgamation of Indian and Islamic ideas produced an Indian school. The Sufis lived an isolated life, devoting themselves to the means of perceiving God. They were generally disapproved of by the Muslim theologians, who often found Sufi methods and beliefs too unorthodox. But Sufi ideas attracted sympathy and interest in India, particularly amongst those who were in any case inclined to mysticism and asceticism. In centuries immediately following, the impact of Sufis on the devotional cult was considerable. The period from the 8th to the 13th centuries is sometimes referred to as the Dark Age, when classical Hindu culture declined and political disintegration facilitated the conquest of the subcontinent by a totally foreign power. But far from being a dark period, it was a formative period which rewards detailed study, since many institutions of present-day India began to take enduring shape during this period. Feudalism, as the basis of politico-economic structure, survived in a broad sense until recent times and influenced the development of society accordingly. Many of the subcastes which evolved during this period continued to function in the social hierarchy. The language spoken in the various states of India today derived from the regional languages spoken in the 13th century India. Religious cults, as distinct from established religion, which dominate the lives of the rural population today, the majority of the Indian people, also emerged at this time. Furthermore, the fullness of historical evidence from this period allows of the reconstruction of a more complete picture of the time. End of chapter 11, Feudalism in the Regional States. From the book A History of India, Vol.1, by the author Romila Thapar. This has been a recording by Citizen Zero of India. Our reading recordings are made for the benefit of the reading disabled, the blind, the literary disabled, children, and everyone else interested in our selection of recorded books. Our recorded books are available through Voxalamphia Audiobook Podcast and Citizen Zero of India YouTube channels. Our reading recordings are made possible through the generous endowment of the B.L. Hemavati Literary Arts Foundation. We thank our listeners for tuning in this day, the 11th of December, 2024. Thank you and bye-bye.